Yeah, he does like that.
But he's got his
No, what,
Kurzweil now, hasn't he? He
yeah.
uses a
Well,
lot.
he's got the MIDI board, hasn't he?
That's it.
Little booger. No, I want to try and dispel this. These videos that are going around about, how to get the red glue off the JD800, and you use, was it sodium hydroxide?
Okay.
Right, now sodium hydroxide is explosive,
Yeah, lies nasty
incredibly,
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, incredibly corrosive. I mean, really corrosive.
Turns your hands into soap.
It'll burn holes in the flesh.
Oh,
The fumes are poisonous.
isn't that what they used in Breaking Bad to get rid of that body in the bath?
Yeah, I think
No, I thought they just used proper acid.
Oh, I can't remember now.
If you want to dissolve a body, you need a strong acid. So sulfuric acid at at least
Sulfuric and
40%.
nitric acid. Yeah.
Yeah,
something like
yeah. I mean, using a hydrochloric acid isn't even enough to dissolve the bones. You just get flop. I mean, if you probably want to dissolve a body,
It bothers me you know that. It really
Well,
does.
Well,
Sci-
unfortunately,
sci-
stuff is online these days. So
well, what I use
science kid.
is
What to dissolve bodies?
oh, that's the other thing. When you put the sodium hydroxide into like that 5-6 liters of water in a bucket, it gets fucking hot because it's isothermic.
Well,
yeah, once you
that's
mix it with
because
an
you.
acid, yeah.
Yeah,
That's because you're doing it the wrong way around. You need to put the base or acid into the water, not the other way around.
wow.
I did an experiment once with pool equipment, pool chemicals. I took muriatic acid, which is hydrochloric acid, mixed it with sodium with some Drano crystals, and it was quite explosive.
But the normal way you want to put your acid into your body of water rather than the other way around. That way you decrease the perceived reactivity.
Well,
You think you know some people, then you think, Jesus,
Yeah.
they're fucking serial killers here.
well, I mean, this is the thing.
Well,
I
he's
want to try
Unabomber
and
part
dispel.
time, so he's
Yeah,
I'm not talking about murdering people. Just
yeah.
how to dispose of bodies. They might be
Well,
alive.
well.
who
Jeffrey
knows?
Dahmer knew that pretty well, right? So
Well, because Fiona's because she used to work with the Milk Marketing Board back in the day, and her chemistry is much better than mine anyway. And she says, no. She goes, use
Baking soda.
sodium dioxide. I think it is.
sodium
Doesn't get-
bicarbonate.
Yeah. So it doesn't get hot, the gas isn't poisonous, it doesn't explode, and everything else. And it takes the glue off exactly the same. It takes a little bit longer, that's all. So, because there's people going around there putting their keys into this really,
And dissolving their
horrible
stuff.
gear. It's like, Jesus.
Or discoloring it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's standard chemistry. Just be careful with the base or acid you use. But yeah, sodium hydroxide. If you like 20%, that is quite dangerous stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, you can also buy it at a lower concentration and not kill yourself with it too
Yeah.
easily.
Well, they reckon a lot of these videos, they reckon about 250 grams per 5 litres of water. The thing is, have you seen how much fucking sodium hydroxide is? Jesus Christ almighty, it's
I
not
haven't
cheap
needed to
either.
dispose of any bodies recently.
Oh, okay. Right.
But duly noted.
Again, a base isn't really the best way to do it. Acids are superior.
Well, I've been using this sodium bicarbonate, I suppose you call it, but I've been using it for donkeys, and it's so much better.
I mean, the mafia guys use quicklime when they bury a body because it's cheap and it's easy to transport the powder. So they're using a base at that point. But yeah, acid usually preferred. Supposedly is preferred for all the creeps out there. So
Honestly, officer, he exhibited no evidence of being a psychotic body dissolver at all.
He slipped and fell
Yeah.
and could not get up.
Oh dear.
Well, there've been some, unfortunately, some very educational episodes of various cop shows and other things that show some surprising amount of detail of this stuff, which is shocking. So if you're a creep hanging out at home, just watching casually, you might learn something you probably shouldn't learn. But
I mean, I first started learning about stuff like chemistry courses in year 3 or year 4 that I went to.
like a common thing that these guys don't get away with when they do the bathtub thing is they forget that the drain in the bathtub and the trap down there gets material stuck down there. And so there's like skin residue and hair and fingernails and stuff like that.
That's the point. I didn't tag the whatnot, did I? Do you know what? I go to YouTube. It lists every single video except the one I'm doing. It's ridiculous. Right.
It's a good thing you didn't tag this for children. We're talking about body stuff. So
Yeah,
you,
there is
you can't do live streams for kids, I
So
thought.
tell me, Jimmy, where did you learn to dissolve mummy? I was watching Kent's Bone Show. Oh, USA
You must have
Motorsport.
words with this young man.
Excuse me, it's Ken Spong show.
Yes. Show. Hey,
Here
babe.
she comes. Here
Here's
she
the-
comes.
Here's the sickie.
She's looking a bit Russian. Oh, and that's not a headscarf. It's a hoodie, isn't it? It looks a bit headscarfy.
You got boob poisoning.
Food poisoning.
Oh. You got boob poisoning as well, Mrs. Oh God, she's in one of those modes. Ow. What do you want?
Oh, she
now?
loves you.
She wants something. What do you want? Oh, what's the matter? You've got grumbly tumbly. Oh, baby girl. Has your bottom been spraying the poo poo like a big, like a big spray gun?
Oh, Jesus.
Did you accidentally shit yourself?
Whatever next? I've just had me dinner.
Talking of murdering publicly. Oh,
At least we can watch back and learn how to dispose of a body.
yeah. Then she starts pouring the stuff in the bucket.
But again, using the bathtub isn't a good idea because normally you with a high concentrated acid you would corrode it sufficiently that police, if they were to inquire, they should normally be trained that if you have highly
Where's
corroded
Dad?
bathtub, there might be reasons.
David, save us
Hey,
from
Dave.
this lesson in.
well, there was a funny
disposing
episode of Breaking Bad where they destroyed the bathtub so much it fell through the
Yeah, that was
ceiling,
like
so-
episode 2. Or whatever. It was for that reason my wife will not watch. But she came in when I was watching that, and I said, "Oh, you got to come and watch this." And she
Oh,
saw
Ian's
that.
here to save us. Oh,
Hello.
Yay.
now it's Ian's
Saw
responsibility.
your video today.
Oh, thank you
still
very much.
watched
Is
it
my
yet.
mic all right?
I don't know.
Hang on.
Go on, give
hang
us
on.
a.
I wouldn't take
Say
it out
again,
for a drink.
sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can
Is
hear
it,
you.
is it a bit quiet?
Well, it seems fine.
Yes, all right.
It seems a
Okay,
little
I'm just
distorted.
No, that's good.
it's distorting.
A little.
No.
Well, at
All
least
right, hang on.
it sounds like it here.
It's good. It's a little saturation. It's nice.
Okay, well,
Warm.
I've
Sweet.
Bring it
I've
back
been
on topic.
messing-
Bring it back on topic. Bring it back on topic.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's all this
Mr.
stuff
Music.
about,
Mr. Music.
what's all this stuff about murdering people?
Toilets, no saturation.
It's not
No,
about
not
murdering.
murdering.
It's
It's about disposing, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Because that's okay. That's fine.
Came in right afterwards. I waited. I was like, okay,
That's
let
not
it
okay.
finish. It's not okay.
but I was talking about corroded bathtubs.
Let's all agree it's not okay.
All the
It's not
all
okay.
the early PPG stuff until like 1976, all the circuit boards were the photographic layer was corroded away in the bathtub of a second flat they used at the PPG workshop,
Mm.
and apparently the bathtub was a bit rough afterwards.
Yeah, I remember old Wolfgang telling me that. Goes, yeah, I used to make the boards in the bath in the flat. God,
Here's a
and I
good,
thought,
here's a
I
good
thought I
Black
was
Friday
pushing it.
deal.
Oh,
I
here we
could,
go. Here we go.
IK
here we
Multimedia's T-Rax 5 Max, which is just like all of the T-Rax stuff, down from
take-
500 to 99.99.
Oh.
And they're very good.
I think I've got T-Rax. I never use it.
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
think,
it's-
I think I've got it because
Just buy it again. Get it again just in case.
Do you mind? I'm already trying to
It's super
compensate
Christmas.
for losing a load of hard drive space. I might have
Just-
three again.
because IK Multimedia every Christmas when we were a dealer, they give you a choice of two things. I got Modo drums and Modo bass that way, and I think I got T-Rack at one point. But like I say I use Modo drums and I do use bass occasionally, but I've never used the T-Rack.
No,
I don't think I've ever used it either.
I pick out a few of them every now and again, and I'm never disappointed. So
That's just really good.
yeah, 99.99.
I mean, I like that stuff, but it just became annoying to use. Or well, the vintage stuff that the classic Studio Reverb I really loved, but it just became annoying to use. Like every time you wanted to relicense it, it was
Yeah,
like.
that sucks. That's massive. I've lost time counting the time.
But like with the old stuff, you like have to email them to give you a new license code that you can use again. And then
Well, they have this thing, don't they, where if you you have 108 when you buy a product, say with a sample library or something, for say Sample Tank, you buy it, you're told you got 180 days to download all the content, and we recommend that you keep the content, whatever. And then after that 180 days, if, for example, your hard drive dies or whatever, you want it back, you've got to pay. It's not a massive amount. It's only it's like $10 or something, but it's still $10. You got to pay to access it again for another 180 days.
It's the principle of it, isn't it?
It's like nobody else does that.
No, it's the principle of it. It's the principle's wrong, really.
Yeah.
Prometheus says I'm a dealer, but what am I a dealer in is the question.
He's a dealer in our sort of drugs.
Yeah.
Although my relationship with Korg is still strained to some extent, but we won't go.
Oh,
we
is
won't
it?
go-
Yeah.
It seriously is. We won't go there.
Really?
Yeah.
That sucks.
I mean, I am still a Korg dealer, but we're
what,
we have a-
renegotiating.
Well, no, I can't. I really can't say anything.
No,
I better not.
no.
No, I
So-
don't. I won't.
Over the last week, I've had similar sorts of issues. Obviously, I'm not a dealer, but I've had similar sorts of things. Don't say anything.
No,
Just
I'm not going to.
Yeah. Do fart jokes.
knob
exactly.
gags.
that'll do
You have
it.
the right to remain silent.
And I will remain silent.
Well, at the end of the day, Korg wants money, so they're not going to totally get rid of vendors no matter what. So
What I will say is, it's not with Korg UK. The guys at Korg UK are great. It's elsewhere in the organisation, but we'll leave it at that.
See, yeah.
You are distorting a little bit. Your
Am I?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind
quite a
of.
bit.
Yeah. I was being
was that?
polite.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm just.
did you guys see the Barp 2600 is $200 off at Sweetwater? Probably elsewhere too.
No.
Yeah, but the problem is Tomon's probably the same price.
That was
It is, but I
literally
have to
just
deal
going to
with
have a
all
look.
the shipping costs and all that shit.
I know we always talk about this, but it's not a big deal. But
Yeah, because
at that price.
Toman have got Cyber Week, haven't they? So
But I hear you.
Because Sweetwater's free shipping in the U.S. at least. So if I go to Tolman,
So what's the price? So what's the price?
whatever normal is $200 off. I forgot. Sorry.
Okay, just curious.
It's good price. I mean, it's never on sale that I've seen. Only the small modules, like the Wasp and the stuff like that.
2600.
I got the Wasp
Toman.
last year when it went on sale. Then sold it.
No, it doesn't look like it's. No, it's not.
about the Behringer 2600.
Yeah, it's still 489 on Toman. It's not discounted. It's not in their sale.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but
So
I
it must
think.
be a Sweetwater super dealer thing.
Well, let's see what Sweetwater is.
Tolman's normal prices are definitely better. Yeah, that's true.
But let's just see. Let's just.
But if you buy a certain inexpensive item though, you gotta pay the extra duties and all that shit. So
No, I know.
He said, "Duty."
Exactly. I got burned on that A-frame drum. It's a great
Okay,
unit, but it's
so-
the only place I could buy it was Toman, and they sent me a big bill for the duty on it. So
All right, so the orange one's 498 on Sweetwater. The blue one's 606, and the gray one is 566.
Andy, did so Toman sent you the bill for excess duty?
I think so. It's been a while, but yeah, somebody did.
Cause-
I forgot what it was.
Because the dealer
I thought it
shouldn't-
was. I thought it was
shouldn't
like
be the dealer.
800 was the threshold or 600.
No, it should be coming from. I mean, it's
More
difficult.
customs.
Customs, yeah. I mean,
It probably was customs. I
Yeah.
forgot. I actually kind of blacked it out, I think, because I was annoyed by it. So
well, you're right. So, yeah,
I know that Toman, straight after Brexit, literally January 1st,
yeah.
they had a whole bunch of issues, but they did eventually sort their system out. So now the price on the screen is the price you pay,
Right.
and that includes the tax and free shipping over 145, I think. Now,
But I mean, it just became what it used to be for a long time before. When you ordered out of EU, so ordering in Switzerland, it was just you got until they eventually had a Swiss web portal as well. Before that, you could only actually get the Swiss prices over the French website. But for a long time, you just got display prices without VAT in euros. And paid without VAT, and then you had to pay import and VAT as normal. So I mean, obviously, Toman was quite clever in sorting out a UK shell company in whatever way to do their business through nowadays.
Yeah, I think that's what. I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what they did.
Yeah,
There's
they
some
basically
sort of-
have a front end
yeah,
company in the
yeah,
UK that.
Yeah.
And,
I mean,
and then it's just a warehouse transfer between Toman and them, and legally the UK company actually sells it to you rather than Toman in Germany.
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
The same that music store is doing with having bought DV24/7.
Yeah.
I'm just looking through Toman's Black Friday, their Cyber Week deals. They're not very good.
Nothing very
There's
good.
no- I mean, there's not. There's nothing like, oh my god, that's a bargain. Like
Yeah.
the Mini Cork 700 FS has only got like about 80 quid off.
Maybe because the prices are normally.
You can get Automatones for £26. Look at that. I might get one of those. I quite fancy one of them.
Maybe
They're
because
fun
the
for
Toman
about 10
prices are
minutes
so
and then-
good all the time.
Well, yeah, this is that. No, there's really not a lot under the synthesizer section.
I wish they made an Automaton MIDI controller thingy.
Yeah,
the
that'd
ribbon
be
is a
fun.
MIDI. Yeah.
Not a lot there.
I guess it's a question of how much inventory they have, right? At the end of the day, I mean, if they didn't buy, I mean, if they're already, have been defensive, then you're just not going to get the good deals. But, we need a blowout. I don't care what it is, just blow something out.
I don't think with Toman that they ever really have. a
Yeah, they don't
blowout
really
sale.
do it.
They
did it with-
just.
I bought the M Audio Venom from them, and that was a stupid price. They were literally they were trying to give them away.
That's because it was discontinued for years, I
oh,
think.
Yeah, the whole company was getting rid of it. Even
Same
before
with the
M
Arc,
Audio
actually.
got destroyed or whatever.
Yeah.
Prometheus, yes, and yes. In answer to your question,
Let's see.
and
Oh yeah, but you're a pretty low number, right, Rob?
yeah,
Yeah, I think I'm like 300 something.
you should. I reckon you'll probably hear something by the end of the week, if not early next. I would have thought.
I didn't order it because I couldn't afford it, but I'm really interested in it.
It's probably the one thing I've bought that I actually need in my setup. I have a lot.
I don't need one. I just like Ian said. I thought, that's
It's great.
Yeah, for the money, they're portable. It's cool.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I've been
speak-
saying for ages. If somebody could come up with a battery powered handheld sampler that's about that sort of
3404.
size, but that's easy to use, and
Oh, it's not that bad.
So how
But-
are the
By the
how
way,
are the-
speaking of Kickstarter, I
it
had a
looks
funny
like
thing.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, doesn't
Yeah.
it? That it has that look about it.
Well,
Um,
yeah.
but
I had a funny
yeah.
thing with Kickstarter recently. I was buying one of those weird MIDI controllers. This company Bird Kids that makes modular stuff. They had a Kickstarter for a weird MIDI controller called Off Grid. They took forever to fulfill it. Obviously, COVID messed a lot of stuff up. But the people are on there still complaining as of January this year, and till recently. And I was at Perfect Circuit recently, and they were selling it at Perfect Circuit. I go, how are you not fulfilling people's orders, and you're already selling it at Perfect Circuit? And they finally got back to me and said, oh, we're very sorry, lots of challenges. The only way we could continue was to sell some elsewhere first, so we could continue making them to ship. But the current challenge now is they can't afford to pay for the new shipping costs that have gone up. So I have to send them a pre-postage package for them to send me my unit.
That stinks, doesn't it?
Now it was only like $80, so it wasn't like a lot of money.
At
for
least,
me, but
at least Sonicware have said, look, we can fulfill all backers' orders. You can pre-order another one now, like standard price, but you won't get it till February at the earliest.
Yeah.
they're a real
seen that,
company.
yeah.
This is a bunch of guys that got together and says, hey, we make
Yeah.
modular stuff. Let's make this other product. And it's like, don't do that if you can't manage it. It's stupid.
But I mean, any Kickstarter I've done, shipping was not included in the original price, and you had to pay it later, and it was.
It's not, but they didn't plan, since things have changed, they said they cannot recharge shipping after already having charged
Yeah,
the initial thing.
they didn't do it properly by charge.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to send something to get something.
It's crazy. Yeah, but back in the day, we used to have to send in a stamped addressed envelope when we wanted
Yeah,
certain things.
SASE.
Yeah. Jeez. Back in the days before Tinternet.
Self-addressed stamped envelope.
That's it.
I was looking at the sample track. I mean, only 100 units are available for mid-January now.
Yeah.
That's pretty. I mean, I
There's been a few-
I did think about it, but and I've never done a Kickstarter, which is that's not the reason. But I sort of wanted to see what people really thought about it, who
Yeah.
had it and had it for a while before. I mean, and what price did you get yours at, Robbie? I know you were early.
Has no clue.
No,
No clue.
I literally.
it was a fairly significant
It's a good
discount.
It's $400 at the moment, isn't it? The pre-order now is $400.
There you go. Let's go back in time.
But what
You just backed Sample Trek. Oh, blimey, that was only March. Wow. So, I don't know, because it's all done in yen. Hang on, let's just work this out. I mean, well, oh God, I mean, no, it's going to be different now, isn't it? Because the
Yeah.
exchange rates and everything. Did I do it on my credit? Oh, I might have done it on my credit card. Hang on.
It's not working.
Hang on a minute. What?
On that subject, Kent, how's the Seaboard going? The new one?
New one's lovely. You're right.
When did I order it? End of March.
Oh, when did you get it?
Not the
No,
new
it's
one.
it's
Oh,
not
you did get the new one
No.
yet? Okay.
The new to me, the Grand.
It's the Grand.
Yeah.
Kickstarter, here you go. £240.
That
I'm
sounds about right,
supposed
doesn't
to
it?
be
'Cause
getting a
it's-
rise too soon.
It's $400 now, so it's.
And that was including shipping.
Oh right, okay. So that's a significant.
Yeah.
No.
It's interesting in that your mic's quieter now,
Yeah, I've turned
But
it
still
down slightly.
distorted.
but it's still distorting.
Oh right,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Yes,
it must be.
Probably want to turn on the gain.
It's the. Hang on, let's try that
So it's distorted regardless of the volume.
one. Yeah. 1 2 testing 1 2.
Still the same volume, but still nay quiet.
1 2 1 2.
Still quiet.
Still quiet.
Yeah.
1 2. Testing 1 2 3 4
Better,
5.
that's better.
That's
But is
better.
it is it still distorting?
No.
Not
No,
at the
not now.
moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm doing is I'm
No,
using
Bits.
bit quieter. Yeah, a bit down a bit.
I've got you. I've put you on automatic because StreamYard does balancing
Yeah.
between all the mics. So, but for people in the call, it still. But yeah, you're on. Automatic.
I'm going through an R16 into my audio interface.
How's that, mate?
So the 48 volt is on the R16. Mainly because I want to try and do stuff with using it, putting instruments in, because I only have 2 inputs. So I've got 8 inputs on this. So that was the plan. You know, if it sounds okay and it's doable, you know.
Cool.
So that was the idea, just to see what it was like. All the levels look okay, although that looks a bit off.
What's going on here? I lost my.
What are you doing, David?
I lost
migraine.
I lost one of my. I lost myself. No.
Sanity,
The camera's
dignity.
not working. The laptop had to take over. I don't know what happened. Right. Anyways. Oh well. I'll figure it out later.
Hey, Dave, looks like you need a new age retreat if you lost yourself. So
Lost myself. Oh yeah, I'm like going lighter and dark. What is going on?
I see. Reason have finally got VST3 support, although it's currently in beta, but it's going to be coming soon.
Oh.
Oh, there he is.
No, get rid of him. No.
Oh,
We don't need him.
Hey!
Evening.
All right, Fruit Bat.
What?
Yeah.
Hello, Chuck.
You all right, buddy?
Yeah.
Good.
Fuck
Right,
your
that killed
conversation.
that.
It did, didn't it?
I come in it. I can shut
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Get your dick out, quick.
How do you know it isn't?
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, you're not
Thought I could hear-
Taiwan.
I thought I could hear slurping.
Oh.
Oh.
is that the sound of one hand clapping? Is that the?
One and something. Oh dear. Oh.
Oh, you know when you did that thing with Noah doing that review?
Yes.
I thought, I'll show Fiona that. She'll love that. And when he was saying, and he happened to say at the time something about the Hydra. And as he said it, I lifted up Noah's paw, so he's like pointing like this at the Hydra in front of him, right? And that fucking camera moved up as I did it, so you don't see it. It's like, oh. Spoiled a brilliant review then.
What? No, did that not do himself?
No. He's good, but he's not quite that good yet. He needs more practice. Yeah, are you familiar with Aussie Man?
Yes.
Right. I got Fiona a destination fucked mug because she's massive. She loves Aussie Man, right? I ordered it on the Friday, turned up on the Monday.
Wow.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought, hang on, it's not couldn't have come from Perth. And I checked the label, and it's from Doncaster.
Oh.
So he's got a bloke who's got all the merch up there as well to deal, with the UK and that. So I thought, oh, that's handy. I said, right.
Centre of the world, Doncaster.
Yeah, there you go. So I need
It's
to
actually in
find out what
Scotland.
else-
Yeah. It's nowhere near here.
Yeah, we bought a load of merch from him. We bought mugs and Mrs. bought mugs and t-shirts and fuck knows what, because he did a thing last year where he was supporting a young kid with cancer, and a lot of the sales of the t-shirts went to crowdfund this kid, and she bought a fuck cancer t-shirt because of course with what happened to her last year. So yeah.
Absolute.
And they're really nice as well.
Yeah.
I got a "Here's Me Face" T-shirt, and it's fucking lovely. It's really nice.
So something nice can come from Doncaster. That's lovely. Yeah. Well,
Why,
Jeremy
darling?
Clarkson come from Doncaster.
No, I hope not.
yes.
Did he?
Yes,
Did he?
Yes.
Yeah, somebody has to.
Yeah, his
well.
mum's.
Come on,
well,
Andy.
she's
How
still
you doing,
alive.
buddy?
Well, actually, in 1980, a certain family up sticks from Wigan in Lancashire and moved across the hills and settled in Doncaster. And some poor bugger actually went to school in Doncaster, and his dad still lives in Doncaster, so that's me. So Doncaster is.
So
I
it really
won't-
is the centre of the world.
do you know what? I have
Randy's
I have
world.
no emotional attachment to the
No.
place at all. You know, I spent my teens there. I got loads of. I just don't. I mean, I go back fairly regularly, but it's quite a nice town. It's quite a nice town centre. It's come on loads in recent years. Well, it's not a town anymore. It's a city. It's been granted city status, and rightly so. It's growing really well. It has the real feel of a town that's going somewhere. City. But I can't say I know it or feel much for it. I remember when we got there, and I was just going, because I was like an 11-year-old from Wigan, which is quite hilly. We got to Doncaster, and it was like flat as a bleeding pancake, and I was going, where am I going to ride my bike? I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Everywhere,
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it was like part of the point of the ride the bike is you went up, and then you went whee down the other side. And there was nowhere in Doncaster to do that. Where am I going to ride? Well, actually, in the end of the day, we did loads of bike riding to Finningley, to Clumber Park, to all sorts of places. But I can't say I'm particularly fond of the place, or I don't actually dislike it either. So it's just a place.
I have to say I don't really know it because I've done quite a few gigs there over the years, but really gone in, arrived at the venue or the pub usually, done the gig and left, and I don't think I've ever been round the town. If I'm honest,
Well,
There's
some lovely bits. There's some lovely bits in the town. There really are. There's some really quite unique and special bits. One of only 4 mansion houses in the country. There's York, obviously,
York, yeah.
Ian, Chester, Doncaster, and London. Those are the only 4 places that have proper true mansion houses. And the mansion house, which is part of the council buildings, is beautiful. It really is beautiful. But anyway, enough for me being part of the Doncaster Tourist Board. I'll
You're talking about flat. I went to Lincoln to have dinner with my brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but Lincoln's
on
not
Saturday.
flat, is it?
no, it's
Lincoln
Not.
itself
Lincoln.
is not flat,
No.
but everything up to Lincoln,
It's
on
tedious.
people say to me, "Oh, you live in East Anglia? That's boring. It's all flat." It's not.
It's not.
It's not flat at all
No,
in East
Norfolk's
Anglia.
not flat.
The
Fens
but as soon
are,
as you
but-
as soon as you get up into either west of Norfolk into Cambridgeshire or north of Norfolk into Lincolnshire, then it really is. It's just properly
Flat,
horizon
flat,
to
flat,
horizon, nothing in between.
It only exists because of that bloody
Lots of
Vermeulen bloke. That Dutch fella that they got over to drain it all.
Yeah.
Still, the whole area is below sea level.
Yeah.
Bessica in Doncaster is about 10 metres below sea level. It's crazy when you stop and think about it, but there you go. It's just
It's like Nebraska and Iowa, super flat.
Yeah.
Oh, those
Killed it
emails are coming through thick and fast, aren't they? Black Friday offer here. Black Friday.
I'm not
offer
getting
here.
any of them, thank God.
I've only had a couple.
Only
Do you know
get
there's-
ATO.
There's one. Well, the one I've been getting, and it's not Black Friday, is Relab, who make that LX480 plug-in, and I've got the basic version that comes with half a dozen presets, but the full version is like 400 quid. But they're doing it on offer for 175, and for the last 2 to 3 weeks, every day an email, and it's not just, "Hi, we've got a sale. It's this price." It's like it's like an essay. "Oh, Rob, you know what's different about digital reverbs and analog reverbs?" And then they go on to tell me what's different. But I don't know, and I don't care.
I mean, I am getting some from some suppliers, but that none of them. Like 5% off. Why would
yeah,
I?
there's- yeah,
Why
I
would you
think
get out
it's-
of bed for 5%?
I think a lot of people are struggling. It's this sign of the times, isn't it?
Yeah.
They can't afford
Yeah.
to knock much off because their margins are so
No,
thin as
no.
it is.
I'd just like to take issue with this, Rob, because actually I think you really do know the difference between analog reverb and digital reverb.
I probably
I
do.
think you're perfectly clear.
But I don't
What
need
the
somebody
difference
to
is.
write me an essay every day to
No,
tell
you
me.
don't.
No.
That's why I unsubscribe. Yeah. Well, you could
Yeah,
always do
yeah,
that.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
But then I'll
I've
miss
heard-
the one I really want, you see.
Well, that's what I did to ADO and Tonehammer even before then. What's the other one that came out of Tonehammer?
I've just seen
They're
Robert's
like relentless with emails all the time. To a point of just, I no longer care. I don't like a modern website either way, and all this flashy stuff. Because I no longer want to be a customer of all these emails.
Oof. You're harsh, Robert. You may be a lazy wanker, but you're definitely harsh.
Yeah, but he's a lazy wanker that can dispose of your corpse.
He
What?
can.
Yeah.
Is it Undertaker as well? Trained
Oh,
Undertaker?
if you missed the start of the show,
Oh, right,
then
okay,
you
what?
won't. Yeah.
Yeah, it took a dark turn.
Not half.
Very.
Bloody hell.
It was purely educational.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. It was.
Yes, officer. That it was purely educational.
He'd like to dispose of us all, isn't it?
Nuremberg rallies were educational.
Excuse me, Constable. We were merely talking under friends.
I have to say, I'm not going to buy it, but I am very tempted by Artorias V Collection 9 for €300.
You get a lot for your money.
I like
Yeah, I know, and I mean, had I not bought the Organelle, I might have considered it, but I can't spend another chunk of money now. You know,
I got an offer for 99 on that.
is that because no update? Isn't the update? I haven't. You see, I haven't got an earlier version.
Yeah, I have.
Yes, if you, I think, is it from 6 onwards you can get for 99, which is great.
Yeah, or if you own certain other bits and bobs.
I own some other. I own quite a few bits and pieces. I should go into my account now and see if I've got a 99 quid offer.
He's
I'm
going to
buying
buy it live on air.
I'm going to buy it live on air. Yeah.
What do you actually get in the V collection? Because this is the sort of thing that I
Shall we tell you? Here you are,
Go on, tell him.
Here
I
we
know.
go. So you get
36 instruments,
36 instruments,
starting with
Analog Lab V, which is the kind of best of collection thing. Then you've got the ARC 2600, augmented piano, augmented strings, augmented voices, the B3 organ, the Buchla easel, the clavinet, the CMI, the CS80, the CZ, the DX7, the Emulator 2, the Farfisa, the Juno 6, the Jupiter 8, the Korg MS20,
he's
the
reading them
Matrix
off a
12.
list, isn't he? That's great. Keep going, Rob.
Yeah,
Of course he is,
absolutely.
yeah,
Mellotron, Mini Moog, Modular Moog, OPXA, piano, Pigment. No, sorry, no, not Pigments, Prophet 5, Prophet VS, SEM, Selena, SQ80, Stage 73, Synclavier, Synthi,
One thing.
Vocoder,
Nope.
Vox Continental,
Nope.
Whirly V2.
and a partridge in
Hey.
Nah,
March, yes,
Manny's still 199.
11 lords are leaving. So go on, David. Why are you going? Nah.
Just being stupid.
No, it's okay because part of me goes, I'd just be overwhelmed. I
No,
wouldn't-
I checked out. I checked out at
Yeah.
Buchla, maybe.
Yeah, there's certain. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There's certain things you go. Yeah, it would be great to have a playback with that music. Is like, oh, wouldn't it? But you can't possibly learn all of those.
It's too much.
It's
too
way, way,
You don't
way
necessarily
too
need to
much.
learn them all.
It is too
You
much.
can
dabble.
just go in and pick some nice presets and
Lazy
I
man.
reckon it's worth it just for the CS80.
yeah, the CSO.
I mean,
Ken-
actually, the CS80 is what. There's a couple of things. A, the Buchla
I like
easel,
the
I would like to have a go on.
Yeah.
The CS80 definitely.
Yeah.
The Synthi.
The SQ80 is great on there.
yes, it's very good. Yeah.
The rest of
Oh,
it.
what a machine!
Oh, I mean. Yeah, I mean,
at your
much.
leisure, Ian.
It's too much.
At your
Mhm.
leisure.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's stuff in there that I haven't even. I mean, I've gone through it and I've played around with some presets, and then I've just not gone back to it
Yeah.
because I haven't felt the need to. But I know it's there, and you know,
That's
if
how I
I
feel
want,
with all my software.
oh, there's the App 2600.
yeah,
I'd rather
But
have the Behringer.
the
Right, do
CS80.
What's
recommend
the
that
five? What's the
CS80
Farfisa? What's the Farfisa 5?
It's an organ.
I know it is, but what's it based on? Because I used to own.
Farfisa.
Compact.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
I
it's
know,
got-
but which,
Yeah.
but which Farfisa?
Other
Compact.
compact
Yeah.
or compact duo.
Compact Duo, because I used to own a Compact Duo.
Isn't that
Yeah.
what Alan?
Turing.
Not Alan. Shearer. Yeah, Alan, what was
Alan
he called
Ball?
from the animal? From the animals.
No,
with
the
Partridge.
the compact duo was played by Jimmy in Blondie, because that's why I
Okay,
bought
right,
one.
Right.
Now somebody before that would have probably used it as well, but that's why I
I know
bought
who you
one.
mean, Andy. I do know who you mean,
His
though.
surname's gone.
Yeah.
Into the
Alan
great
Price.
beyond. Yes.
He was a Vox Continental man, wasn't he?
Was it Vox Continental? All right. Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, what I would really like, rather than the standard orgs, it's like for Fees a Professional, that was, because that's a slightly weirder one, but that was used by all the Krautrock guys, and also the professional piano isn't all those. I mean, they're nasty sounding, but that would be different rather than having another for Fisa that I wouldn't use.
It's a pity they've put a DX7 in there, though. Sorry, Rob.
No,
You're
do
not,
you know?
Ian.
To be honest,
speak the truth with love.
No.
it's not a bad version of it, and the UI because it uses the Arturia sort of stuff. It's makes it easier to comprehend and get your head around. But I still maintain that OPS 7 is the best sounding DX7 clone.
Right.
You know what? I think I'm going to get buried in this jumper. It's lovely. I love this jumper. I'm never taking it off again.
Yeah, but does it dissolve in acid?
Yeah.
I'm staying away from acid. No.
Well, I mean, if it's polyester, then it will dissolve very easily.
See,
It's fucking scary that you know that shit.
It's exactly what I said about half an hour ago.
It's wool.
Well, petroleum products
Oh.
do break down easily. They're plastics
Yeah.
are petroleum products. So
Common solvents.
Scary
Yeah,
stuff.
solvents that talk like that, innit?
Yeah.
Robert
Anybody
has
know how
told-
Dom's feeling, by the way? Just out of interest.
No, I haven't heard.
Hope he's all right. So,
Yeah, I hope he's all
Dom,
right.
if you're watching,
What, is he not well?
With I
go
think
to
it
best
was
at home. No, he cancelled
another
last night. Got
migraine yesterday.
Oh, shit.
by the way, did you guys see the Teenage Engineering dolls sold out in 9 days?
Because they only made
yes.
one set.
So all the naysayers out there.
Yeah, and
it was
yeah,
popular.
only.
Yeah, but
only,
selling out is just like if they only made 20 sets.
Well, you know, Ty bought most of them. So
Yeah.
and Heinbach bought.
Yeah.
Has anyone actually seen Heinbach's video?
That's
it's actually
quite
quite cool.
uncomfortable asses.
I thought it was great. I mean, I thought these things were just so funny and quirky that I'm glad they exist just because they're bloody daft. But Heinbach's video on it was great. You know, it really was, and just because it's okay, it's a lot of money, and I could never afford to go out and do that. But I'm glad he's had the wherewithal to do it, and shows just how fun these things can be, and how creative you can be with them. You know, okay, it's Heinbach, and he's on another level with thinking about weird ways of using things. But yeah, I just thought it was brill, really, really brill.
But it's not that fun if I can't have them.
Nothing is. Dave.
Well,
Nothing.
maybe that will be the Bearing Club version.
Oh yeah.
VST version.
The VST.
I've
No,
just
well,
read.
you're
How
dead
about
right.
the mini
You're dead
version?
right, Dave.
You know, like the real tiny little ones. They're like
Russian
50
doll
bucks.
versions.
And look at, yeah.
I've just realised something about my my Arturia account. It's not $299. It's $199
Okay.
to buy V Collection.
Oh, it's even more tempting now.
It's worth it.
It's a lot of
You,
stuff.
you,
for it.
you even get a Quark product in there.
Yeah.
I've
and
already got it.
authorised.
I don't need the Cog product. I've got it on two. But
Wagyu's.
I've got 15 days to think about it.
Can I just say, Wagyu? I know. Did you get my DM today
Virus.
in Twitter? Just say yay or nay.
Hey Kent, your synthesizer's starting to go around you. You're almost like in a circle. I can see it.
Yeah.
It turn in the corner.
I won't be happy until I'm trapped.
So you have to jump over.
you have to crawl under them to get out.
Neither
Yeah,
will
if you crawl
Fiona.
under, it's awesome.
Neither will Fiona.
I meant
Well, I want to imagine how Vangelis managed to crawl out under his setups.
I think he rolled
Got
over.
his roadies to move them a
Yeah,
bit,
he-
didn't he?
no
If
shame
they're
in
like Moses and
crawling
did that
under.
and they
It's no
parted.
shame.
Ah, dear.
There was a funny little cartoon thingy on Facebook. Someone the tagline was, "The two things that really drew me to analog gear was the expense and the inconvenience."
You've got to love the expense and inconvenience.
That's been misappropriated from one about vinyl.
Oh, is it?
I'm not
There's the
surprised.
same meme that goes around about vinyl.
Yeah.
I had to laugh the other day. My daughter, who's 18, she's now got really into collecting CDs. That's her thing. It's kind of it's
How
an old
retro.
format, but yeah, exactly how retro. This is after many years criticising me for my vinyl collection. But we were talking about something, and Jackie said, my wife, she said, "Oh, I'll just." She said, "No, I've got that on my phone," and my daughter says, "No, you haven't got that. You've just downloaded it. You don't actually own it. You don't have like the real CD or anything, do you?" I think, "Oh my God, I've turned my daughter into a physical format snob." I was slightly proud. Just slightly. Bless her.
I mean, there also used to be a time where you could download something and own it, but obviously that's disappearing more and more.
But does she like doorbells?
She loves doorbells. She hasn't got a choice.
Gotta love doorbells, mate.
Yeah, everybody likes a good doorbell.
Let's see what we've got now.
Right, I'm going to go and get a brew. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, it's done it again.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting anything for Black Friday. There's literally nothing I want right now. It'd have to be a really good deal. Nothing.
No.
I'm pretty exhausted. I got too much stuff. I bought a lot of crap this year. I can't even.
Perfect Circuit had some great deals.
I invested. That's right. I invested.
What is that? Is that Ken?
Yeah, but like a lollipop.
Sorry,
It's like a.
Behave.
Is that the CS?
I'm sat here looking at it. You do realise that? I'm just sat here looking at it.
little bit of pitch bend.
You'd have to buy a Rolly as well, Ian.
I don't need a rollie. I've got an instrument.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah, you do.
Don't want a rollie. It's like dead flesh. Sorry, Ken.
Now stop it.
Each
You'll
to their
turn
own,
Robert
my
on.
friend. Each to their own.
It's not
Yeah,
that
yeah,
bad.
exactly. I did try it. I tried it. I just couldn't get on with it, really.
Excuse me, it's exact toy. It's not Dead Flash.
No, it's dead flesh.
That sounds
Clearly,
really good.
clearly you got more experience with other things than I do. Can we have some Guitar 1 and Guitar 2?
That was. But you always
Weren't you
need to-
listening? Come on, wake up, Robert.
Always need to adjust it a little bit. Back there. About bass and EP.
Is it just the way you play it, or does every single sound on the CS80 just sound like Vangelis?
No, it's the way I
Even if
do
it's a
it.
plug-in version?
No, it's the way I do it. I've heard other people, playing CS80 plugins and people playing CS80s, and it sounds awful. Doesn't sound like me playing it.
I'm sure I can make that happen.
Oops, Freudian slip. No, and you can play it so it doesn't sound like Vangelis. I automatically I can't get out of it. I'm locked in there.
I mean, Steve Porcaro managed to play it so it doesn't sound like Vangelis.
I mean, without effects, it's less impressive, obviously. But
Oh God, I mean, I remember ELO at Wembley, and they were doing telephone line, and he used strings 3 and 4 to do the dee 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 dee, and it was like, oh God, it's awful, it's horrible. Oh God, they're the worst 4 patches in the world. Never mind the worst ones on the CS80, on any synth. I dare you to find any patch that's worse than
Clitoris patch.
the Clitoris patch is okay.
Crazy cat.
What? Funky?
No, Funky actually is quite useful. But you don't use it in a very musical way, and then it's actually a lot of fun.
Is it like a clav sound?
What, funky? No, it's a.
Well, it's a bit like it's supposed to be a bit like a filtered cloud.
Is that it? It's far too long to get funky with, if you pardon the expression. Stop it, Matt.
I didn't say a word.
No, you didn't. You didn't need to.
Oh yeah. So as you can see, the CS80V is very good. Where's your wallet?
In the right hands.
Luckily, my wallet's not in this room at this particular moment in time.
But it's not. We're not.
It's not a million miles.
I'm sure we're not listening to the Cherry Audio one.
Buy me. Buy me.
What are we talking about?
Buy me. Ian's wallet. Sorry, Ian.
Yeah.
Ow!
Are you hearing stuff?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
coming
From me?
through.
Sorry.
No.
Like an upright piano sound, like
Yeah.
a Joanna.
Wait. I can't hear that. Why can't I hear
Oh God. Simul busking.
Copyright strike.
it? Is it still coming through now?
Yeah.
Not too loud.
Not too loud.
No, it's all right.
Sounds like my granddad's old piano. Playing Schoenberg or what?
It's just it's a sampled piano on the organelle, but it's got a really nice sort of. It's, and I think it is. I don't think it might be an upright, but it's got some.
Sounds like an upright, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm having this little speaker because I can't hear it with headphones.
Is this StreamYard fallback?
I think it's just it's a StreamYard thing. And is it? My question is it coming out in stereo?
Couldn't tell.
Play.
That's mono.
Mono.
It's mono-ish, but it is both sides. It's coming out in stereo, but it's
I'm going to turn the
centralised.
delay up and see what. Where are we?
Kent, yours is stereo.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I? Is you know that in the settings where there's that tab that says Force Stereo.
Yeah.
Force Stereo. What does that actually mean?
It allows stereo.
Yeah.
Just
Hear
it allows
Darth Vader
stereo.
in both ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it deliberately.
It just yeah. It's a strange thing. I've never really understood it. So you need, if you want your signal from here to come through in stereo, you need to make sure you've got Force Stereo to be tabbed.
Yeah. Also, in the augmented strings.
Yes.
Is lovely.
It is lovely, actually.
Num num. So yeah.
Toy piano.
It's meant to be something called Rhodey, like a Rhodes, but it's not.
It
like a
sounds
toy piano.
toy
But
piano.
there's,
Yeah.
there's a cat laying
Or broken
down
roads.
on the
Yeah,
time.
it is. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like if the hammers are completely misaligned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like the noise I get in my head when I have a bang on it.
That's still mono, or ish.
Very mono.
Very mono.
If you're saying it's not phase cancelling though.
Trouble is, I don't know what's meant to be mono and what it's actually meant to be stereo. So
There's 15 different sounds going on.
Sorry.
Robert, are you playing stuff as well at the same time?
It shouldn't be coming through. Or,
I just want to know because I don't know whose sound's coming from where.
He's trying to summon time.
Or is it
That's
no,
Robbie.
it's
That's got to be
Robbie.
Robbie.
Look at he's got that naughty boy look now.
My hands are here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
Quick,
playing
look over
that-
there.
He's freaking micro, isn't he again? Micro freak.
No,
mini
that's not-
freaking,
that's not
mini
the micro
freak.
freak.
Mini freak.
That's not even that.
Oh,
was that me or was it everybody?
Was what?
is that you?
Just you.
It was me. It's just me
Just
then.
you.
I think it must be our Wi-Fi because
Are you
everybody
on
froze.
Arturia then as well, Rob? Playing that V collection.
No, I'm not playing V Collection.
Oh, yeah.
what
No,
are
it's
you
a
doing
compact
then?
deluxe.
Other than drinking a cup of tea. Ow, that's harsh.
Yeah, signal's a bit hot there.
Ooh, that was
Not mine,
that
those
came
didn't speakers. People just fucking market.
That sounds like a Farfisa through a phase.
That does not sound like a Farfisa.
For a flanger.
Is that meant to be a Farfisa?
Yeah, it's one of the settings. Hang on.
Yeah, no, you can hear that certain thing, but through the phaser. Yeah, like there.
It's analog delay, overdrive, and chorus. It's even got the distortion.
It's not how I remember it.
No, you had a real one.
I had a real one.
There's
I had a real.
four.
I had a real one that had a wonky note on it, which was brilliant. It had a,
I don't think they've incorporated that.
no, I'm sure.
Is it
In
a
fact,
reed organ, the Farfisa? Is it?
I don't know.
What?
What was the
Perfect.
question?
Was it a reed organ?
No, it's a transistor rise.
Transistor plate.
It's just a divide down
Transistor array,
organ,
yeah,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
I owned two. I owned the first one was the compact duo, and then I had a single manual, which was a later version. I can't remember what it was. Matador, Farfisa Matador.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
the red one.
No. No. Did they do a red one? Because that was always the what's Continental.
No,
It came with a yellow jock strap.
No, the
Sorry,
Matador
that's
was
shite.
wood.
Two horns.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Matador had like fake mahogany, I think, finish.
Sounds awesome.
I'm still looking at this feet. You've got me at it,
No,
Gabe.
it's great.
I'm going. That's it. I'm going off it
Smile
now.
on your face, Ian.
You've gone off
Hey?
it now.
You're
I've gone off it now. I'm not looking at it anymore.
glowing thinking about doing it.
Shut up, you.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Oh,
You said it, David. Oh, what is that? Sounds like a Paula Abdul record gone wrong.
Or not.
Isn't that redundant?
Yeah. Oh man.
B-side.
Hey, that's numbers.
I love
That-
samplers.
That was numbers. Oh god.
Still Arturia version 9 though.
Just think how much better it would sound with what's the current number? 11.
No, 9.1.
No, that is the latest version, isn't it?
9 is the latest, is it?
Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
Go on, Sarge. Oh.
Do, do, do.
Half God, Half Biscuit is asking if Ray Manzanera used Farfisa for bass. I don't think he did. Didn't he have
No, he had the Rhodes piano bass.
he had the Rhodes piano bass? Yeah,
on top of a Continental.
that's
But,
right.
but then on most of the records, it's a real bass player anyway. And it's
Right.
only really live.
It's only,
that he-
only live. Yeah.
Never tried this.
You're dual watching this, and I'm not watching Hardware Jams tonight, Andy. I've just decided I'm having a Monday away.
Besides, it's very
I end up
difficult to
staying
go
up
4
too
hours
late.
without hearing a chord.
Not so.
Ah! Oh, I can be such a wank sometimes.
Because there's no harmonic shift in any of the pieces.
What a wanker.
I've actually heard some good stuff on there before now. It's really good stuff.
Again, that's not fair either, Robert. Well,
Well, let's see how good this ARP 2600 actually
I mean,
Oh, Ken, go on then.
I'm not really somebody to complain about lack of harmonic shifts in music.
I'm
That's
gonna
really
actually
most of my stuff.
gonna set
It's
it up.
just in one key and never goes out of there.
Right, let's put it into test.
you've only got a
mode.
maximum of 5 minutes, so I know you could, but
Right, let's see what we've got then.
I mean, you can bring other chords in occasionally,
you can, well, not now. You do.
but it's just
Oh, Grace do. We like doing that. Anyway, that's by the by. We haven't contributed this week because Grace is in some other part of the world. I don't know.
New
quite
York.
where.
In America?
New York.
New
What
York.
was it?
New
Say, I
York.
saw
America.
Paolo on Jimmy Fallon or one of those late nights. So I assumed that.
Yeah, they're in New York. I mean, I know because Grace has met up with Babs, with Lady A.
Oh, nice.
So facilitated that, swapping emails and this, that, so that they've met up. So that'd be cool. Interesting to hear how that went. So
Yeah.
Babs sent me a message say thank you for sorting that out. We had a great time. So that was lovely.
Good.
That was lovely. Actually, that was on Ramsey's show.
Yeah, I missed that. I was away.
Yeah, we scribbled your name down furiously in the absent book.
Yeah.
No, when you get there.
I was meant to be away, but I was there.
That's nice. Is that the 2600, Kent?
Yeah.
The panning's great. Well, it was, but it seems to have stopped.
No, I'm doing it.
Yeah, like that. Oh, what's
Oh,
this?
yeah, yeah.
Where's that coming through, Ken?
Pardon?
Because it sounds a little bit. What's the word I'm looking for?
I have no idea.
Lacking substance.
Bearing
Bass?
It's not so much that. It just doesn't sound like it's coming through the system. It's almost just I don't know. It's weird.
That's another reason not to buy it.
No, it's another reason not to trust Kent. And
I've
his
just
audio
worked out that
skills.
it's actually not because
Oh,
199 euros is only 172 quid.
Yeah.
Fucking bitch.
It's even cheaper.
Six.
It's even cheaper.
I jumped on this thing, and he said, Kent's first comment to me, he says, "Oh, you're a bit left."
Oh, here we go.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You're only coming out of the left ear." I said, "Well, I'm spitting out stereo." And I checked all my settings, and then 2 minutes later, he goes, "Oh, hang on, it's me." So yeah,
Had to fucking bring it up, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
that having been told you a bit right.
Hey, speaking of the ARP 2600, there's some cool 2600 stuff in the Don Lewis documentary.
There is.
Mm.
Did you see the thing about Sonic Seasonings where he thought it was all synth? and he heard all these thunder sounds on there and stuff. He goes, "Damn, I got to do that." So he figured out how to do it on the ARC 2600 and read the sleeve later and realized, oh, it's natural sounds and synthesizer.
When he went,
But he made some great stuff and is inspired by the album. So.
he was a cool bloke.
And that Leo system's unbelievable. That's so cool. You know, it sucks. The whole time, you know, I used to hang out in Pleasanton once in a while. I didn't know he lived over there.
Yeah.
I could have bumped into him randomly at some point. So.
All right.
Yeah. No, we're hoping.
I'm
So I've been
assuming that's
trying
the
to
EMS rather than the ARP.
Yeah, I'm going EMS now.
we tried to get him on the show
Was
a number of times.
that Pink?
But-
That was the Pink Floyd bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. But we hopefully we're going to get, because he was going to come on with Ned, who directed the film. But now Ned's saying that we might be able to get somebody else whose name escapes me at the moment, but is knew Don incredibly well, and it's part of the NAM operation, I think. So
Is Leo still at that museum, or did they move
yeah,
it?
it's still at the NAM museum, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a good place for it to be. So
Sure, yeah.
Can I ask a different question? Has anybody who's ordered the live and sample track actually got it yet, other than the YouTubers?
not yet, but I'm tracking.
Oh,
Have you received an email to say it's been sent to you?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I got the email that
Oh,
it's
come on,
shipping,
honestly.
but not the actual shipping confirmation.
Actually, well, let's just have a quick look here.
Actually, I'm just saying I have got an email. Ah, it's landed. Thank you very much. We have started shipping the sample track today. Okay, so it's shipping. Yeah, all right. So I've got that. I just wanted to ask.
How are the
Check.
reviews so far?
That's a
Sorry,
good
sir?
question.
I haven't.
Oh, mine's in Shanghai now.
Well, they have incomplete firmware on the reviews, so they're still.
Exactly, and that's the thing.
Yeah, there's been some. I mean, I don't know if anybody saw. Did you see Ave McCree's? He was very damning, really.
Pigments is nice.
How many times can one man say "what not" in a video? Seriously, you watch that video, and it's like every other word is, "Well, I just pressed this and whatnot, and I just did that and whatnot, whatnot,
Well, his
whatnot."
reviews are very skewed anyway. There's that whole Ben Jordan thing with the MPC keys you
Yeah,
don't
I
like.
know.
And
oh,
Yeah,
is
MPC
that,
heads,
is that
so
him?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right,
if it's
okay.
not
Yeah.
MPC, he doesn't like it most.
exactly, and this is exactly his point of view on the sample track. He doesn't actually come out and say it. It's not a goddamn MPC, but that's what he's saying.
Well,
Exactly,
I mean, it's 1/3 of the price of an MPC.
Did you see Yu's response to it? Uendo's response.
No,
No, I haven't actually.
He
but-
said,
I'm sure it's golden.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so chill and just sort of like, yeah, well, you know, I've dreamt of making this. It was, I'm paraphrasing here. I dreamt of making Sample Track for a very long time, and I shall continue to try and improve it to the best of my ability, sort of thing. So he's just basically saying, yeah, okay, you
Yeah,
don't
thank
like
you
it,
for your feedback.
yeah,
But I mean, I suppose there's going to be things about it which some people will go, well, it is made to a bloody price. I mean, it's only cost 200. What did we pay for it? 220 quid. Was it?
240 or 230
Yeah,
something.
It wasn't. And it actually, in that sense, it's probably going to be very very flexible.
Haven't they?
not gonna do
Didn't
anything.
they hold it back because they were working on the firmware for a bit
Yeah,
longer?
There was
every-
there were still bugs in
That's
it,
great. Good on them for
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
and there are still
every
bugs that
guy.
people are finding.
Yeah.
You know,
they will do. Yeah.
Bo Beats, he found a couple. Somebody else I was watching. Who was the other guy? Forgotten. So I've watched these videos.
There was Bo, there was Lou Pop, and then there was Chris.
That's it. Chris's one. And they've all got little bits, but it's we're all going to be beta testers, aren't we? Really, in a way,
Well, they're trying hard not to.
which is a
that's-
good thing. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, we would have had this a couple of months ago, had it not been for the bugs. And they've said, no, we're not going to put it out there with, you know, hopefully, you know, with no bugs at all. But yeah, we're going to sort of work on it. And I think if you read that email, it says they're personally uploading the new firmware in every unit before it goes out. So
Wow,
Cool.
Okay.
that's a
Yeah.
lot of work.
So And it is a lot of work because it's the firmware's done over MIDI. So,
No, surely not.
oh, hang on,
So
maybe
it's
that's got
it's got a USB
yeah,
port. So they're
yeah.
not gonna
So
do it
yeah,
over
so,
MIDI.
yeah. So no, because it's the Livens that have to be updated.
The other
over MIDI.
ones,
Yeah.
This is a Liven. Can I point out?
No, it's not.
But no, it's
Sample
got-
Trek's not part of the Liven range.
Yeah, that's part of the reason they have a lot of work because it's a totally
What
new
is it then?
paradigm for their stuff. So
Sample Trek is a new item, is a new line. The Liven stuff are those boxes. You know, the Liven XFM, the Liven 8-bit.
Yeah,
I
the
see.
Liven are cheaper. They're like
Okay.
$200
Bass and
bucks.
beats, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, has anybody ever used them? Do we know what they're like? The live and
Yeah,
stuff.
Rob,
Very
you've got
good.
the FM one, haven't you? Is it XFM?
XFM, yeah.
Of course.
Of course, yes.
Is that a cracking cuppa you're enjoying there, Robbie?
There's a cracking cuppa in my tremendous, wonderful, amazing,
Yeah, the
thoughtful mug.
works is much easier to use.
This one's always in store. Twat. Send it to Matt.
Thanks.
Well, you've got the word in your name there, so I'm only.
Right.
This is true.
Week.
Oh, hang on.
What?
I can
Rise
beat
to
that.
this week.
Yeah, it's quite obvious. That's quite in your face, isn't it? See, I like to give this mug sometimes to certain people that come over that might want to subtly
Oh, there we go.
abuse snark.
Oh no, I've got a Roy Chubby Brown one that when you finish the cup tells you to fuck off in the bottom.
Oh, Wales have got a pen.
I'm boycotting
You're
the
not gonna-
football.
Can they write?
Yeah, too bloody
People
right.
from Wales.
You know, I was disgusted with FIFA today. Well, I'm not a big football fan, but the armband thing, for
Yeah.
God's sake, you know.
Yeah. It's difficult because
just
the
stinks.
game has been held hostage by everything else, and all football fans want to do is enjoy a World Cup tournament, and it's been screwed up.
I mean, what do you expect? It's
right.
FIFA.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Controlled by
it's
money.
about
Who
money.
knew?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Not interested. Won't watch any of it.
But
even
so-
if England
saying
gets to the
that,
World Cup
I
final.
thought Joe Lycett is an absolute stone cold fucking legend. Absolute legend for what he's done. I've got
Yeah,
all his
exactly.
friends yesterday were saying, "Oh, he actually shredded 10,000, and think of all the good that money could have done." And then today he reveals that
he's
that
already
money,
he's
already done it.
he did
And
it.
it was all
He
a
did it.
hoax.
He did it before he did his first video, didn't he? He
Yeah.
sent it, yeah.
Yeah.
What has
just like-
Chris Lycett done? This has passed me by.
What Joe I said, he decided to, if David Beckham wouldn't terminate his
contract.
contract, he would shred 10 grand.
Because
We could
Beckham's done a contract with the Qatari Football Association, $10 million or something, to
promote
be
it.
an ambassador for this World Cup. And Lycett's take on it was, hang on a minute, Beckham, you're a gay icon. We, as a queer community, have always respected you because you were the first Premier League footballer to appear on Attitude magazine, and he's done, and he's always been supportive and all of this kind of stuff. And yet he then takes 10 million quid from a country that has terrible human rights records, and particularly to the LGBTQ plus community. And so Lycett said, here's £10,000 of my own money, £1,000 for every million that you've taken from Qatar. If you don't rip up your contract and give the money back, I will shred this £10,000. But if you decide to give that contract up, I will donate this money to charities that support LGBTQ plus people within football. And that was the thing. So the clock's ticking. It got to yesterday. It was yesterday, wasn't it? The first
Yeah, it
game
was
of
yesterday.
the match, and time ran out. So he makes this brilliant video, as only Joe Lycett could do. With it, he's got a shredder, and he comes on in this amazing kind of fancy outfit in the colours of the flag and everything, and just goes, doesn't say anything, just comes on and then just chucks 2 bundles of money, and they go, and it's shredded, and it all comes out, and then he just walks away. So of course, this is all over the news. Oh, think of the good he could have done with that 10. He could have, this time of crisis and everything, he could have actually given that to so and so. And lots of people were saying, oh well, you can't buy that sort of exposure for a cause for £10,000, and he's brought a lot of exposure to a cause. And then this afternoon, this lunchtime, he released a second video where he admitted that the money didn't get shredded. What was spat out was fake. And then he got the cover of the magazine that Beckham had first appeared on back in 2002, and with the blessing of the magazine, shredded the image of David Beckham, and then just said, "Right, I'm off up to the have a few pints at the gay village," and off he goes. And that was it. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And he said the money he'd already donated, the 10,000 to the charities, before he'd even posted the first video. I think he's so. I've seen him live, and he's just brilliant live because he does that whole thing. He tells a story. He's telling jokes, but then he tells this story, and then there's an outcome that he's been plotting for ages. He's very, very clever. Very clever. I won't say what it's about because it's worth not knowing, and then either going to see the show or get the DVD when it comes out. But it's lots of respect for him.
I read a post that said they're not allowed to sell alcohol in the stadium, so there's Budweiser selling outside the stadium.
They're allowed to sell it in fan parks and
wasn't it? Yeah.
certain corporate events and other bits and bobs. But no, you can't just go in the ground now and buy a beer.
Well, presumably in the FIFA lounge it will be fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there'll probably be more than just Budweiser in the FIFA lounge.
Yeah, there's also
Crystal Bell and all that.
When they're claiming they're selling beer and then they're selling Budweiser, I mean, come on, you can sell beer or Budweiser.
Exactly. Yes.
Well, the hot dogs are just a roll.
Yeah.
Well, yes, exactly. It's a very strange situation, isn't it? That the whole thing is so tainted simply because of the location.
Yeah.
But
and
actually,
many people
the truth in the matter is, it reveals just how much. I'm gonna have to use the word. How much corruption there is within it all, anyway, regardless of where it's held.
And it's not
Whether
just
it's in
football,
South
is
Africa or America or Great
Yeah,
Britain.
isn't it a big deal with Greg Norman over there and some other stuff?
Oh, that's just bloody awful too, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Greg
I don't know
Norman
that.
thing.
What's that?
Oh, he set up an alternative golf tour, and he's just been
Oh
twat.
yes.
So
It's
and a
mostly
lot
over
of
there, isn't it? In the Middle East, isn't it?
You know, and he's managed to get a good number of the high profile has-beens.
He's got quite a bunch of the PGA Tour, haven't he? So they're just
But
clearly going for the money.
Sorry.
The Olympic Committee is just the same, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's all crap.
Proven is everybody has a price.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true. I mean, golf was my game, and when I first discovered that there were tournaments in the sorry Andy, but there were tournaments in the United States that no one's heard of and no one really cares about.
Only my
Where
dad, he's
the-
the
where
biggest
the-
golfing fan on the planet. So
Where the prize money was $1 million, and I was thinking, I'm not comfortable with this anymore.
my dad actually played in a game with Arnold Palmer, Jack Lemmon, and Craig T. Nelson.
Oh, right. Nice. I'd
Got
love
on
to have had a
TV
game
and
of golf with
everything.
Arnold Palmer. I mean, Arnold Palmer is one of those great golfing heroes for me because he was actually a top bloke and really funny. You know, you listen to interviews with Arnold Palmer, he was always really, really, he's a bit like.
He's a regular guy.
Yeah, regularly, just a laugh. But anyway, we don't need to go on about golf and golf, but it's the idea of money in it. You know,
As soon as you can make some money out of it, then that's it. The thing. It's like rugby. I mean, rugby's managing to kind of tread the line, but when money came into rugby, because it obviously was until. Well, I don't know when did it all go pro. I know league went
the
first.
rugby league has always been pro. That was
Yeah,
the
yeah,
point of the,
but-
of the rugby
union
league. So that's just not proper rugby. It's just people poncing about. So I never bother with rugby league.
I'm glad you said that because I'm a union
It's
fan.
not. I mean, rugby union. Okay, I'm a grammar
Yeah.
school boy, and
Don't say that in front of Fiona.
rugby league. It's just daft. So rugby union, and that went pro actually in the late 90s, I think. And they've managed to maintain some level of integrity, but there's not the same sort of international interest. Okay, here in Britain, France, bits of Spain, Italy, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. But the big money pit, the United States, they haven't got a clue about rugby. And why would they? They've got their own version of it.
Which I have to say I like American football. I think it's great.
Yep,
You
it's
know,
great to watch. I
yeah,
enjoy
no,
watching it too.
I
I
subscribe
wish I knew more
to
about it.
the NFL to watch the games after the games have been run. So when I've done it for a few years. It's only like £40 a year, something like that, and you can watch the whole game in 40 minutes, which is perfect for me. So they cut out all the crap in between. Literally, they cut out all the crap in between, and it's just fantastic. You know.
I used to play it. I can't really watch it. So
I like Matt's comment he was just put in the chat. So golf to me is a sporting version of the DX7. I need to annoy two people on screen at once.
I quite like the women's rugby actually.
golf is more like pool. It's not really a sport. It's like a skill and a pastime.
Well, what did Churchill say? Had you spoil a jolly good walk?
Mark Twain.
Was it Mark Twain? Was it? I thought it was Churchill. Why did I think it was Churchill?
No, it's Mark Twain.
There you go.
The women's rugby is good though, as is the women's football. I mean,
Yeah,
much
the
more
women's
interesting.
football's great to watch.
Yeah,
Because it's so much more scrappy and
Yeah.
not as precise, and it makes it much more entertaining.
Actually, I'm trying to remember who won the women's World Cup this year.
Who won the Women's World Cup this year? Let me think. Scratch the chin.
It wasn't
Just
this year.
wonder.
wasn't this year, was it? It was
No,
Euros
that was
this
Euros.
year. Euros
England.
this year.
No,
England.
the
England.
rugby.
Oh, the
Oh,
rugby.
the rugby.
Women's
Australia.
Rugby World Cup.
Australia, yeah.
Australia. The league. They won. They won both the men's and the women's, and both of them three times on the trot now, isn't it?
The World Cup.
Yeah, the Rugby League World Cup
I
this
thought the
year.
final was between England and France.
Are you talking Rugby
no.
League or Rugby Union? Because Rugby Union World Cup
Which is the one where you really get hurt?
Rugby union,
Rugby Union.
It's Union then. That's what Fiona's in there.
the proper game.
Yeah.
She's a Saracens and a Harlequins fan.
That's right. That's Rugby Union.
That's Union.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right then. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, we watched the rugby league game. She didn't like it because there is a rugby league game. So I thought, I'll watch that then and go, oh dear.
What are they doing? They
Oh,
just
dear.
keep rolling around on the floor. And,
Do you know what it
and
reminded me of?
It is interesting
The difference
because
between watching a proper rugby match and then watching a football match with a little prancy girly. Somebody
yeah,
came near my
exactly.
leg. You know, that kind of thing. And that's what
It's-
this league was like.
my youngest has played rugby since he was at school, and he played both codes for quite a while. Especially when he played for York under 15s, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
He prefers to play league.
Mm.
You know, and he has done for quite a number of years, really.
Mm.
and what's his reason for that?
I've never asked him. To be fair, I'll ask him at Christmas.
Less rucks.
I think
Well, they don't have to,
I
do
think
they?
Matt will
They
probably
avoid all of that.
yeah, but I think Matt will probably say it's a faster game.
Oh, it's definitely that.
You know, so I suspect it may well be that, but
Do you
But
think
the
so? Because I think when I watch League, I get irritated with the stop-start.
yeah, well, I do too.
We get
Actually,
through your
yeah.
legs business.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, they're on number 6. I mean, oh God, what?
But in league, you wouldn't get somebody like Joe Marler reaching over and grabbing the South African captain's dick and tickling it just before the throw-in to put him off, would you?
that's true. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I wish I continued with it now. Now I feel like I've missed something.
Any game that involves what was it?
So-
Where you can ram your head up somebody else's bottom. Hey,
And get away with it.
and get away with it.
Yeah.
Shall I get one of those for the collection?
What's that? What's one of them?
It's a Yamaha Mini
Data
data
filer,
filer. Yeah.
No, Robbie, don't. Do you want one?
Not really, no. But
You
it's,
go on like you play them.
Do you want one for your collection? Because I have 2 MDF2s.
oh, I don't know. This is the MDF1. You see, it's proper
but
old school.
Yeah, but that's on the mini disc, isn't it? One of those
The
little
green
ones.
color on it makes it.
3.5-inch floppy. Yeah.
I've got.
Robbie,
Honestly,
he's trying to get rid
I've
of
got
some
2.
crap.
I'm not really, because they're named. I'm said it on a Ramsey live stream. I've got 2 of these data filers, and I bought a spare one just in case. I've no idea because they're absolutely solid, and they got named. They got named Sid and Nancy. so I used them in my live stuff in the 90s, and also they got used in Chillage People live sets and things. So they've been used, but actually they were great things, the MDF2. So I'm quite happy to part with one if you want one for your Yamaha collection.
Oh, I might take you up on that.
Okay, well, ping us a message and we'll sort that out because I can't promise it'll work.
Well,
I mean, because it hasn't been. Neither of them have been switched on in about 20 years. But
the QX3 and I believe the DX7 Mark II, because they've both got floppy disk drives in them, actually have an MDF function in them. So
yeah, upset Ian now.
Oh bloody hell! Look at that! Yeah.
No, look at that! Oh, I wanted that, and he's off it.
Yeah, Robert, when you come down to
seriously,
this,
Robbie, if you do,
SY45 or whatever the fuck it is. YC45, that one.
YC.
That requires coming around with like.
I didn't know you were unconscious.
Truck.
With a 7.5 ton truck, yeah.
Nah, you can
get an Uber.
Oh, don't mention 7.5 ton trucks to me. I'm still going through all that bloody process. Dear Lord.
Dear.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, Rob, if you're interested in that, I can cheerfully sort it. Yeah.
Cool.
I'd be happy to oblige.
Cool. Thank you.
And I put that Jupiter 8 front panel aside for you, Matt.
What?
Well, you wanted a Jupiter 8 front panel.
Yeah.
Hang on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. You
Fucking
still want
hell,
a display in it?
Art.
Yeah.
Art.
Okay.
Oh, what? Thank you.
Go behind you. It go perfect just behind your head there, Matt. That would look
Up on the wall. Great big white space up here.
I mean, at that point, I take the wave to hang on the wall as well, and to like you use to test spray paint and get rid of aggressions.
Robbie, have you ever used the demo of Pigments?
No, I've got the full version.
All right. Because I tried out the demo. I thought, I'll try it out for a few days and see how it goes. Right. The demo is 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, something like
Can't
that.
get
The
through the
demos
first
used to
batch
be
of
longer,
sound.
and some of those things they put an audio spike in there.
They're doing Ian. Sorry.
Oh, they're all going now.
Yeah, this is fun. Someone just did a hardware jam with a Casio CZ. You don't see those out very often.
Actually, what was that I just saw on eBay? So you know that QX1 that I pointed at? I can't remember when I pointed it at, but like there's a QX1. It seems to be fully operational in the US, and it's got a few more hours to go, and it's still only up to 53 quid. That's a bargain.
Sounds it.
But it's in the US, so I shall leave that. No, I saw a Casio. I think it was the sampler. What they got.
Do you have any Casio stuff, Rob?
No, I really really want an RZ1 because that.
Oh
was,
yeah,
that
I
was
got one a
one
while
of
ago.
the
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, that was one of the first kind of drum machines I got really into. My first one was a DR55.
I mean, the drums are only slightly better than my MT500, but
Oh, they're not the best in the world.
but you run
if
through
the-
effects and bit crushers and stuff. they're
Yeah,
pretty
and the
cool.
fact you've got those full sample pads on there as well,
Yeah,
so you can put your own stuff in. That's
exactly. Yeah.
No,
The guy's even selling a new ROM chip on eBay for.
Yeah,
it.
I've seen
this
that.
one.
Yeah, and because you got individual faders and that, it's actually it's a pretty high level. For what it was well.
Yeah,
spec
I mean,
for, the
for
price.
Casio, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Mm.
They did have their heyday.
Oh yeah, yes. I was speaking to somebody today who's doing. I can't sort of say what it is, but they're recreating a classic drum machine, and not a recreation that's kind of like a copy. This is like a. So basically, if you've got the original, you can use these new bits on it to repair it. So it's.
Also like the Dinsing 808 as well.
I can't say what it is, but it's. I saw he sent me a demo of it today. And I was just like, Oh my
Speaking
God,
of that, you guys ever
that's
seen
that-
a Cheetah MD16? They're apparently very rare.
Yeah, yeah.
Never showed up over here, but I
Yeah,
wonder how common they were there.
They're not particularly common, I don't think.
Because the sampler is also very rare. The Cheetah
Most
Yeah.
of
sampler.
them ended up in skips.
Yeah, and Spearsy's
Yeah,
got
most of them didn't work very well, did they?
Spearsy's got the one you rack.
The
what was it?
16, the analog
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
Apex Twin made
Yeah.
one with the digital,
Jamie's got-
the small digital one. He had a whole album with it.
Yeah. Jamie's got
MS16
the-
or something like that. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah. There's a whole range. The analog one's actually quite good, apparently.
MS6 is great. I mean, they were selling them new when I bought my Emax too.
wasn't Cheetah behind Spectrum?
I heard they're like a
The-
joystick company. Don't they make joysticks
Spectrum.
and stuff?
Yeah, they did a bunch of stuff, but I think it was Spectrum was a drum module for the ZX Spectrum. It plugged into the slot at the back. It's
No, no
basically
way.
a sampling drum machine. I'm sure that was Cheetah
Yeah.
because they've got one at the Centre for Computing History in Cambridge. Yeah,
Cambridge place, yeah.
and but they were playing it, and because I remember seeing it, as a young lad and thinking, oh, that'd be great, turn a Spectrum into a drum machine.
It's about, was it
but-
3 seconds at 8K?
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
Something like
but
that.
Mark Chinley always talks about sampling on the Spectrum. I don't know what the program's called, but
there towards the end of both, like the life of the C64 and the Spectrum, there was stuff that was coming. Obviously you needed add-ons, but they were tasty little machines.
I have one of those silly Red Sound Dark Star XP2 things.
Oh yeah,
Another one that's kind of rare.
the guy that organises that synthesized show in Cambridge, he's a massive Dragon 32 fan. I mean, he's got like every possible version and variant of the Dragon 32, which is this Welsh.
Just the Dragon 32.
It was
Can't
a
say that.
Welsh computer that was sort of designed to compete with the likes of the Spectrum and the Commodore 64, and kind of I think it used.
I used to remember selling them.
I think it had a 6800 or 6809 Motorola. I think it was
I don't know.
6809.
6800.
Oh, 6800, yeah.
6800, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same processor as you would processors you'd find in the Fairlight, but only, of course, only just one of them.
Yeah. They wanted it to be bigger than the VIC-20,
Yeah.
and then the 64
Yeah, I
came
remember.
Because do you
Yeah.
remember there was always like kids at school, like most people either had Commodore 64s or Spectrums in the mid
I had an
80s.
Atari. I had an Atari
Right.
400.
But there was
Or
always
BBC.
there was always the one or two that had, that clearly their parents had gone out to buy a home computer, and the kids had been banging on, I want a Spectrum, I want a Spectrum, I want a Commodore, and their dad would go out and buy an Oric 1 or a Dragon
I was gonna
32.
mention the
Yeah.
Oric, yeah.
But here's a funny thing. I was talking to Paul from IK Multimedia. Do you know Paul?
I know Paul.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
So lovely.
I've seen him for a
lovely guy.
while. He's a lovely bloke, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Diamond geezer. And he came down, because he lives in Cambridge, and he came down to the Synthesize show. And it was me, him, and Tony, the guy that organised it, and we're just chatting away. And of course, Paul goes, he says, "Yeah, well, I was involved in the Oric 1 development. He used to work for the company that did the Oric 1." And yeah, he's really nice guy. But yeah, that was a weird little Spectrum clone, but it had solid plastic little
Yeah, it
button
was Spectrum
keys.
size with proper keys, wasn't it? But
Well, yeah, they weren't rubber, were they?
Yeah,
But I remember my mate bought one for Christmas, and we went upstairs to play like the one game that was available for it, and he was like, "Fucking, I asked for a Spectrum, and they got me this." And his dad was like, "I said, well, it was a much better deal." Yeah, there was a reason.
I've done it, Kent. It's your fault.
He's bought it.
Well done.
you could have bought a Eurorack synth module that makes no noise for that.
See, the
Exactly.
power of the dealer.
Exactly.
And I resteth my case.
Yeah.
PSN flags again.
You got the
Yeah.
Arturia collection?
Yeah.
There you go.
You could
How
get
many
the
days will it take
Behringer
to download
2600 for that.
How long did it take to download? Because it's just updating the software centre.
Yeah,
It's a
mine
while.
took a while.
No, well, yeah, it does take a little while, but that's mainly because like the
It's
augmented
massive.
stuff. No,
Right.
the instruments themselves, apart from the CMI and the emulator, and SQ80. No, SQ80 hasn't got samples in it, has it?
Well, I mean, technically, but
But
well,
yeah,
that's
I
so
mean,
short.
there's about half a dozen things in there that will take a bulk of the time, but the a lot of it's quite
definitely
light.
The augmented
Overnight?
take longer. Yeah.
Overnight.
What's your connection?
Oh, well, I'm on Wi. I mean, it's not great. It's not.
Yeah, maybe over.
Yeah. I might leave it till the morning then.
That's why I buy the Native Instruments stuff on SSD, so I just have them. There's no download. Plus, if they delete them, I still have them. So
Yeah, true.
Eyes.
Yeah, it's half the reason I've had to buy this 8 terabyte SSD after getting complete full collection something or other.
Well, you don't
Big
have to
sucker.
download everything.
yeah, you do, because it'll disappear
Yeah,
eventually.
I want it.
They'll be like they did with Absinthe. They'll take it away, right?
Nobody takes my absinthe away. We've got plenty of bottles here.
We don't eat this week then.
Food schmood, who needs it?
Exactly.
Well, fasting can be healthy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when I
okay.
discovered eBay, I was on peanut butter sandwiches for months. So
Oh, God, I
It's a
so
business
miss
expense. It's a business expense.
So miss peanut butter so much. Oh God, it's been 10 years since I've had peanut butter.
You're not allowed to have peanut butter cans.
No, Fiona is violently reacting.
Oh, I see.
Oh, is it a nut bit? Peanuts.
Yeah.
They're not nuts.
No, they're not. They're peas, but
It
people are
doesn't,
allergic
it doesn't matter, does it?
to
No.
pea peas. No,
she
pea-
still
nut
swells
peas.
up.
they're legumes, but yeah, it's
Yeah. So I can't have peanut butter. We can't have it in the house.
I work with a girl at the zoo. Her father is allergic to everything. He couldn't go out to eat ever because, whether it's wheat or nut or some of that kind of allergy, he just would be it's a death wish, right?
Well, from previous boss, he used to, he is allergic to nuts and lentils, as we then randomly found out one time.
Wow.
Because that's always what you want to find out.
'Cause you
Like,
put lentils
over
in
lunch,
stew.
that you're allergic to lentils.
It's like this thing where you can eat or wear or something for like years and years and years, and then suddenly become violently allergic to it. Like with that hair dye a couple of months ago. I mean, I used it before several times. Then this time,
Well, my dad used to bring poison oak home from the golf course, and then we'd all get it, and he wouldn't. And then eventually he started to get it. So
and then he stopped bringing it home with him.
I was going for the damn ball in the rough, right?
Go, no, fuck it, get another ball. Not risking
He
it.
he bought expensive golf balls.
Oh,
He's a real golfer.
well, you should hit them straighter then.
I missed that. Is he allergic to golf balls?
Eh?
I am.
Could you imagine?
I got
They
put into
became
hospital. I got put into hospital by a golf ball, but not how you might think.
Uh-oh.
What, up the rectum?
Oh, well.
Oh,
I said not how
we
you
were
might
all
think.
thinking
No,
it.
he's wrecked him and nearly killed him.
accidentally slipped and sat on it. Yeah.
No. So my old man was really into golf back in the 70s. And he bought this golf encyclopedia. It's a big, thing. And one day I was going through, just sort of reading through it, and it had a cutaway of a golf ball, how it's constructed. So, hard shell, and then, and it showed that, there's this kind of metal ball in the middle of the golf ball, and it was wound with rubber.
Not anymore, they're not.
No, but it was like, that's why I put the 70s thing in there. So,
Not just rubber, it's got a percha.
and so it's
No, it's not a gutta percha.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
Anyway.
not. They haven't been made with gutta percha since the 1930s. No.
I
It was,
wanted-
though, at one point, yeah.
I wanted
Good to
to
perch
get
it at
to the
one
ball.
point, yeah.
I wanted to get to the metal ball inside, because you do when you're young. You just think, oh, yeah. So I went to my dad's golf bag, into the
Got
pocket
a
where he
hacksaw.
kept his balls, and found one that had a dirty great crack in it. I thought, well, he won't miss it. It's cracked, and that's half the job done, or certainly part of the job done. So I was a Sea Scout at the time, so I had this Sea Scout's knife, which had a big blade on one end and a splicing tool on the other. And I'm sat there like this, going, and it's getting through and getting through. And then all of a sudden, this thing just bulged. Yeah, just kind of. It was like, what's that? And it went straight in my eye. And I go running to my mum, Mum, and I got this rubber sort of stuck in my eye. She's like, what the hell have you done? What the hell have you done? And she didn't want to pull it out because she didn't know what. So they rushed me to A&E, and they got the rubber out, and they said I'd scratched my cornea a little bit, but other than that, it was fine. So it got right in the eye. My dad thought it was quite funny, bless him. But exactly 1 week later, exactly 1 week to the day later, I went into A&E again with a broken finger, and I'd broken that, split the bone right down the middle.
Doing what?
Playing football.
Doing that to golf balls.
Yeah.
That was so much fun.
His dad, and his dad took the
My dog used to get hold of my dad's old golf balls he wasn't using and chew them, and then right at a certain point, as the ball cracks, it spits that ball out, and all the rubber bands go ting 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 all over the place, and the dog's freaking out. It's hilarious.
Yeah. I never did get the metal ball at the centre of the golf ball.
No, you're lucky that didn't hit you in the eye.
Well, yeah.
I didn't know there was one.
There isn't anymore.
Not
They don't
anymore,
put
there's
metal
not,
balls
no.
in the middle. And they're not wound anymore either.
No.
I mean, wound golf balls, 30 years.
I've got a box.
Got to purchase a long time ago.
I've got a box.
If you've got to purchase a golf ball, hang on to it because they're worth something.
Well, so when I used to work at Argos, we used to have these guys called porters. They were basically retired guys, just doing a few hours a week, shifting the stuff off the
Boxes
lorry
round
into the
and round,
warehouse. Yeah, that's it. And one of them's a Scottish guy, and he came in one day and he said, "You like golf, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I haven't played for a while." He said, "I found these in my cupboard the other day. You might as well make use of them." And it was a pack of 6 Dunlop golf balls in this little presentation box for Christmas. It said "Season's Greetings." It was like from
Dunlop
1960 something, something
Were
like
they
that.
all wrapped up in black with a little sticker on the top?
Exactly.
Know exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I'm such a golf nerd as well.
Yeah, and I said, they look too good to me. He said, "How long have you had them?" He said, "Oh, I don't know. I bought them years ago and just never used them and shoved them in the drawer."
Oh yeah.
And I took them to a golf pro, the local golf pro, and I said, "What do you think to these?" He said, "Oh, they're very nice." He said, "You want to hang on to them? They might be worth a bit soon." And when I said how much, he said, "Well, not right now. They're not worth a lot," but he said they might be. So I've still got them somewhere. I must dig them out and see if they're worth anything. Maybe Jim's left me a bit of a gold mine.
Yeah, there's a whole range of different Dunlop 65 golf balls. But if you've got a pack and they are wrapped, if they're
still
wrapped
sealed
in the back plastic with the thing on the
with
top.
a little thing on the top.
Yeah, I would.
In the
I would
Season's Greetings gift box.
I would have a look because those are the sort of things which now have gone up in price.
Yeah.
I mean, weird golf balls. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but every now and again, somebody going around one of the Scottish golf courses finds what's called a feathery. Now, a feathery was basically pieces of leather into which was stuffed a top hat full of sodden feathers. Pushed in, all these feathers, pushed in, and then it was stitched up. And then as they dried out, they would expand and make this hard golf ball in the leather. And the more you played with the ball, the better it got, because you hit it and scoring patterns on it. That's something they discovered over time, that you need to have scoring on the golf ball to make it fly better. But and these feathery golf balls, which are from the 1700s to the early 1800s into the mid 1800s, are really, really valuable. Golfing collectors pay a fortune for those sort of things. And similarly, if you go around antique shops and you see those old golf clubs which have got the wooden shafts, the hickory shafts.
Yeah.
Every now and again, if you're going around there are some with certain names on them, which, if you're in the know, are worthy. If you find one that's got the word Swilken on, or Tom Morris, or what's his name,
Hitler.
not Abercrombie. No, but there were all these people. The golf pros at the golf clubs in Scotland were also golf club makers.
Right.
So old Tom Morris, who was the guy who actually designed the golf courses at St Andrews, or basically sorted them out, he was also a golf club maker. So there are golf clubs out there with his name on, which he would stamp in the bottom, and they would go through his shop. They're worth a fucking fortune. And every now and again, one will crop up in a. Could be just a little putter. It could be an iron of some kind, but they're really valuable. Didn't realise that Andy was such a golf nerd, Wagger. Yeah, I am. I was so into. Well, I was actually quite a good golfer in my time. You know, I got down to 8 handicap when I wasn't my best, but it's like a lot of these things. I just fell out of love with it. I fell out of love with it because I just couldn't maintain the standard, and then I got frustrated that I wasn't being able to. I was no longer competitive, so I was turning out every weekend with no hope of being competitive in these competitions because I just wasn't as good as I was, and my handicap didn't reflect it. And I just lost the love.
Yeah, my dad could have gone pro, but he was too much of a workaholic to quit and do golf.
Yeah,
so.
but I was, it's one of those. I fell out of love with music, and like I said, about 2002, 2004, fell out of love with all that, and just turned me back. And I turned my back, and I went into playing golf, and I got into playing golf, and then I lost the love of that as well. It happens. I have these waves of interests.
I think we all do to some extent.
I think we do, and I'd be quite happy.
You know.
I mean, I'd cheerfully go and get my golf clubs. I'm going to have a round of golf tomorrow, if I
I
could
mean,
with anybody. But I'm not bothered now about trying to be competitive anymore.
I mean, I never fell out of love with music, but I fell out of love with piano. For 3 years, I hardly ever played a piano.
Yeah.
You know, at one point, just wasn't into playing, proper piano until, and what when I worked at the university, they had some music teaching rooms. And I suddenly discovered these things and thought, I'm going to book myself an hour one lunchtime, and went and played on the Bosendorf, and just that was it. I mean, I'll never be able to afford one, but the fact is, I was playing the grand piano again, and
it was like, ooh.
Yeah. Now I remember what I really liked about piano.
Yeah.
That's what's great about NAMM. They have this piano rooms upstairs, and you can just play the fanciest pianos you've ever seen. They'll never be able to find in a normal store or be able to afford, and you can just screw around on really nice pianos.
That's like the Yamaha shop in Soho. Upstairs, you've got like one of everything that they've done.
Yeah.
Along with the Becksteins and some really. That's the one that where my son on the ground floor, where it's the showroom, he got told off for playing, but upstairs he could go away and dick around as much as he wanted to, which was odd, but
that sends the wrong signal, doesn't it? Really does.
Yeah.
It absolutely.
I mean, if he had just been banging out some, Three Blind Mice or just mashing the keys, but he wasn't. He was playing what he's been learning and sounded all right to me. I think was it the following week we went into PMT in Cambridge. And he started doing that, and they all started sort of, oh, you're good. It's just a completely different attitude, completely. I
did go into, I think it was not Music Ground. It's a shopping. No. This was in. Where was it? It was Bristol, Music Shop in Bristol. And we're just looking round, down the bottom of the hill towards. Yeah. They were playing football in the shop. Two salesmen were playing football. It's a big shop, and I mean, it was one of those sort of. It wasn't a proper football. It was a foam football, but they completely ignored the fact that we were in there looking at stuff. They did say hello, but nobody ever came over and said, is there anything you're interested in? And we just had a look round, and they were carried on with the game of football. I thought.
I remember going in there. I was working in the courts.
This is PMT Bristol, It wasn't PMT at that point, but it is. That's that shop. Yeah. Sorry, go on, Rob.
When I was working in Bristol, when I was working in the courts, they're just around the corner from the shop, I think. And I used to go in there at lunchtimes. I think was it the Korg? What was the Korg? Was it the Radius that kind of like sat up like a
Yes, yeah.
odd looking
Yeah,
thing,
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Could be a
I think that
module
had
or-
just come out or something. So I was playing around with that, but they didn't have much in there really, to be honest.
Mm.
I can't remember what it was called at the time. It wasn't PMT. It was something else.
Was it?
Wasn't it? No, it wasn't Academy of Sound, was it? I can't remember now.
No. I used to whenever I went into London, I used to always go in turnkey.
Yeah.
I used to love going in
We all-
turnkey.
I think we all did. Even
Yeah, I
every
was
trip
just-
to London, you had involved
Yeah.
a visit to Turnkey.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
or Soho Soundhouse as it was before
Yes.
it became Turnkey.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's right.
And we always used to buy, because this was the late 80s, but there's a place over at Bingley, quite a big shop over at Bingley. And we would literally, the band I was playing with at the time would go over there. And whenever we needed anything, yeah, in Bingley. I can't remember what it was called now. But I didn't buy my DW8 6000. I bought that from down in Bournemouth. But I bought my amps from there. Drum kit came from there, you know. But yeah, there was quite a big shop in Bingley.
There was a time
Cat-
there were shops everywhere, weren't there? I mean, I remember I bought my Mackie CR1604, the original one, from Axis in Stockport, which was a proper studio supply. And me and my dad, they've got it at a good price. So me and my dad, we drove over. I mean, I was in Sheffield, he was in Doncaster, but he came and picked me up. We drove over Snake Pass into Stockport and all that business. Found Axis eventually, but got buzzed in, went, and it was like, and then got these massive mixing desks and the Studer tape recorders and everything. And I'm going, I'd like a Mackie mixer, you know. Well, that was amazing, that place, and that's all gone now. Axis Studio Sounds has gone. It's quite sad, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I for some reason I keep wanting to call this place JSG in Bingley, but I don't know if that's right or not.
I have no idea. So
We used
just
to have
trying
in Norwich. We used to have
JSG
Carl-
Music, Bingley, yeah.
Carlsborough.
Carlsborough,
became
yeah.
Academy of
Yeah.
Sound. Became
Yeah.
Academy of Sound.
Became Academy of Sound.
Yeah, every time I go up City Road in Sheffield and go past where the building where Carlsborough was, I mean, Carlsborough was a ritual visit,
Yeah.
a ritual place. Going to Carlsborough, then it became Academy of Sound. I was in there all the bloody time.
Yeah. Well-
and now it's like a kiddie's nursery. It's really
There's a
sad.
Well,
there's a
I
place
was-
in Norwich called Anglia Square, which is like this brutalist shopping centre that was built sort of like late 60s. It's an awful place. And
Friendly bombs and fall on.
Yeah, Carlsborough were in this little unit, and it was so tight and so cramped. I remember buying Cubase from there, getting an upgrade, and they gave me the wrong dongle. They gave me the dongle for the Cubase Score, not standard Cubase. And when I pointed it out to them, they're sort of like, whatever. Cubase.
Yeah.
And then they moved across when they became Academy of Sound, the other side of Anglia Square, but they had this massive thing. And you'd go in there, and like all down one wall was all the guitars, but all down the other side was all the tech. So it was all, they had a soundproof room where you had all the mixers and the outboard and everything, and then they had all the synthesizers. It was just masses and masses of synths. And then they had a drum room that you know, again, soundproof drum room that you could go in and play things at. Brilliant. I bought my S6000 from there actually, and a few other bits. But yeah, just an amazing shop. And then I think
What's an S6000?
Akai
S6.
S6000.
One with the
Oh,
remote
S-
front panel.
Sorry,
thing.
S6. I thought you said.
Yeah,
I thought
not
you said
S6.
S6000. You know,
No.
the S6000.
I bought my S6000 there. Bought my Easy Bus. I bought my CS1X. No, not my CS1X. Bought that from Mark. I got my RM1X from there. But you go in and you'd know people by name, wouldn't you? And you know, they'd know you.
Yeah, I used to go in Music Ground in York. I mean, I did go across to Doncaster, but Music Ground in York, I mean, I'd go in and have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Every other day I'd be in there, you know.
Yeah.
They were just great, those shops, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in Borgerbrach, then you can just go into Thomann, and
Well,
they're a lovely store where you can literally just walk in and try everything.
Yeah, I'll pop over in your lunch break.
Well, it's a tiny
Yeah.
village in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
tiny village in like the middle of the fucking nowhere in Bavaria, and then obviously the shop is like it started in one house and then just annexed more and more houses around it, and then it's just where all these weird things where like merge the houses and breakthroughs in the walls, and it's a lovely atmosphere.
I'm hoping that my association with Gear News now might get me over to when they next do one of their big events.
That would be great to go to one of
No,
them.
you're just in it for the freebies, Robbie. Admit it.
Yeah.
Of course I am.
I mean, is Gear News owned by Thomann, or are they just the main financier?
They have. It's. I'm not fully. They did sort of imply what it was. They're kind of. There's a connection. It's not just Gear News and Thomann. It's Amazon.de and there's a whole bunch of others.
Yeah, I mean,
little things.
Thomann is very good. It's very happy to supply ads for a decent amount of money.
Oh yeah, like everything that we do has a Thomann affiliate link.
Yeah.
And
I
it's-
have a Thomann affiliate link, which actually upset that was one of the things that upset Cog,
Oh,
which is interesting. Because apparently, oh no, I won't say it.
no, just offline.
Yeah, offline. I'm going to pop out for an hour, so I'm going to watch Celebrity with Jane. So I'll be back a bit later on, guys.
All right, buddy.
See you later.
Oh, yeah,
Cheers.
See ya.
I'm sorry, it's the only one I watch, Andy.
You've gone down in my estimation.
I don't watch any others, but I quite like to see Matt Hancock eating penises.
Matt Wancock.
No.
Yeah,
Tory with a cock in his mouth.
That's a good
Exactly.
soundbite here to use for something. Yeah. So.
yeah,
There's other
exactly. Yeah.
places you can go to if you want to see that being done.
Yeah, but on mainstream telly, come on. Right, I'll see you later, guys.
Take care, Ian.
Tra.
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 Oh dear.
I have no desire to watch people making fools of themselves. Am I
You can
weird?
come here and do that.
Why do you come with me then?
Well,
No, I
well,
know
no
that's
celebrities
different.
here.
We're used to it. Yeah, but yeah.
That's true.
Speak for yourself.
Anyway, and that's when Handel's coming on with a bottle of red wine. Then
Oh, yeah.
maybe we get to a
We've
point.
got that to happen yet.
Don't know about the S3000 XL. ESI 2000 Turbo. I'd take a punt on that, Prom, if you're really interested. I've got the ESI 4000. It's a cool little box, but wow, it's a pain in the arse.
Didn't he say that there's an S6000 on eBay fully loaded
Yeah,
for
it's
620?
6000. Yeah.
That's not bad
Fully
price
loaded.
for at the moment because
No,
they're
it's
going
not.
up and up.
It's not. So that will be a good one.
I feel bad
And
for
probably
disposing
easier
the
to use.
6000s.
What's that?
I feel bad for disposing them.
Disposing of S6000.
6000s, yeah.
The thing is, nobody really wants them or needs them these days, do they? To be honest, that's the problem.
No.
You know,
There's-
those old hardware samplers, unless you're desperate to have that particular thing for whatever reason.
But it's like the CMI, the Series 3 Fairlights. They are sonically nice and clean. Now, if you want, most people will want to go for an S5 950 or something that's a little crunchy and a little lo-fi.
Yeah, you want some grunge in there.
But as soon as you start getting 16-bit, I mean, it's just functionality that's really.
But the Series 3, when you pitch down 4 octaves, that has its sound.
It has its sound.
Yeah,
Absolutely has its sound.
Those
it-
bit limited samplers
But
had a sound of their own, and each had a character.
No,
So the
no, but
Mirage is so great. The Mirage is hard to use, but sounds amazing.
No, but more of a Fairlight is even the Series 3 still uses variable sample rate.
yes, it does. Yeah,
But
but
I don't think there's anything else that is 16 bits.
no.
So there's nothing that can do pitch shifting in that quality.
Mm.
Really?
Absolutely.
Conveniently, sadly.
But the S6000 really doesn't offer you much over what you could do for a lot less money and a lot less space. But saying that, mine sits in the corner over there, and I just recently brought the panel, because that's the beauty of it. You can just bring that panel with an extra long cable and stick it anywhere you like. And I was going through the libraries, and there were some bloody good libraries. And it is fun to use because it's easy to use. It's not super complicated. It has that big screen that you can just... as soon as you remember the muscle memory of shifting the dial and just using some of the the buttons, it all comes flying back, and the workflow is very quick. It's very rapid.
I have the 5000. How long is that 6000 cable?
As long, well, I think
Well, it's R232 ultimately.
there is
Or maybe
there
it's
is a length
0.5.
limit that they recommend, but mine
Yeah.
is about 10 meters, I think,
Wow.
if not,
I mean,
and it's
if
on
your
an
ca-
extension.
If your cable is reasonably shielded, then it's probably the data rates will be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
But
just don't try 100 meters.
the manual is always going to err on the side of caution, but
Yeah,
No,
they were
so
hard
I
to
have-
find when I got my 5000, so otherwise I
I've
would
either
have got a
got
6.
I've either got a 10 or a 15 meter cable. There's a lot of slack, and it goes all the way around the room, but it works absolutely fine.
Do they get beat up easy because they're detachable like that? Is it?
What, the panels?
Yeah, the used ones. Do they get?
I don't know. I mean, I've only ever had this one, and it's been flight cased all of its life. It just has its little. I've got 6U flight case that's got that and the Z8 in.
Oh,
So
Z8, what a high quality sampler.
Mine's a prototype, and it's a bag of shite. I never warmed to it anyway, because how can you go from an S6000 to a Z8 in terms of screen size and usability? It was just an absolute fucking dog. Yes, it was 24-bit, but
Well, it's basically MPC 4000.
well,
without
other way round.
sequencing.
The 4000
Or-
was a derivative of the Zs, but yeah, it's the same engine. It's the same engine inside. That was when Akai. Have I shown you the S7000 renders? I'm sure I've shown those.
How much time did people actually spend doing their own sampling?
Lots.
I mean,
I got my Emacs 2 all the time. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting because all these sample libraries and things sample, and it seems that people just don't do their own sampling anymore, or it seems not. And I used to
Have you checked our piano book?
I used to. No, all right, Robert. We'll go.
Do
Yeah,
you know,
looks great.
I just. I mean, I used
It's
to
not so much
spend
creative
hours and hours and
sampling.
hours. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, I've just been chatting with Prom there about the Prometheus about the ESI 4000. I spent days taking samples off a what's it called, Novation drum station. And I would tiny shifts of all these snares and all these 808 and 909 snares from it, and sample them up, and then building the kit in an ESI 4000 without an editor. Oh God! I mean, I just can't, I cannot imagine doing that these days. I have no idea where I found the patience or the resilience to actually do that. And yet I did, and I'm sure if I can find the new power supply for my zip drive, I'll be able to load the bloody things up again, and they'll sound as good as they did when I did them.
What's lacking today is that kind of creative sampling where people make instruments out of things that aren't already instruments. And I think things like the sample trek may go some way to
redress it.
to
Yeah, I agree with
redressing
you.
that. I mean, somebody sent me a video link. Somebody on YouTube, a young person, doing exactly that sort of creative sampling, but they weren't doing it in a traditional sense. They were just taking audio files. Maybe they'd gone out with a Zoom recorder or something and just got some audio things, and then they'd upload the WAVs into something and then just chop them up and stick them around. And it was kind of what people used to do back in the day. But they were making such a big deal about, oh, look what they're doing with something. Like, yeah, but we were doing that. Like, I remember sort of 87 just going around with a had a recording Walkman. It wasn't the Sony one because that was too expensive. But I had like a portable tape recorder, and would record sounds and then come back and feed that into my Yamaha VSS 200. You know, the little Portatone
that thing.
sampler.
Whoa.
Yeah. And which had a ridiculously short. It was like 11
and
kilohertz or something.
And no way of saving it. It
No,
sounded
you
great,
can
that
say-
machine.
It's better than
Yeah.
the SK1.
Exactly, yeah, and you actually had some manipulation on there. You could reverse it, you could FM it, you could, sort of do some sort of filtering and pitch shifting on it. But that was, trying to get, listening to Depeche Mode and hearing how they were using creative sampling to get rhythms out of things and musical instruments out of hitting brick walls or bits of pipe, and trying to do the same on a Yamaha VSS. It was
Well, the people now wouldn't have the patience for editing and looping by ear. They want to do it with
Exactly,
the graphic. They want to do it with the mouse.
or
They're not sitting there
automatic.
at the-
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Auto loop.
Just-
And that was it. You moved it back. Is it working? No, click, 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 click. No,
Yeah.
click. Oh, that's working. Right.
But then again, if that's also part down to the interface, then on some looping was easy. Like on the SX12, where you just have your sliders from
Yeah,
sample and
yeah.
endpoint. I mean, it's annoying, but it's quick.
And it's the same on on the emus. You have your data slider, and you just choose sample start and then sample end, and you just move that data slider until it just sounds good.
Yeah, it's a lot of experimentation, but it was fun.
Nowadays, you got. I mean, when we were doing libraries for the S6000, and we needed to do stuff quickly, it was easy to batch process a whole bunch of stuff through something like Antares Infinity on the Mac, or I used something called 0x Looper or something. I forget what it's called now. And it would just look for the transients, and just there's your sustain loop, and then it would automatically apply the crossfade, and it would do that for a whole batch of we'd sample every minor third, and so you just like load that folder in, and it would just go through and find all your crossing points and everything, and it was all done for you, and then you just went in and maybe tweaked, and it wouldn't take long at all. But I'm slightly encouraged by saying things like the sample trek, and there's other things that might be coming very soon that might go some way towards redressing that balance, which would be interesting. So, and I like, Brad from Isla Instruments posted the boxes of the crates of 2400s that are about to start shipping. And he said, last chance to get it at the discounted price. And oh god, I wish I could afford that.
And that's the discount. I don't know what it's going to be after that.
It's only about 150, $200.
Oh, is
I
it?
think
Okay.
they're going at the moment for $15.49, and I think they're going to go for 17 something.
Okay. Right.
But,
Cheap compared to a Rossum.
well, exactly, and it could do so much more as well. It can do. Could it go up to 32-bit? It was quite high bit rate.
They keep adding new features to it.
But
too,
yeah,
so.
yeah, it is. Yeah, it's crazy good.
Which is also amazing considering that hardware and software are contracted out. But they're clearly shifting enough units that they can afford them to keep.
Well,
working
Alex
there.
bought that MS50 from him, didn't he? They just did his video on Korg.
So clearly, Kent knows somebody he can give his SQ10 to.
Yeah.
Sell it to Alex.
I didn't realise the MS50 were rare.
I don't know. I think. Excuse
Yeah,
me. I
they
don't know
are.
how
Compared to
rare.
the MS20s, they are.
And he was saying that there are two different sorts. One says expander on it, and the other one says synthesizer on it. And some of them are more rare than others. But it's essentially the same thing.
I mean, what I only experienced was that there were more collector pieces rather than even people who bought them were like a bit disappointed and then shifted them along.
Well, I think Alex was saying that that they're quite unique in what they do, and you really have to kind of understand Korg's thinking. It's not a traditional kind of thing.
I mean, it probably also doesn't help that the MS-20 and MS-10 aren't that modular, really. I mean, but slightly better than a System 100. Worse than a 2600 in terms of.
I love that pitch to
How
CV
connections.
circuit, though. That's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, listen to Goldfrapp's Lovely Head. That's her singing into it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And it not tracking properly half the time. Well, that's where the fun is.
Part of the charm, yeah.
I cannot listen to that song without thinking of Monkey Dust. Do you remember that? You must remember that, Kent.
No.
No? I think I'm sure we had this conversation. Monkey Dust. It was an animated series on BBC Two, like late at night, and it was lots of different animators. It was basically like a comedy sketch show, but all animated. And this was kind of out there animation. So you had the Meat Safe Murderer, who used to bounce around on his space hopper, and then you had Clive.
Vaguely.
There was a character called Clive who would come home late at night to the sound of Lovely Head. It was playing. That was the theme, and he would come home, and his wife would be sat there at the table, smoking a cigarette, looking at her watch, saying, "Where have you been, Clive?" And then Clive would come up with this incredible, fantastical story that was based on something. So he'd say, "Well, there was these guys at work, and they were quite small, and they had little hairy feet, and they had this ring, and then they went on this magical journey, blah, 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 and that's why I'm late." And then she would say, "Clive, that's the story of Lord of the Rings. Where have you really been?" And then he'd turn around and go, "Up to my nuts in a King Charles Spaniel." That was it. And it was the same every week. It was the same sort of thing, and you knew this was going to happen, but it was still hilariously funny. But all of each episode, each section of that was all done to Lovely Head, and I cannot. Once I hear that song, I just think of Clive up to his nuts in a King Charles Spaniel. It's great. Honestly, there is some. I'm sure there's some on YouTube.
Yeah.
Brilliantly animated as well. Yeah. Monkey Dust. Yeah. Don't know if they ever released any of those on DVD. I'd buy the lot of them. Oh, have I done? Yes, I have done Wordle.
That's an important part of your day, isn't it?
Well, I've got a streak of 216 straight wins, and I don't want to lose my streak.
Who even does Wordle nowadays?
Me and the wife, first thing in the morning, we get up, we sit there with a cup of coffee in bed,
Excuse me.
we try to do Wordle and outdo each other.
Octodle or Sedicordle, that's where it's at. Doing
I
16 at the
do
same time.
Quordle. Is it Quordle? when you have
Quordle?
4. Yeah, Quordle,
Well,
Quordle,
it's
whatever.
Yeah, Monkey Dust, Clive's Excuse, Lord of the Rings.
There you go.
It's
So I
on
wasn't
YouTube.
making it up.
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, watch it, mate. It's fucking hilarious.
Vaguely remembered it.
They did 3 series of it, and then they stopped for some reason.
Oh, Rebecca Frantz in it.
Oh yeah, some of the voices were Kate Robbins and Morowena Banks and Francis Barber.
Yeah, Monkey Dust Series 1 DVD, Amazon.
Oh, that some of that might be a good stocking filler. If somebody says, "What do you want?" There you go. I'll have one of those.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. DVD, £2.48.
What's this?
Anyway, Robert, can I just say I watched some of the Kleines Arschloch videos, and they were hilarious. I absolutely pissed myself laughing. They're brilliant. I just wish I could use them in class because they're just so good.
I guess you really can't.
My sixth formers I can use it in the sixth with my sixth formers, my A-level class, but they were absolutely great.
It's more when you then discover the full-length feature film and the ending. That's the full-length feature film you definitely can't use.
I have so much research to do on that. It's something that's passed me by completely. But once I found these videos on YouTube, and I sat there just laughing my head off about these videos. They're great. Anyway, I'm sorry. Enough said.
Yeah,
Bit of German humour for those that missed it. If you don't know what we're talking about, go and check out Kleines Arschloch. It's really funny, but you might need the subtitles.
What's that in English?
Little arsehole.
Little arsehole. I knew it was a little something, but
Come on, Arschloch. Come on, it sounds like
yeah, it's true. Well, most of Germans like that, isn't it?
Arschloch. It's great. It was really. I'd not heard of it. Robert put me in the direction of that. I'd not heard of these things before, and I was sat there watching these videos because I can't believe.
Yeah, well, some of the videos that Robert recommends.
He's a dark.
He's a dark horse.
He's a dark in that one. Yes.
You think I'm dark? I think I'm bright and happy.
Well, that's not what we really meant. What we meant by saying you're a dark horse means you're a man with many secrets.
Well, the fact that he knows how to dissolve
Man of
bodies in
mystery.
acid.
Well, he was giving some of them away today, so they're not that secret.
But those aren't secrets.
I know they show them in TV shows, so.
Like that stuff we talk about over dinner table for my siblings.
And your OnlyFans channel?
What, do I have one? Has somebody set one up? Can I get money now?
I think type links as well.
What, nude on OnlyFans is dissolving a body on camera? Is it...
Oh, yeah.
So, there you go.
Dressed up as a pixie.
Oh, there's a furry. He's got to be a furry.
I'm surprised Ty doesn't have no OnlyFans. I mean, it's not a lot of effort. Him with a dressing gown. I mean,
Can I just ask you to stop again? I know it's been mentioned before, and it's been mentioned so much recently. Please do explain to me what OnlyFans is, because people keep mentioning this, and I'm missing something.
it is.
Am I missing something? Oh,
Do risque content for pay. It's just like be a cam girl. You can be your own cam girl.
No, I mean, ultimately it's not like Patreon, but adults only, so it's mainly used by the sex industry.
Yeah.
Patreon for adults only. Right. Okay.
And that is how Robert knew.
It's like the risque Twitch people without the filters. So you can be fully nude and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
No, it's like where you normally purchase your pornography these days, I thought.
Well, exactly.
Or so I've been told.
But let them start with Twitch and they moved to OnlyFans. So.
All right. Okay. Right. I wish I hadn't asked now. Well, no,
you
no. Okay, I've got it. Right. Because people keep saying things. It's like you're OnlyFans, and I'm going, what's this OnlyFans? And I haven't looked, but now I know.
I mean, it used to be used by quite a few musicians, but then considering what its main business is, there's interest
has a
to
stigma
not use
attached to it. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a certain stigma that some musicians may not want to be associated with.
Okay, enough said.
It'd be like Bandcamp becoming Pornhub.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but Bandcamp you can listen to everything for free.
Yeah, that's true. But other than that, the analogy works.
Yeah.
Bandcamp, says Janacetta.
Bandcamp.
Right, okay. I'm sorry I asked that question.
You're up to speed now.
I'm up to speed. I won't have to ask again.
You can go on OnlyFans and learn how to be a fluffer. So.
You can just ask
It's a
Ty
deep
and
cut
learn about
there.
it.
Yeah.
And it's nothing like a featherer.
And you can learn about tarring all on YouTube legally.
Learn about what? Learn about what on YouTube legally?
Tarring, because Kent was talking about featherer.
Tarring and feather. See, sometimes
it was a shit joke.
I do feel that sometimes people yeah, right, okay. Tarred and feathered. I get you now, Robert. I'm sorry. Tarred and feathered. Yes. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's time for bed, says Zebedee.
Yeah, there's plenty of shy support out there, that's for sure.
Don't stop it, Robert, right now. No, that was Andy. Sorry, Andy. Stop it, Andy.
What? German Scheiße videos, I thought you normally find them only in South Park.
Well, Germany and Japan has a lot of them.
I don't want to know about that. Please shut up right now.
It's a deal the Axis powers had, basically. So.
What? I didn't know that was also a case in Italy.
Coprophilia is not a thing. No, I don't want to know. Don't want to know. I want to remain innocent.
It's very hard to be online and be innocent these days.
Yeah.
Everything is everywhere. I can't imagine being a kid these days. It's complete insanity.
Clearly, parents just have to be open about everything.
Yeah, good luck with that. Especially in this country. Bunch of Puritans trying to run everything.
But clearly, that means we're a dying breed.
Apparently.
Oops.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Gesundheit, danke.
Big eggs.
Oy, oy, oy.
Wow, that's a good
yeah.
sample there.
Press B.
Hey, take that one.
I'm gonna put that in
That
pulse
for nothing.
stretch.
Get out and walk about. It should not be followed with that statement.
Right, lovely cherubs. I'm going to piss off. I'm going to go to bed. So I will, or maybe I'll go and check out OnlyFans or whatever. It
Oh,
is,
yes,
and,
definitely. Report back.
There's a rabbit.
We've
hole,
lost
you
him
don't
now.
want
Man down.
We need the teacher to do a book report on OnlyFans.
I'm not going to do that, Andy. I'm just not. I can't. I just can't be bothered.
You
to
may
be
find
honest.
whole new uses for condiments.
For condiments.
What videos have you been watching, Ken?
Listen to the Chris
time-
Rock routine about
Good night,
the
everybody. It's been a
chili.
lovely chat. It's
The
been
Chris
really
Rock thing.
gorgeous. We've
I
talked
always
about all
watch the
sorts
one-
of
ones
interesting
that
things.
Ty recommends.
So I'm going to say, cheerio. Have a lovely chat talking about
Ta-ta.
condiments and other things that you can do with condiments. But I'm going to bed. I'm going to continue reading my lovely Kate Bush autobiography, not autobiography, biography of Kate Bush.
Which
I
one?
bought. Oh, the new one that's just come out, Running Up That Hill by Thingamy Jigamy Whatnot bloke. It's very good. It's very easy to read
Yeah.
and loads of good stuff. So I will say, tra. See you all. Bye.
Bye. Can't you're talking about condiments. Remember the Chris Rock routine about the tossing salad guy in prison?
Oh, yeah.
Jelly or syrup?
Toss your salad.
I'm going to go and make myself a coffee because that's what I live on. It's my life's blood. I'm sorry, what can I say?
Your wife's blood.
Life's blood.
Life's blood. I say you like
Do
married.
you know what? I have, was it UDUC monitor software, which at the moment is having a fucking cardiac arrest, I think. All the monitors are flickering and resizing themselves and...
You were?
Mrs. This can't be good. The Mac seems to be alright.
Well, what can you say?
Aye.
I'm just going to pop to the little boy's room. Find myself a little boy.
Oh, will you mute yourself this time?
Yeah, turn your mic off this time.
I will. I will. Don't worry.
You have a room where you store
And-
them? Ah, that's better.
No. What a wanker. Don't mention what? Oh, I have a show for myself. All the terrible things I could do.
So no Black Friday stuff for you, Robert?
No, nothing this month after I've been robbed by Dreadbox and Peter Gabriel.
Ah. Oh, the concert?
Yeah, but
I hope he comes out here.
it's supposedly after UK, Europe, they're supposedly US dates.
Puts on a hell of a show.
I mean, what's interesting is that it seems to be end on this time, which he hasn't done for a long time, I think. Because I mean, pretty much all the previous ones have been either thrust configurations or in the round, or the two stages with a bridge between them.
Does he still have Tony Levin go out with him?
I think it's the usual band. So David Rhodes, Tony Levin, Manu Katché.
Wow, that's cool.
I mean, Tony Levin, David Rhodes, obviously since the first album. Manu Katché since
From So, yeah.
Obviously, I mean, before that, Gary Murata.
Good stuff. What's the Dreadboxing guys? Put together project?
Yeah, it's well, put together. Yeah, that's probably the best term. Calling it DIY is an insult.
It's
to
partly
actual-
assembled, right? Yeah.
Well, it's actually just assembling it, of doing final assembly and calibration yourself.
So you don't save that much money, right?
I mean, the reasoning price is just, I think it was €540 for both of them. So it's just that plus with some other stuff this month. And
Oh, yeah, it's the Erebus V3, right?
no, so it's the Mark II sort of again.
I don't even know the difference between them. Except the later ones aren't through hole, right? Is that the...
Yeah, but I mean, even these ones they're fully SMT. These new ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Wagyu points out, compared to the original one, this one will fit into your rack, rather than being the size but not being able to fit. And what other fun stuff? I mean, the main thing with the V3 is that it has an extra oscillator.
I don't know if I'd want mine to fit in your rack. I had the V3 module because it's chunky, right? It's a lot of HP.
I mean, the Mark II is a lot narrower.
My MW1 wavetable oscillator is pretty damn big already. In fact, I found some stuff lately that prevents me from having to get more modules and take up space. I'm getting a CV to pedal interface so you can do more control with the foot pedals. And it's not a module at all. It's just a little desktop module, little box, and it can route up to 4 pedals at once. I just need 4 feet.
Well, the whole point is that you can share 2 pedals between one foot reasonably well, if you're sitting.
Yeah.
So you can still articulate reasonably well.
Yeah, that was the idea anyway. Should be fun. Because the cases get full pretty quick. And I would never put the Moog stuff in there directly. Leave them in their little boats. Because they just take up too much room.
I mean, depends. Like if you have if they are part of a traveling rig that you want them in, then there's the whole convenience of having a rack that where it's all connected.
It's true, but sometimes it's bulky and hard to travel. It'd be easier to actually bundle those. Like if you have the Moog Trio, it'd be easier to bundle them loosely in some padding, and you could still put them in an overhead compartment where you couldn't do that with a proper case.
Yeah, but against the whole thing is it if your setup only takes 2 minutes, like plugging in the case, and 2 minutes plus 10 minutes waiting for it to warm up, but rather than like spending 10 minutes putting all the individual boxes together. There's something to
Yeah.
be said about that. Like again, for my first email, it was just like put the easel on the table, take the lid off, plug it in, tune it.
yeah.
5 minutes later, tune it again. Then 5 minutes later,
Well,
tune
you
it
know, I
again.
brought 2 cases. If I didn't have to patch so much between the cases, it would have been much easier too. But unfortunately, I didn't think
I mean,
while I was doing it. So
I thought that for makes the modules where you can use a standard RK45 to
that's true. I'm thinking about that too. Yeah.
to bus cables.
Yeah.
Although ideally you should probably use shielded cables.
The problem is though, sometimes I'm going between so much. I'd have to get a whole bunch of those patching modules.
I mean, you then probably also rearrange stuff, so you'd have to interpatch less anyway.
Well, that was the idea, but some of this stuff is really, it's got, even on modular grid, it's hard to get the shit just right to be more together, because I put them in at different times, but I rearranged them countless times, and I still can't, because of the size differences and stuff. I cannot get them. Also, the other problem you got to consider too. This case has, I think, 24 power connectors. If you get a lot of small modules, you run out of power connectors pretty quick. So then you have to move your module to where there's more power.
I mean, but again, if you're running out of power, that is easy to fix. I mean,
I know I finally bought some of those extender cables, but
or
when I put it together, I didn't have that.
Or like if you really need more than there are some flying bus leads, or you just buy
That's what I'm
some
talking about, yeah.
You just buy some ribbon cables and some connectors, and I mean, crimping them is easy enough. You just align them, put them in the vise, slowly tighten it, crimped, easy.
It's no, I got some cheap ones coming, but the problem is also the space. I guess some things just don't fit well together because they're odd sizes. So it's a combination of it was a power issue before I got those ribbons, but now it's more of just a configuration problem for size. And that's always going to be a problem if you have a mobile case. If you just set up in a giant rack, who cares, right? But I want this stuff to be mobile to a certain extent.
I mean, who cares about mobility? Anything is CS80 is mobile. It's a compact synthesizer.
Try to move it yourself. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've never tried to, and I'm not really planning to. Well, according to my bank account, definitely not in the next few years.
Well, also the repair costs, right? You got to keep taking it to Kent.
Well, I thought you just take it to Kent and then it's fine for a few years.
Hopefully. That'd be a good thing to ask them. How often they come back after he's fixed them? Do they get... I mean, he does good repairs on them, but they're still... they still wear out pretty easily, right? As they get old.
I mean, they're only slowly starting to get the problem. I mean, 50, 60 years, that's when you're most likely going to have most trips dying.
Yeah.
Or then again, they get warm, so... I mean, it's all a bit of an unknown.
Yep, definitely. That's why kind of early on I decided, unless I could go back in time and do like Richard Devine did to get all that stuff really cheap, I'm not going to pay crazy dollars for old analog stuff that I'm just going to have to keep repairing. And only would use so much anyway, because some of them don't have MIDI, so you have to basically use them with a looper, or if you're a DAW person, you got to use them with a multitrack. And so that's why the oldest thing I have is a Moog Rogue. Older stuff is cool, but man, just a pain to keep it going and make it all work together. Not everyone's Don Lewis, right? So
I don't know. CV Gate hasn't changed too much. There are like 3 standards for CV and 2 standards for gate, or actually 3 standards for gate triggers, and then different voltage levels. But anything else than that has external connections is easy enough to trigger.
Yeah, but then you got modern problems like the Arturia KeyStep Pro, which still has the CV gate issue. It's a known thing on all the forums. So in my last several setups, I'm using a MIDI to CV because out of the Arturia, it's not reliable. I have to use MIDI.
I mean, mine's been fine again for the past few months. Well, again, I haven't used it for a while. But yes, there's always a fun time when it occasionally decides to output at like 0.9 volts per octave. It's just like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, this problem is that it just
Right
will
now.
not route independently. It's supposed to be CV 1 through 4, or more in the case of the or at least more gates in the case of the drum section. But and it's not doing it. You set it in the machine, and the modules are not receiving on the proper CV they're supposed to receive. It's not routing. Hey there.
Hello.
Hello. How long have you been waiting?
Well, I'm not sure. I fell asleep for a little while.
Was it far too exciting?
Hardly. Oh, dear. How is everyone?
Fine. Cool. We could have talked more about our knowledge of chemistry and biochemistry, but I don't think that would have been too interesting to the people.
Clearly, the crowd does not want that. So, big thumbs down.
Never mind.
Jimbo.
Hello.
How you been anyway? What have you been up to?
Yeah, good. Yeah, well, I'm as it says, still alive. So I've been working on Zoe's valve amp.
Been working on Zoe.
On her valve amp, her Fender Twin. And yeah, so that's been interesting.
Well, has it tried to kill you a few times?
No, I've been very, very wary about it. So, you know, it basically was non-working. And yeah, I pretty much looked at it and went, right, well, I want to change that, and that before I even power it on. So, it still
I mean, like it's only 300 to 500 volts on those blades of tubes. What's the worst that could possibly happen?
Oh, and the rest. So yeah, about 450 volts B plus on this. Yeah, it's tasty. But yeah, it's working. It's kind of low output at the minute, but it probably needs new power tubes and.
Did I do that? Sorry.
Icing. But yeah, it's nice, very nice. But yeah, it had the original filter caps in it. The sort of wax and oil paper blooming filter caps, unbelievably.
Paper caps. What could possibly go wrong with them?
Oh, except for 2 of them had been sort of bypassed going out into this massive blue can thing on the side right near the power transformer. Yeah, someone had sort of hacked a sort of fix that looked quite temporary, really. So I've ripped that out, replaced all the filter caps and stuff, and a few other caps and resistors, all the screen resistors and stuff. Yeah, and it's sounding all right.
Cool.
So yeah, but yeah, it needs new power tubes, I think, and then rebiasing. I might do the mod where you can actually turn the bias balance into an actual bias control on it.
So you can actually set the amount of compression.
Yeah, well, so you can actually just set the bias easily. I've shoved some 1 ohm resistors to ground, ready to sort of just for ease of measurement as well. So yeah, that's nice. But yeah, I'm still alive, which is good.
Good man.
Always good. Always good.
Yeah. So, but no, I was expecting it to be a lot louder, so it's definitely something not quite right with it. It's got the original orange JBLs that's supposed to be pretty efficient.
Really? Because I mean, many of the old speakers are really, really quiet.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean this.
like
Yeah, and this is say 77, I think, Silverface.
actually, then it should be relatively decent speakers.
Yeah, these orange JBL Fender branded JBL ones. That's
Well,
supposed
yeah,
to be
but
really, really
they
loud,
could
but-
be just bloody loud.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So,
Mm.
you know, I've not sort of cranked it, but you know, it's definitely, yeah. I mean, I'm measuring the current on the power tubes. It's well below at the minute. Like,
Yeah, unless you have too much DC leakage, but which will definitely make them not move. But
yeah, yeah, it might be the case, but for the most part, it seems okay. It's a lovely tone, really nice tone, even at the volume it's at. So it's kind of like, yeah. It used to belong to a member of the Clash, funnily enough. So it's
surprisingly,
like-
it's still alive.
Yeah, well, it's this guy, because basically we only found this out the other week. So I was like, oh, what's this stencil on the back? Cortinas spelt with an I, not like the Cortinas, you know, which is obviously why they couldn't spell it with an I. And yeah, I'm like, so I look it up, and yeah, and it turns out she bought it from a guy in London, this guy called Nick Shepherd, who was with the Clash sort of 82 to 84. And yeah, she's got some funny stories about it, because he was obviously sort of dying for her to ask what band he was in, and she just wasn't taking the bait. It's just like, basically, unbelievably took this Fender Twin home on the tube. I mean, it weighs a fucking ton.
Yeah,
Jesus, it's like the heaviest amp I've ever lifted. I'm like, bloody hell.
What have you ever looked at Chorus 160?
I've not lifted one of those, but I imagine so.
Or to be fair, they have wheels. But no, that's a 4x10.
Yeah, I mean, this has wheels, but the fucking transformer in the thing. Oh, well, transformers, plural. Jesus. Honestly, it's like it's got its own local gravity. I went to pick it up and I'm like, it's not moving. Is it stuck to the floor? I'm like, jeez.
That's the problem when you're trying to move an amp rack full of Crown Macrotechs. The U5000s. They are well, I can remember seeing on eBay like a wall of 50 of them being sold for like $50 a pop. And I was like, that wall that will have some gravitational pull.
Yeah.
'Cause
Buyer must collect and move.
yeah, but it was literally like this whole wall of them stacked, and it was, you will be able to measure the gravitational shift in that area.
It's even more fun to lift up UPS battery racks.
Well,
Lead acid batteries.
But then again, normally the rack mount ones, the standard 2U ones, but there's only so much lead you can put in there. So that's
We
normally
always
one-
had the 4U ones, so they're hefty buggers.
Oh, they're not.
In other news, down here, thanks to Kent, I now have my console one and fader in side by side in nice little stands. It's cool.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
weird
thanks
that
very
how
much.
one has to be wider than the other.
What
Go
was
on.
strange was the one that the original one I had to widen as well, because it was like it was sort of
Yeah.
being forced outwards slightly. Yeah, I'd had to stick some washers in that one as well. Not as many as the other one, but
No, that's weird because it seemed
Yeah.
to fit this one here.
yeah. I know.
Weird.
Yeah, definitely odd, but yeah, it's brilliant. It works perfectly for my setup now. Really cool. Have you powered up the EPS yet?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I've had a go on her. And it even had my favourite sound on it,
Oh,
which is Spec R. It's just the way it's spelled out. It's supposed to be Spectre, I think.
all right.
Which is nicely our EPS pad sound. Yeah, right old trip down memory lane.
Oh, cool.
Mm.
Yeah, it did sound nice when I had a listen. Just got this je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. Still got nowhere to put it. such is the way of things.
Mm.
Well, I've nearly filled up half of this drive now, Rob.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get in there.
getting there. Right. You staring lovingly at me or at these?
I think we all know the answer
Bit
to
of
that one.
both.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it's so nice to actually sort of visualize where that room that Kent
Yeah.
is in
Yeah.
is. It's like how it relates to the wider universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, and I now know why you don't need any other lighting in there. It's
Yeah.
Irradiated.
I'm surprised you've not had calls from the authorities at Heathrow.
Hey Kent, did you fire up the Ensoniq yet?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
had that conversation.
Yeah.
All good works a treat. I don't know why, but I had visions that the samples would load faster
Mm.
because it's a USB drive.
Yeah.
No,
No, because it has the
It's-
limiting factor of the old
It's
tech.
clocked
yeah.
by
It's the
bus,
bus, isn't it?
yeah.
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 it's like that on the Emax's Fairlights. It's all the
Even
same.
Junkie XL complained about that in his hardware sampler video.
Yeah.
I got all these
Well-
upgraded, they still take forever to load.
Well, he no longer has them, so he no longer has a problem.
No, exactly.
Exactly,
They
yeah.
Get rid of
Yeah.
just about everything.
Most stuff, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you can imagine how many times he had to send them all out for repairs constantly.
Mm.
He had so much old stuff.
Well, no, get it repaired properly. That will last a long time.
Well, depends, I guess, right?
Yeah, but it's like Daft Punk, isn't it, with that Sonic 5? I mean, that was shit bust. Terrible.
But it's a Sonic 5. It has a unique filter.
Unique isn't the word I would have picked.
Yeah. There's no filter quite like it.
Well, no.
How does it compare to the Sonic 6?
Well, the Sonic 6 puts the proper Moog filter in it and
Yeah.
makes it less terrible.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
but
a lot
still-
smaller.
Mm.
Because who'd have thought the synth could be that big as a Sonic 5?
Yeah. I like the way there was no screws on the board. Held in with little clips.
Hey, Kent, do you ever see those colorful EMS synths that are like educational ones that are orange and yellow or red and yellow or something like that?
What the E and the Logic?
Yeah. Do they ever show up? They were kind of rare, right?
Not that
Ben's
big.
got one in.
I mean, E and Logic, they're German ones. They're from Rehberg. One person we shouldn't talk about. Well, there you can definitely use your soundbite, Robbie.
What a wanker.
Mm.
Yeah, but Ben has the Polysynth,
Oh,
Yeah.
that
which is an
Polysynth.
interesting synth.
What an incredibly eclectic collection of shit that was.
Was that like Tim Moore's last design for EMS before? Or was that already after Tim Moore?
I would like to think that Tim Moore had nothing to do with it. I'd like to think he didn't have anything to do with it at all. But it is essentially just a very noisily, badly put together string synth, really.
It's like a Polymoog. It's really weird. Where you ask yourself, why did you choose to do this?
Mm.
Yeah, Martin in Switzerland, he always the Polymoog is like the most complicated that a string machine could ever be. just unnecessarily complicated. It's like it's only an organ in the end. It's a white down organ. They managed to get reasonably well produced by the early 70s. How can you make it that much harder?
Yeah. One of their weak spots was the sliders. They work on plus minus 15. They can short inside, and that's where a lot of the problems come out. Because it's so easy for shit to fall down inside them.
Well, I mean, also overheating is like the main issue, or like the Kraftwerk ones, but they were basically had holes drilled into them everywhere to try and deal with the heat a bit better.
I didn't find them to get overly hot, to be honest. But I mean, it didn't help. It didn't help. But that power supply was never great. So
Which is why it went into the memory mode, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they go, oh, these are shit. Let's put them in that. Oh no. What?
Don't know what you mean, Rick. Polymoog sounds very good for some people. Manage to make it not sound terrible. I mean, Kraftwerk did a whole album with it. Basically, it's the main synth. That was quite successful. I mean, Man Machine is Polymoog everywhere for lead sounds and everything.
Larry Fast on the Synergy albums, he made it sound quite good as well. Oh, there you are. There you go.
I mean, we should probably ignore Rick Wakeman on Tomato, where it just does all this weird shit. It's just like him trying to compete with Steve Howe for attention. It's probably not the finest examples.
What? Well, look, I tell you what. One more each, and then that's it. Okay. Noah? Oh, one,
What
two,
are they?
3, 4, 5. They are mini cheddar nibbles that are done in cheddar and smoked paprika flavour. And they are very, very, very difficult to put down. And I've had to put this on the list because you got all the Christmas shopping in, and anything I eat that's actually is for Christmas, I have to add it to the list because then she can rebuy it.
The replacement list.
I'm trying not to touch the stuff. But
Yeah, because that's like just over 4 weeks away. That. Yay.
yeah, about
Christmas.
5 weeks, isn't it?
Oh God.
Oh, well, it's a few days off work.
Yeah, that was a mixed blessing having my birthday on the 10th because it could work out. We go, oh, can I have a Christmas and birthday present combined? I.e., can you buy me something expensive? Or somehow it gets lost. Goes the other way.
Yeah, my boy's birthday is the day before, on the 9th. So it's just kind of too far away from Christmas for us to get away with like doing that. So
Yeah, it doesn't even break the year up, does it?
no, I've got to get him a new bloody mattress. His spring on the springs has gone in his now.
You're going to use that company again.
What? Sorry.
You're going to use that company again.
Yeah, I'll definitely use Benson's. Benson's
Get
for
good
beds.
customer care.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, all right. There you go. Half.
Mm.
Half. Half. Who's your stupid brother? You haven't come out. It
Bloody
has to be
cat's gotta
sausages
go.
or something.
Sorry.
Has to be sausages. Then he'll come. Guarantee you'll be husky-fied to death here.
Got to take my 2 cats for their MOT at the vet tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
What do your cats need to have an MOT?
Exactly. Should we just take them for a checkup?
Change
Same
the
thing. No, we got this thing where you pay like a small monthly fee, and all of your jabs and boosters and vaccinations are included, and spot on worming. It's all part of the thing. It actually saves quite a bit of money in the long term.
Well, that's what the Tory government would like you to believe.
Yes.
Yeah, right here on the side of a bus, Robbie.
So yeah, just take those, and then they get a free 6 monthly checkup at the vets. So
Yeah, cool.
not really, because you have to because one's really chunky, and his sister, who's the same age, is literally half his size. But you can't put them both in the same basket, so you have to put them in 2 separate baskets, and they're wriggly. And you can't let them out in the morning because you don't know they're going to come back in time. Done that before. Made an appointment at the vet's 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, they'll be around. No, they fuck right off. And don't come back till the afternoon, so you've had to cancel the appointment. So yeah, keep them in, which they get most annoyed about. And then you get the cat boxes out and they're like, what the fuck? What's going on here?
Oh, they'll already know.
Oh yes, yeah, they're not stupid. They're not
If
stupid.
you only bought one of those electric nail grinders today.
Oh right, yeah.
Because literally, especially with Charlie, if you want to cut his nails, you have to wear a little plastic cap covered in peanut butter or something, do you know what I mean? To distract him while you do his nails. And he's really bad. So they reckon these little grinder things are ideal. So we'll see. I mean, Noah really needs to have his nails done.
Bless you.
Christ be.
Thank you.
Because they've got so long now. He walks around like a ballerina.
Yeah, one of my last cats didn't go out much, so their claws grew quite a bit. So we had to get them clipped regularly. But these two are out all the time, so, and they've got scratching posts. So.
Back onto sort of vaguely musical things.
Oh.
Anyone know good places to buy some valves in the UK?
Ken?
6L6s.
Must be nice.
Either a good place to start would be Cricklewood Electronics,
Right.
followed by Nico Electronics. I think Nico are in Essex.
How do you spell that?
Nikko.
Doesn't Therman have standard valves?
Maybe.
I once dated a girl with a twin. People asked me how I could tell them apart. It was simple. Jill painted her nails purple and Bob had a cock. Sorry, I missed that one. That was quite funny.
Yeah, the obviousness of it.
Oh dear.
I'm dating a girl with a twin. Fender
Nice.
twin.
Fender twin, yeah.
Ba-bum.
Go on.
Oh, here we go. You asked me to do stuff now. There we go.
And bizarrely, well, that Epiphone SG you see on the wall is one of hers. She doesn't actually know how many guitars she owns.
Okay.
What?
What? She's as bad as synth player.
I don't know how many keyboards I own.
No, well, yeah, I mean that's understandable.
Yeah.
Well, I bet Nigel Tufnell didn't know how many he had either. So
Yeah.
Don't look at it.
Look at these.
Oh dear, they're all coming out tonight.
Oh yeah.
There's this meme which you can see that Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, "Hey boy, what year is it? It's 2022, but it's just like the 1800s because of you haunted Victorian pencil."
Yep.
Dear, oh dear.
Absolutely.
What tubes do you need? 6L6s? Or the Terminal has tons of those available. Must be nice with most of them coming out of Russia, but only in a matter of time until valves will be hard to get by.
Yeah. ICs are getting bad as it is.
Well, you weren't planning to replace ICs with tubes yet. You haven't.
No, but I remember a time when I used to buy tubes of ICs. Don't bloody do that anymore. Fucking hell. I needed some 4001s at the weekend, which are normally pretty bread and butter. Normally somewhere in the region of about 16 pence. So I bought 25, and it came to £23.40 for 25. It's ridiculous. Nearly a quid a bloody chip now.
What's that, Mauser or?
That was Rapid, which isn't exactly known for being overly priced. Not like, not like RS and that. Except RS didn't have any.
Come on, it's an actual electronics. RS wouldn't have them.
RS are very slowly becoming the new Maplin.
Well, they're changing their business around.
Yeah, it won't be long before they're selling drones and radio-controlled cars.
I mean, their future business, or their ideal future business is service, selling online services, so, automation control, and supervision services.
Yeah, I mean, they always were quite high-end, but it seems to be all they are now. Oh, incoming. I thought President Hilton would have come on by now.
Well, he's in the chat.
He's lurking, isn't he? Getting some lurky lurks. I want to see him come on one day with that T-shirt on. There you go him.
I've never seen him wear it.
No.
Probably uses it to dust off his windscreen or something.
Probably covers his touch digital controller with it.
Yeah.
What a great use for that.
It's not to keep the dust off, it's to stop people knowing he owns one.
I thought that's his retirement fund.
Oh, half God, half biscuit says he can't hear me.
Half
Yeah,
God,
you are
half
a bit
biscuit.
So, am I a bit low?
A little bit low.
Oh, the camera works for you, Kent.
I'll be on OnlyFans next. Is that better? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I can even hear me now.
That's good. Yeah, that's better.
Oh, cool.
Nice to hear your dulcet tones.
Dulcet is not the word that springs to mind, I don't think. Oh, you see, put the lid back on the packet and they've all pissed off. Bye, Zane.
Cupboard love. That is.
Dogs, man. At least cats are honest about it,
Yeah.
aren't they? They go, fuck off. I don't care
They
what
could
you
hate
got.
you either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dogs are happy to see you with no cost, right?
Mm. Yeah, but if you've got something, they're really into you.
Oh,
As
sure,
soon-
yeah.
But as soon as it runs out, we got things to do. Did we not mention? Oh, sorry, no, we made appointments and everything. Bye. Little buggers.
I thought it was later than that.
Just feels it, mate.
It's nearly lunchtime.
Somewhere in the world.
Somewhere for somebody.
So far in my hunt for valves, it looks like the best place is near me in Nottingham. So far. Quad of them for 124.
Oh, Richard has pissed off.
He has. Yeah, we upset him.
I don't know. Probably a soup screaming out for his attention.
Ah, yeah.
Matt disappeared and didn't come back.
Yeah.
Probably didn't like our initial discussions.
Which will
He's in the
what?
chat.
Oh, it's on how to dispose of a body. I don't know how it come
Oh.
to that. Basically, I was talking about getting red glue off the JD800s.
Yeah, and
We-
then Robert
we-
just turned it round to yeah.
we were
disposal.
we were talking about chemistry and about dissolving things. Then there was some comment regarding Breaking Bad, and then I
Yeah.
flipped it towards that.
Then he remembered what he
and-
was doing last Friday.
Yeah, and then proceeded to go into a huge amount of detail,
Yeah.
which
Well,
of course
because
is what
you-
he's good at.
Because you were saying hydrochloric acid dissolves the body. No, it bloody doesn't.
It's a
Get
teachable
fl-
moment. It's education.
Yeah, it's
Attention,
education.
Your
I don't
Honour.
think I ever said
PSA.
hydrochloric acid. Did I? What? Yeah, PSA. Yeah, I thought you said PSM. Wasn't it?
But, it's nice to be educational at times on these streams.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
even if it's about horrible things.
So what do you need, Robert? Just
Well-
asking for a friend.
Something stronger than hydrochloric acid.
A 6 molar or stronger acid does a good job.
Well, a standard 96% sulfuric, you can probably even get it down to a third of that. So you can water it down significantly anyway, but that is an option. Again, that's quite expensive though. But
You have
that's
to worry
probably
about
one
the
of the-
container you put it in, though, because you'll dissolve the container.
We're not
No,
having this conversation again. We've gone all far.
You started it again, so
no, like, PAHD containers are fine with 96% sulfuric. What's more, it's surprisingly heavy.
yeah. But the problem is the outgassing can burst the tank, can burst the container. So
Again, normally you would buy it in the correct container that is designed for it.
okay, Jim's ready to drop any second. We're seeing how far we can push it before he goes. Nope, I had enough of that.
Yep.
What a bunch of
fine.
wankers.
Too much information.
Well, he asked hypothetically if
Yeah.
if it were of use, but not. So far, it hasn't been useful for me, but I'm still learning.
You watch
You
any
nev- you
decent
never know.
mafia documentary, they'll talk about it. You know,
I think you're stereotyping Italians there.
only Italian Americans, and only the criminals.
Yeah, they're hardly Italians. Are
Yes.
Excuse me.
I mean, come
in
on, they say
Switzerland-
gabagool. What is that, right?
they? Oh no, it's not Italian.
I mean,
It's supposed to be
mafia in,
Coca-Cola, but it's gabagool.
mafia in Switzerland only uses concrete and deep lakes.
Cement shoes.
They've got the lakes.
The problem is with relatively cold lakes is that the bodies are conserved very well. So when they actually eventually find the bodies, they're actually in quite good shape.
Yeah, evidence,
Again.
right?
Why do you know this?
Robert knows everything,
about-
including this.
Yeah, including
About-
this, yeah.
About glacial lakes, maybe about finding bodies, reading that in the local newspapers when I
He
used
has
to live
his
there.
days of creepy research and his days of normal research.
That was just
just-
reading it in a normal newspaper because it was local news.
No, just the creepy stuff at night.
Creepy stuff is reading news about the UK government. But
Yeah. You're not wrong.
What?
Well, let's get us back on sort of topic. Valhalla have just released Supermassive 2.5, free of charge with some extra bits in it.
Is it
Some
2.5
two-
times as massive?
Thank
Two
you very
new
much,
delay reverb
Mr.
modes.
Mr. Sean Costello. More amazing work.
Indeed. So I just downloaded that. Like a good reverb. And that's it. Should be an interesting day tomorrow for new things.
What is coming out tomorrow? Anything exciting?
Well, there's something new from Cherry Audio coming.
Oh, well,
Well,
what would be?
The VP330.
I bet you it's not what you think it is, or not quite what you think it is.
What is it? CS60, not in
It's
CS80?
Casio VL Tone.
That would be fun.
Yay!
I was lurking.
We know. We felt your presence.
Yes, Luke, I am his father.
Yeah, we know what you're getting for Christmas.
That's why he doesn't look like me. Sadly, he does, poor bugger.
Oh, same radio phase.
The what, sorry?
Same radio phase.
Radio face, yeah, thanks.
I thought you said razor face. That would be nice.
Or taser face.
Taser face.
Taser face!
Oh, fucking hell.
I hope they do. I bought a ticket. God, I haven't said that in years.
Wow, reservations.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Oh, he's stripping off.
It's too fucking hot in here.
We're
What?
doing something
Where,
wrong.
where are you?
You got the heating on?
No,
Jeez.
no.
I think I could do with the menopause right now.
I'm probably going through it, Jim.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Wow.
I'm 52 next week.
So, jeez.
Hey, young'un.
Yeah.
We scrap of a lad.
Yeah, you still look fucking better than I do, cheeky bastard.
Do I?
Yes.
I haven't felt like it this year. Fuck me.
Oh, man.
Yeah, my missus has been going through the menopause for the last probably 15
40
years or
years.
so.
Oh, Christ.
She had it start early because she was sterilised after we had Luca. She said, "I'm not having any more. Get sterilised." And I'm like, "Well, who do you want me to do it?" She goes, "Well, because Luca had to be born by C-section because
What, you do it
Sophia
to
was-"
her?
Yeah, Sophia.
Do you want me to do it, or do you want
Yeah,
to get somebody who
can
knows
She
what
do
they're
it
doing?
to
Got the solder station.
I'm going to
So,
find out
yeah.
Robert. He'll probably know some chemical that we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
inject you
he'll
with.
some chemical. No, it was 'cause she had
testosterone.
she had Luca by C-section because Sophia was born breech, or she was breech, so she had come by C-section. It was basically a case of, well, while you got the bonnet up, you might as well do the work. So, and the
Change the oil.
yeah, so the doctor said,
Got the bonnet up.
I'm sure that could have been phrased a lot.
It's like a
nicely.
bulk discount or
but
something,
not
or
as
is it?
funnily.
Fucking
No.
delightful.
oh,
Got visions of a DIY vasectomy with a soldering iron right now.
Oh, Christ.
but the doctor said to us, or said specifically to Jackie, but I was there at the time, that she said, well, you know, if you are sterilised, because she only had one tube working anyway, because she had an ovarian cyst on the other one, so she was only ever
Yeah.
far enough a one cylinder.
Robbie, can I just stop? Is she okay with you talking about all this?
Absolutely, she talks about it all the time.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
So yes, yeah, I know my wife.
Don't want to have to delete another show.
No, God.
God, why?
So
I think there's been plenty on this one already.
yeah.
Did you actually have to delete a show? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So anyway, yeah.
Didn't I, Robbie?
We did. We did.
Really?
Yes.
Because
And
of
that's all we're going to say.
But
about
that's all we can say. Otherwise, we'll have to delete this one. as well.
So the dissolving bodies will stay, right? That's okay.
Oh yeah,
That's
that's nothing.
fine. Yeah,
Yeah, the
dissolving
advice
bodies,
on murdering is
that's safe.
It's
How
not
to dissolve
murder.
the show.
It's not murder. It's just disposing of the body, as Robert
Yeah,
will
it's
keep
clean
telling
up.
you.
Or to be fair, you can probably.
It's still a crime, and it's
mu-
still
mu-
punishable by jail time.
But murdering somebody that way, that seems really disgusting.
Yeah, like the two on the
Yeah, because that's the
on-
disgusting part.
Yeah, well, like on the quiz shows, isn't it? He goes, "Well, the dissolving bodies is safe. That's yours."
So anyway, my wife's been having the menopause for the last 15 fucking years. Bless her. And it's a constant juggling act of different types of HRT, because some will work for 6 weeks, some will work for 6 months, and then it won't. And then she gets the horrible night sweats and all sorts of other things. It's,
Is that what she calls you?
yeah. Actually, the mood stuff has actually kind of bottomed out. It's just other things, but yeah.
No, Fiona didn't get that, thank Christ. But she did get the sort of like you felt like you were sleeping next to a slug, a boiled slug. Sort of like, oh, it's wet as well.
I know I mean, she hates it, but you know, the night sweats are probably the worst thing. I think that she has to do, because she's had to deal with it for so long. She just, and the thing is, there's nothing you can do other than be sympathetic, stay out of the way.
Then the next day she's got these huge knickers and she's got a hot water bottle shoved in it and a dressing gown, and she's sitting there on the chatty free.
Well, there's hormone therapy, but there are risks with that, obviously. But.
Well, she's been having hormone replacement therapy for a long time. Lots of different. She starts on one that works, say, then stops working, then she has to go into another one. So, bless her.
My missus thinks she's starting hers, but luckily I don't live with her, so I don't have to suffer it.
Yeah, menopause by remote is fine.
Yeah, there's a fucking end call button on FaceTime. It's brilliant.
Seriously, I just would not wish that on. It's just horrible, absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
But we get her through it.
Oh, I don't know.
You had a girlfriend who had an ovarian cyst.
What you did?
Jackie had hers out, and then the wound exploded like that thing off of Alien.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Because when I started going out with them, she goes, you're not worried about the fact that I've got an ovarian cyst? And I said, no, if you lay on your side, I'll miss it.
Oh.
No, she was really worried about it. I said, no, it's cool. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Well, I reckon my daughter's got potential of having polycystic. Well, I think it's polycystic ovaries or something. Yeah. But she's okay. So
because it is quite common.
Yeah.
A lot more common than I think a lot of women think. Well, a lot of people think generally.
Yeah. Now you talk about Jackie being sterilised. The most surreal thing that happened to me was when they were doing my vasectomy. Was they give you a chaperone while the other person's doing the job?
Right.
So this guy's sitting there talking to me about all sorts of stuff. There's another guy down the other end. He's going, right, I'm going to start work now. I'm just going to pick your testicles up. And he's telling you what he's doing. And you're just sitting there having a conversation about music or fucking TV programs. And this other guy's picking your dick up and talking to you.
Yeah.
What?
It's when he shoves the big needle in your bollock.
Oh, mate.
The best thing to do is get them to put on a blonde wig, and you're fine. It's far more natural.
No, I'm going back to what Jim said. That is when they stick the needle in your plum. Oh, God. It's as bad as you think.
Oh, you say blonde wig and Ty has to join. Look at that.
All I know is the first fucking subject I hear about, I'm thinking, maybe actually coming in now wasn't such a good idea.
It's been like that the whole night, I think.
What?
Oh,
The
there you go.
dissolving bodies?
The dissolving bodies was better.
Okay, I've heard none of it.
Mm.
I've
You're right.
literally stuck my head in now. So I've heard not a single word other than
What a shame.
vasectomy. Yeah.
No, I think the show's going downhill, to be honest.
What, since I've entered? Yeah. I'd never argue with that. Hello, everyone.
All right,
How
man.
are we all good?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Good.
Perpendicular and all that jazz.
It sounds like I've missed loads of excitement.
Excitement isn't the word I would have grabbed.
It sounds like I've missed loads.
It's been quite pedestrian, actually.
Yeah.
I think. So,
Oh!
in other news, I think I've got another gig playing in Aylesbury, of all places.
Nice.
It's not far from me.
Oh,
Well,
right, cool.
I mean, it's kind of.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a complete fucking lie.
Complete lie, isn't it? It's fucking miles away.
Howard Jones all stomping around.
It's miles away from me. I know.
He goes, oh, no, I better say it's actually miles away, otherwise he'll ask me to go.
yeah. It's like 5 minutes. No, 10th of December. It is.
Excellent.
Saturday.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's good.
It was basically a guy who played at a same EMOM in Birmingham. He's putting this gig together, and he's from Aylesbury. And putting the gig on there, and wanted me to play because he liked my stuff. It's cool.
Excellent. You're not doing anything at the Sonic State one, are you?
No, I did apply, but didn't get in this time. But yeah, I will play there in the future, sure. So, and I've got another gig on the 16th of December as well, at Dubrek, around the corner. I think that might be a sort of private-y sort of Christmas party.
Look at you,
type
Mr. Popular.
But I don't know about that. But yeah, it's nice to be able to do long
Look at you, Mr.
form
Cheap.
sets. Mr. Cheap. Mr. fucking free.
Yeah. Look at you, Mr. Phil 20 minutes of space.
An hour, if you will.
An hour? What are you doing? An hour set?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Wow.
Both times. So yeah.
That takes commitment or a lot of loops.
A lot of caffeine. No loops really. It's all, yeah.
I'm joking. I'm being facetious.
No, it's all kind
Not
of
like you.
All got to be
orchestrated
facetious.
live.
Oh, that's
No,
fantastic.
Exactly. Yeah.
Excellent.
What have you been up to?
Neck and shit.
What'd you say?
Neck and shit.
Yeah, but the
Not any
pressure's
different.
off. No, the pressure's off. So
How
it's
much?
just-
How much of the 2 minutes did you get done?
Oh, not like less than a minute. I'm basically just literally down to the last couple of minutes on this fucking project, and because I'm literally down to the last couple of minutes, the momentum is just literally
So
non-existent.
it's stretching out to fill the whole time
Oh, I
available
tell you,
you've
it's
got.
yeah. I said to Kent earlier. I mean, realistically, I could have got it done by 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'm still sitting here now going, "Yeah, I'll get it done by tomorrow at some point."
Whatever.
But yeah, the pressure's just literally gone. It's just totally off. So yeah. Other than that, no, nothing really. Just finding things to pretend I'm doing when I should be doing these last 2 minutes. But no, it's all good. I just can't wait to get it done, and then I just can't wait to get it done. I've had
Then
enough.
Then
I
it's
really
Gran
have.
Turismo.
No, well, yeah, it is. I've still got that poor White House thing to dip into, but that's not.
Yeah, but it's,
But no, then it will be. Yes, I will be taking time off and doing things for my favourite time of year.
yeah.
And doing all things Christmassy.
I might,
And I
I
might-
get.
I
Maybe I
think
get chocolate coins.
Add any sleigh bells to all of your compositions.
Do you know what? I've only ever put sleigh bells on once, literally once.
What about DX7 bells?
Again, once. For shit features at the top. Yeah, other than that, I've never put DX. No, I'm generally trying to think now. I've never put a fucking DX bell in anything.
And it was so beautifully hidden you couldn't hear it.
Yeah,
you could if you listen to the stems, but fortunately, no one listened to the stems, and no one ever will listen to the stems.
They've already been burnt.
But it was there. It was absolutely there. But so no, honestly, that is literally it for me. I mean, I've always said for years that because Christmas is my favourite time of year, I've always just wanted a December of doing as little as possible and just absolutely enjoying the build-up. And I've never, no, that's a lie, once I actually managed to get December off, but normally December, I'm normally killing myself in December.
Yeah.
And no, this is going to be a year I'm actually going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm going to try and avoid it this year as well.
What, Christmas
actually,
or build-up?
No,
or
the
work.
I'm normally working up until Christmas Eve.
Yeah,
like a dog.
I mean, no,
I'm not doing it this year.
No, absolutely not. No, I love it. I love Christmas.
You're going to work like a different animal, aren't you?
Yeah, like a sloth.
Like a
With
cat.
amnesia.
Like a cat is just going to sleep on all the cables.
No, I'm actually down to 9 more jobs, and then I'm done.
Don't say that out in public. People might book you.
No, they're not getting in.
I was going to say,
Everything's been referred to the new year now.
Yeah.
That's it. I'll wind down these 9, and then that's it. And put my feet up.
Oh, so I'm just good. I'm going to have a.
No, Christmas can fuck off. I hate it.
Why?
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Okay.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
why?
Good reason.
I've only ever had one good Christmas, which was 1976, and every other one has been a shit show. And I just,
Really?
yeah, hate it.
Well,
In
look,
what-
I was
but
like
could-
you.
okay,
I was like you as well, because the Christmases were like always, for one form or another, and the last 4 or 5 of them can go right fuck off, right? But what I've discovered since, and some of this comes from talking to Ty, what makes a really, really good Christmas is you make it a really good Christmas, and make everything else. No, not interested. No, I'm going to have a lovely Christmas and be done with it, and you make it happen.
The only reason that I get any kind of, or I generate any kind of pleasure out of it is for the kids.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, see, I get that. I do get
Yeah.
that.
I do it
But
for the kids, and that's
I
it.
get. But so my argument would be, okay, so what was it that made 76 a great one?
The only
And what more to the point,
The hot summer.
What was it that made 77 and 75 and 79? What made them crap? Was it just
76. We all have this image of the perfect Christmas in our head.
Mhm.
That happened in 76.
okay?
77, my parents' marriage was breaking up. 78, my parents had separated.
Mhm.
And what followed that has affected the rest of my life ever since.
Okay.
So Christmas is...
But what I'm saying is, but what? So my argument would be, I can appreciate that. But what was it about Christmas that amplified?
There is an amplification, or there was around my family, of a false joy. It was all pretend, because the rest of the year was a shit show, and it was then all of a sudden we've got to be happy, and it's all bullshit, and that's just carried on. It's just carried on.
So you see Christmas basically as being just one big kind of falsehood, basically, just everyone just being nice to one another for the sake of being nice to one another.
What I really don't get is this goodwill to all men on earth But why just that time of year? Why can't it be all the fucking time?
Why just
Why can't we be nice to people all the time?
Well, yeah, I can't argue that because I completely agree with it. But it's, I can't argue with that. It doesn't mean you have to take any notice of it.
No, that's true.
Look,
I don't. I
look,
try not
can
to.
I just say? I mean, you're talking to someone who, I've never hidden the fact that I'm the world's biggest fucking agnostic. Religion for me is the work of complete cunts, and I fucking honestly, religion for me is something I cannot abide. So you're therefore turning around going, okay, my favourite time of year is something which supposedly is the most religious.
No,
Yeah, but
no,
it obviously
no,
means
no,
Easter.
it means
no,
something else
Easter,
to you.
Easter,
Easter. Okay.
and
I
also it's
fucking hate-
and
They're
also it's
both
only
pagan thing.
Yeah, they are. I was about to
and
say,
also where Christmas is nowadays is anyway just a pagan tradition.
But there must be more to it for you than.
And Halloween.
I tell you what it is for
Easter.
me.
Pagan.
I tell you what it is for me. It's very simple. It's the fact that, for me, you see, it's actually funny what you say about your parents and whatever. Because my parents stayed together right through. They till the day that they died, basically, and so they were together for 50 odd years. But fuck me. I mean, there wasn't a day gone by that my mum and dad didn't used to argue. And when I say argue, I mean fucking, like, literally cat and mouse constantly. I mean, the amount of times that I'd be in the back seat of a car with my dad leaning over, trying to push my mum out of the car, turning around and going, if you're going to fucking do like that, you can fucking get out of the car. I'm not driving the car until the amount, honestly, my mum and dad argued every day. And it was almost a case of that's kind of how they showed their love for one another, was constant arguments. And some of the arguments were fucking vicious. I mean, really vicious.
It was a beautiful dysfunction. Yeah,
completely dysfunctional.
Yeah.
Totally dysfunctional. But the thing is, so even at Christmas, it was dysfunctional. And every other day, it was dysfunctional. But there was just something about Christmas that, from a childhood point of view, I just remember... And it wasn't just the presents. It was just I don't like the summer because I was ginger, so I love the winter. I love the cold. I hate the summer. I hate the sun. So for me, it was the fact that it was a holiday. We got some presents. It was cold, which I loved, and it was just the opposite of what you're saying, which was, although it may be false, there was just this general, just for a couple of days, there was a general kind of, everyone was trying to be nice to one another. But what I agree with totally is the fact that, and I live my life by it, is don't just be nice to people for 1 day or 2 days. It's like people who turn around and they'll be nice to you because it's your birthday.
Yeah.
So does that mean I can treat you like shit the day before your birthday? And it's the same way that, if I will do something, I do anything for anybody, whether it's their birthday, whether it's Christmas, whether the day's got a Y in it, whether it's I don't care. I don't care what day it is. I'll do whatever I can to be nice to you or to help you or whatever. And so I kind of, but there was something about Christmas that it felt like, and even though it's false, it felt like people were making an effort, and I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem from my point of view. The rest of the year, I was watching people who just didn't make an effort.
Yeah.
And so I turned exactly the same situation as yours, really, in terms of the falsehood, into a positive, whereas you've turned exactly the same thing into a
negative,
into a negative.
Well, it is a negative, yeah. Before we go any further, I don't want to shit on anyone's breakfast and make Christmas really down. It's just the way I am.
No. Can I also point out one of my best friends, my old music teacher, Richard? He fucking hates Christmas, and we piss ourselves every year about the fact that when we get together, I love Christmas, and I love the fact it's tacky. And I love the fact that it's nasty, and even to the extent that at the moment there's this ongoing thing, because I remember, back in and I'm sure some of you you guys probably still do it, or families do it, or whatever. You know, when it comes to the Christmas decorations, when it's like there has to be. You remember everyone in the 90s and 2000s where everything was themed. Everything would be purple and silver, or it would be, kind of gold and green, or all that kind of shit. Yeah. And I used to do all of that. And then there was one year, and I just thought, fuck, why am I doing this? Christmas for me is bright, red, blue, green, all the multicolours. It's no taste, zero taste. Taste literally for Christmas flies out the window. And it's all bright and tacky and crap. And honestly, the moment I embraced that again, rather than trying to be cool and make... I've got a friend that his fucking tree's black. He's got a black Christmas tree because it's trendy. Fuck off. It's... the moment I went back to just being tack, and it just brightens everything up. When this place... I mean, I'll show you when they're all up, which it will be in a week and a half's time. I'll show you guys it, and you will literally just be sick at the amount of tacky lights. But
last Christmas, right? Because we've had all the shit time before, and me and Fiona decided that last Christmas, we were actually going to have a nice Christmas together. And so it's Christmas Day, TV's on, and it's just showing old films and stuff like that. There's Matchmakers and Baileys on the coffee table. There's me and her huddled together under a duvet with 4 dogs, and we stayed there all day, and it was fucking brilliant. You've got a tree in the corner, twinkly lights, yeah? That was it. And it was fucking beautiful. It was a fantastic day. Absolutely lovely. But we made that happen.
But you made it personal as well.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And just forget about all the deaths and Christ knows what else that went on and all the rest of it. Because, I mean, when you talk about, like your mum and dad arguing and stuff like that, when my dad died 74, the following Christmas was awful because mum was having a mental breakdown still at that time, and she'd lost a job and we had no money and all the rest of it. It was awful Christmas, right? And it slowly built up, but Christmas always seemed to then, like with yourself, be more fake. Like you said, be happy. This is when you're supposed to be happy and smile, you bastards, and all the rest of it. That kind of thing. And talking today with Ty about getting a Scalextric set for Christmas. I want a Scalextric set, and I get a book. It's like, I read books at school all year, and now I've got a book. Thank you for the book. Yeah, it's an encyclopedia. Thank you. I've got one upstairs as well. That kind of thing. And, and all that sort of thing. And I mean, 70s food was for Christmas. Some of it was great, some of it not so great. And it was like that for ages. And then once all this is... Because now, it's literally a case of like, Christmas is coming up and they're going... I don't have to even start to worry about who's going to die over Christmas because we're all fucking gone now. Unless it's going to be me, and then it won't matter. It won't bother me in the least. I'll be the last person to worry about it. All the dogs are healthy. Fiona is okay. Yeah, all right. Spray gun arse at the moment, but she's okay. Okay, nice Christmas. So I'm looking forward to Bailey's on me cornflakes, Matchmakers. Mayonnaise and smoked salmon and that smoked cheese that she gets. Oh, mate. And then being able to settle down over the Christmas period and play Robbie and Ty, taking GTs round Ockenheim, I reckon. Fucking have those two, no problem. Brands Hatch, Mini Coopers. Yeah, that first bend, mate, it'll fuck both of you up. I've learnt it. I've learnt that bend, all right? And stuff like that. And just fill out and be phoning up people, calling you up on Messenger, going, how's it going, Matt? All that kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And just sort of like talking to everybody that I can and wishing them a happy Christmas. And just
the thing is, you're absolutely right. I think the thing is it's the interpretation of it because that's what I do. Christmas is one of those times where there's almost a kind of fuck. I best ring everybody I know and all this kind of thing. Unfortunately, I have lots of friends that I don't speak to for fucking months, if not years.
You think they're friends?
I say they're friends. They're just random numbers in a telephone directory. And the thing is, it's how you interpret it, because if you have a kind of negative mindset on it, you could be turning around and going, fucking hell, I never hear from you. The only time I ever hear from you is Christmas. But fortunately, I have lots of friends around me who are exactly the same. We're all incredibly stupidly busy.
Yeah.
And we see it as not a ritual, but it's Christmas. And for me, that's another reason. It's another thing to look forward to, because I know I could speak to these people at any time. I could call them now. But the reality is, it's our kind of ritual that we do at Christmas. It's like when I was younger, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, there were a group of friends around the villages where I lived, where everybody knew on Christmas Eve, it got to about 12 o'clock, and I would be going round everybody, driving around everybody, just to literally go there and give them their Christmas cards. And there would be dozens of people, and it would literally be the same journey every year. And I know it sounds so fucking ridiculous, but it was a little ritual that everyone knew, oh, Ty's going to be here between 3 and 4. Yeah. And it was, do you know what I mean? And it's loads.
Was that when you got your driving ban?
Yeah. I was trying to do a Father Christmas. But I don't know. It's all the little things like that for me just make it special. But you're right. I mean,
you just do the things that you want to, the things you would love to do, and just do them without any recourse or guilt. You know.
Like I say, as long as I see the kids having a good time.
Yeah.
It does. I have to say, you're absolutely right. Before Boo appeared, there was that kind of. There was a bit of a time when I was speaking to Kent about this earlier, where you're kind of trying to find what made Christmas special, because you suddenly go, fuck, I'm just old now. Why am I still treating Christmas like a kid when I don't have a kid? And then you suddenly get a kid and it's like, fuck, this is amazing. It's Christmas all over again. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I said to Ken, what I did was, and I think I've said this before, was one year I did actually just think exactly that. God, what was it that made Christmas amazing? And I suddenly thought, what do I remember about Christmas as being the best thing about Christmas? And for me, it's when I got Scalextric. So
we talked about this today, didn't we?
That's what I'm saying. I went and bought the 2 biggest Scalextric sets you could buy, and I bought 2 of them, and then ran it the entire length of the house. And then, but that was only meant to be up between. I think it's the middle of December. It's meant to be going down at the anyway. It stayed up to the following July, and I said to Kent, "You find out how many male friends you've got when you've got a permanent Scalextric." And this house was long. It was a long house, and it ran the entire length. And I think it was about 30 feet of track. 30 feet and I had to buy extra straights and extra bends, and there's a booster thing you can get for the power supply to make sure that the power. So I did all of this, and it stayed down there to July. But as I said to Kent, the funniest thing, and this was the funniest thing, was when it eventually came down in July, because for the last 6 months or 7 months, we'd learned, because this ran through the entire house. This wasn't just somewhere you didn't go. So for every minute of every day, you had to be stepping over the track with your breakfast, with your, kind of all day, every day. And when the track disappeared, if you'd watched us walking, we had completely got the mindset of where the track was meant to be.
Muscle memory.
We were stepping over imaginary Scalextric tracks.
Wonderful.
But we even had it so it went around the sofa and then went under the table, under the piano. It was fantastic. It was really fun. And I've still got all of that Scalextric up in the loft. And every year I do just think, fuck it, just bring it down and just set it all up. Because that for me was Christmas.
Yeah.
Scalextric made Christmas. You know. Can I just say one talking about Christmas? Does anyone remember there's a game that I had that no one ever seems to remember, but I fucking loved this when I was a kid. So we're talking, it would have been when I was about 9, 10. So it would have been, late 70s.
Okay.
And it was called Steer and Go.
But the little thing you attach to the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had a little wheel.
Yeah, and a little gear shift.
And it had the gear shift, and the road just went round. So
Yeah.
the car stayed still
Yeah.
on a little magnetic arm.
Yeah.
And it was just the road and
Yeah.
the hill, and you had to get round as quickly. You remember it?
Yeah.
It's not just me.
No.
Everyone I've told about Steer and Go just looks at me as if I'm talking fucking Welsh.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Steer and Go. I loved my Steer and Go.
Do you?
I was addicted
I'm
to
gonna
do
have
you
to
remember
Google this now and have a look.
Sizzlers?
Sizzlers.
Sizzlers. You know, you had your Matchbox cars.
Yeah.
Well, these were the size of Matchbox cars, but they had electric motors in them, and you charged them up and ran them on an orange track rather than a yellow Matchbox track.
Remember those?
And they had like
That-
bank
that
curves
looks-
and all this sort of thing.
That looks mental. That Steer and Go.
Steer and Go. Oh,
Steer and Go.
honestly.
Oh my god.
If is there a YouTube of it?
I don't know.
Oh, honestly, because basically it's just this little wheel.
Yeah.
But the best one, there's a little bridge, and the only reason I remember the bridge, fuck me, the amount of times to get over the bridge without it jumping off. It was really fucking difficult on the bridge.
Did you see him light up then when he was talking about it? It was
But it's
wonderful.
honestly, but there you go.
It's like that with Scalextrics as well.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
Look at him, look.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, but that one hasn't got a bridge. Oh, it has. I can see the bridge. I can see the bridge. Fuck. Oh, that's my childhood there in that one picture. Fuck me.
Oh, which one
That
were you?
that is awesome.
Now, do you know what?
That was a little ginger kid at the top there. Look.
Do you know
Who was the
what?
one with
Little
hair?
ginger. A little ginger. Yeah.
That reaction is what I'd like to see. People just happy and good memories.
Yeah.
You know what I
Look,
mean?
I'll tell you, joking aside, I mean, I've said this so many times. I know that you think I'd come on here and all I fucking do is swear and
Not at all.
but honestly, and Kent will tell you this, I am I'm one of the happiest. I'm an incredibly positive, happy, patient most of the time.
I'm going to have a little moan about Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, don't you? Oh.
So not only for like 9-10 years, I used to work in TV audience measurement, and Christmas was just like the most hellish time of year for us because the amount of pressure to get the Christmas Day viewing figures and for them to be accurate. Oh God, it was just horrible every single year. Just the run up to Christmas, like just mental. And then you'd get to Christmas and everyone would get new games consoles and stuff and like be ripping all our gear off their TVs. It's just like, fuck. Yeah. Horrible.
Do we like Christmas then?
Oh, I love Christmas now. I don't do that job anymore.
I tell you, I struggle with the run up to Christmas, but then once Christmas Eve comes, I love it. It's all the run up that bothers me.
You see, it's a run up I love. What are you holding up there, Kent?
It's a spare wheel for it.
For steering gun.
Stick that in your studio.
I've only ever met one
that big.
person who is as up about Christmas as Ty is, and he's a friend of mine. He was an ex-heavyweight boxer, and he starts a countdown from the 1st of July. He's got a fucking slate up in his kitchen, and he literally counts it down every day. Absolutely bonkers. I mean, if he'd have heard about the 30-foot Santa that you were talking about,
36.
yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah,
he would.
Yeah.
You see, I tell you one of my problems with Christmas is Christmas Eve. Really, is that my grandfather died on Christmas Eve, so I always have a drink for Jack, and then we're okay. Do you know what I mean? So that run up, I'm thinking about him and.
Do you know that I get that because I had this conversation with Kent again only today, and But I kind of, again, I treat it. I know I keep saying about treating it in a positive way. But Kent was talking about when his birthday is, and Kent didn't realise that Kent's birthday is the same day that my dad died, basically. Yeah. And but I always treat it that, and it's basically kind of second week of December, and I always treat it as it's that thing of no, my dad would have wanted me to be. It's that thing of
we celebrate Jack's birthday. We celebrate Jack on Christmas Eve. For me,
yeah. How would my dad? How would he want it to be? And say, how would your granddad Jack? And I just kind of think my dad would. If my dad knew I was getting maudlin or upset or whatever, my dad would be turning around and going, "For fuck's sake, what are you doing?" I have to say I can't
coming
up to Christmas.
I can't help it the week before, but once we get to Christmas, like I said, it's usually Christmas Eve. It does start with we go for drinks to somebody's in an afternoon, and then we have a meal, and then Christmas is cool. Once we get there, it's cool. It's just that little run up,
Yeah, well, my nan died Christmas Day, my favourite nan, and my mum died Boxing Day. Now, so far, everybody else has missed Christmas Eve.
Yeah,
it fallen on one side or the other. I think my dad died 4th of January, so it's the New Year. And then you go, yeah, but it was just a day. The sad day was Christmas Day, but it was Christmas Day 1989. That Christmas Day, not this one.
Yeah.
All right, you have your anniversaries and stuff like that, but it's like you say, you celebrate it instead of.
I do. It's even outside of Christmas, summer. It makes a difference. I always do think if the people themselves, how would they have wanted you to be reacting? Would they have wanted you to be getting really upset or really every day? And all I know is that I've only got my mum and dad, so I was never that close to my grandparents, so I don't really know what they think.
I was really close to mine because my parents were working for quite a lot of time. I was growing up, so I actually lived with them for 18 months.
Wow, okay.
And my we all lived in York, but so I was very, very close to my grandmother, and my grandfather, who was a train driver. He's the guy that took me and allowed me to drive a train at the age of 7, which is just. I'm not a train spotter, but absolutely bonkers. It was, we'd go and pick up, because he'd retired by then, we'd go and pick up his pension, and we'd go and see what trains were in the yard and see what wanted shunting, and he would let me drive them down. He was there with me, but he'd let me drive them down the. That was just. I remember all that sort of stuff. He was an incredible guy.
But the thing is, listen, but if you turn around to them at the time and turn around, when you go. On that anniversary of you going, whatever, I'm going to get really upset and sad and whatever. What would they have said to you?
Oh, they said, "Don't be daft."
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't be so ridiculous. We're not around.
Yeah. No.
There's going to be a day you're not going to be around, and you're not going to want. I'll tell you for a fact that, I would hate the thought of my daughter actually giving a fuck when I, kind of go.
It's quite nice. I always have a glass of whiskey with
Absolutely. You always remember
and
it.
That was it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I was very, very close to my nan, and what made it even more fun because we lived with her for the first 2 years because mum and dad didn't have a house. We lived in her place, and then I'd spend many weekends around there as well, and. The good thing about it was my nan was the spitting image in both appearance and voice of Margaret Rutherford.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Superb.
And she used to, when we were pointing it out about how she looked like and sounded like Margaret Rutherford, and she could do her Margaret Rutherford impressions. She was going, "Murder, Mr. Fowl," and all this sort of thing. And it was really great. And it was like, we got this... because we were tiny kids and stuff like that. And when she used to come and visit us here, all the kids in the road, and I'd say, she's a famous detective. And they believed me. I go, wow, yeah, she's a famous secret you know, the private detective.
That's
Solved
superb.
many a murder.
Yeah, that's
You know.
brilliant. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a good laugh. But that's you know, I mean, that was a different time, wasn't it? I
Yeah,
remember
it was.
saying
I mean-
before, you know, where you'd have a little galvanised bucket in the kitchen behind a curtain, which is where you went to the toilet.
Yeah, they never had it. They had an outside.
Because the
loo.
outside toilet was down the
'cause
bottom of the garden.
Yeah, and you wouldn't go down there in the middle of winter.
No,
you
no,
know.
no. You wouldn't
know.
go down there in the
Yeah.
summer, to be honest with you. It was a little brick shed.
Yeah.
And it was all
Yeah.
spider webs and stuff like that. Ugh, no.
Because my grandparents, both of them, my grandmother used to clean in a workingmen's club in York, and that's where they used to go on a weekend. And from a very small age, I would go with them. You know, I'd sit there having a pack, and they would never sit together. Jack was always sat literally across with his mates playing dominoes. My grandmother Hilda would be sat with her mates and me, and it was in the days when women weren't allowed to go to the bar.
Yeah.
But Hilda never. She always drank half a beer, but Jack would always know when she was getting when a glass was empty, and he would literally get up and go to the bar, get her a drink, and come back and just put it down, and then he'd go back on with his game of dominoes, and he did that for years. He just watched. He just watched, and you know, whenever she was out of a drink, he'd go and get her a drink. You know.
Yeah.
But they
And
never
Nan
ever
loved-
sat together. They never sat
No, I mean,
together. I never saw them sat together.
I
Apart
mean,
from in
Nan
the
loved
house.
Christmas as well. She used to do the whole thing with the Christmas pudding with the burning brandy and the works, you know.
Yeah,
She did the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
bloody thing. She loved it and putting up her Christmas, because she was partially sighted and she'd be putting up the Christmas decorations. We'd come round to see her for Christmas, and we go, you know, my dad would come in and go, he goes, "All right, old girl, how's it going?" And everything like that. She goes, "Oh yeah, yeah." And the Christmas tree's there, and half the decorations are still on the floor. She hasn't seen that she's dropped most of them, and she's got the paper streamer things.
Oh, the loops. Is it the loops? Paper loops?
Yeah, the little twist ones.
Yeah.
Remember the little, and the
Yeah.
crepe paper decorations, and you know they'd be stuck into all sorts of stuff and hanging off at weird angles, and or still on the floor in some places, and she can't see it. She's literally done most of this by feel, bless her. And yeah, Dad used to have fantastic Christmases there and all.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, if it's your thing, make the most of it. If it's not,
Yeah.
then
Mhm.
I totally respect that, you boring fuckers.
As I do anyone who's as fucking bonkers about it as you are.
Well, Christmas Eve last year, tell you about getting involved, right? I'm wrapping the dog's Christmas presents.
Oh wow!
All right, but I've made, and I'm doing it in the kitchen, and Fiona's keeping them in the front room. Because when you think about it, go, hang on a minute, they're not going to care.
I get no. I totally
Oh,
get
yeah,
believe,
but
totally
believe,
get that.
believe me, they do. When my Staffy was still here, she'd get a box full of stuffed toys and she'd open the fucking thing, and she'd
Bless
get
you.
every present there was around for the kids, and ignore them. She'd pick out the one that she knew was hers because it smelled
Yeah.
of fucking soft toys, and she'd spend the day destroying them.
Yeah, we always get them. We always let them open their own presents. Oh, mate.
Yeah, couldn't let her see them though because she'd want
Talk
those.
about child substitute. Bloody hell.
Yeah, and then some.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ken. The download didn't take that long.
It
It's all
didn't.
downloaded. No, it's all downloaded and installed. So while I've been
Hey,
watching,
What's
yeah,
that for? What's that for?
I've got.
What have I missed?
I've just downloaded. What have I downloaded?
V Collection 9.
V9.
Oh yeah, it doesn't take. Yeah, it's not a big.
Yeah,
Yeah, I technically sold it to him.
you did. If you watched the earlier part of the show,
Oh really?
you know, yeah.
Oh
I
no,
was-
no, V Collection's fantastic.
I know.
It's fantastic.
It's just like,
Is that a Black Friday thing?
yeah. They offered it to me for $199. Yeah, euros.
I tell you the one that I did today that was just fucking bonkers. Does anyone use any of the Music Lab stuff? Music
No, I
Lab
don't.
guitar stuff.
No.
They do. I mean, their main product used to be one called Real Guitar.
I used to have that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really good,
And then
actually.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And that would have been an early version probably, but now
Yeah,
on version
it was.
6. So years ago I used to use real guitar, and then there's real, was it real Strat, then real pick, then real whatever it was. Anyway, so, but each upgrade is 79 quid, and I've got 4 products, and they were doing a thing where if I upgraded it for 99 quid, I got all of the upgrades and an instrument that I didn't even have that was meant to be 200 and whatever it was.
Okay.
So it was, yeah. So the whole thing, I just for 99 quid, I upgraded everything to version 6 and got a new instrument.
Brilliant.
So that was my thing for today. So yeah, some of the Black Friday offers, it's not like in the stores where Black Friday offer basic just means we'll give you an inflated price of what it's meant to be,
Yeah.
and then we'll knock a tenner off.
Yeah.
And then so some of the software deals around at the moment.
Well, I was trying not to look,
fantastic.
but I did see the 8 terabyte SSD drive. And I went, yeah, okay then.
Mm-hmm.
So that's in and copying over as we speak.
So what do you think the first synth I opened in the V collection then? I've only opened one just to make sure that it was all
MS-20.
CS80V.
Nope. Yeah. See, the 80. Just make sure it was working. And it sounded brilliant.
And it has MPE, is polyphonic aftertouch.
Now you see, you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me that when you were selling it to me.
Well, you'd already bought it by then. Yep. So any poly aftertouch controller you've got,
Well, you know what I'm doing tomorrow morning then. With
just
an instrument.
remember in your door to set it to MIDI channel any.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people try to do it and they've only got on one MIDI channel. Go, oh, it doesn't work. No, you've got to set it to any, mate.
Right. Oh, I've got some fun then.
There you go.
You've been
Oh,
very
hello,
quiet,
Jim.
Robert. Robert, listen. You've been very quiet.
Hello, Jim.
Sleep.
Hey Ian, how are you?
I haven't seen you for ages, mate. How are you doing? All right.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, let's just ignore Robert.
Yeah. He's eating.
What are you eating, Robert?
He's doing his secret OnlyFans video under the desk.
He's got 2 cameras, one above the desk, one below the desk.
Yeah.
He's like
Go
an
with
Irish
the earlier
dog.
theme.
He's
Robert's
like-
eating Soylent Green.
Yeah.
It's like
His ASMR channels up here.
Yeah. It's like an Irish dancer. He can do one thing with his upper body,
Yeah.
something completely different with the lower
Yeah.
body. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
And I think his name at the moment is probably factually correct for his lower part.
He's doing a river dance and we can't even tell.
He's just
If you actually want to know, I'm eating high quality biscuits.
And he's
High
dipping
quality.
him in
Jigsaw puzzle.
hydrochloric.
Dog biscuits, they're high
eating
quality.
jigsaws.
Yeah.
You say high quality.
Plenty of fibre in the jigsaw puzzle, but
Especially the old wooden ones.
My jigsaws are tasty.
Your
Cover them in sugar and
your
I'll eat them.
jigsaws bring all the boys to the yard. Oh man. Up. So Ty, what keyboard didn't you play today?
Which one didn't I play?
Yeah.
Many.
We got time,
Many,
we got
many,
time.
Many.
But just in that room.
It'd
not
be
the
like
other
the
rooms.
credits of fucking Crossroads rolling up the screen, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Please tell me that you bought the dolls, the Teenage Engineering dolls, Ty.
Oh, don't start this one again.
He's still sitting on the one he had in there last week.
No, I have not.
I
And
didn't.
No,
No, I didn't think
I
you
am
did.
not going to.
They're sold out.
You can't.
now.
They're outsold. They're sold out.
Are they really sold out?
Yeah.
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 Damn.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? People
No,
will buy
but I said
fucking
this last
anything.
time. No, it doesn't make me wonder. I can understand. It's not for me, but I can understand people who are just collectors.
Or
It's
don't
the thing
have friends.
They don't have friends. No, well,
What they have
I'm
now,
not
little
gonna
wooden
argue.
ones.
I'm not going to argue.
These are
I'm
my
not gonna argue with
friends.
that. I'm not-
Have you seen the Heimbach video? It's actually quite cool.
I've not seen
They
that.
are cool. That's the thing.
No,
It's
no,
that-
no, but also obviously Heimbach, he has a very left field approach to it. So somebody like him with a very left field approach to music will get something out of it.
Yeah, but for me, as I said last time, for me they're just too much of a one-trick pony that I'd play for 5 minutes and then put away again.
I could do dog shit sculptures. I mean, Lord knows I've got enough fucking raw material to work with. And then flog them online.
Yeah, you can polish it nicely, and then you have
Well, there's that-
yourself
that-
a polished turd.
Well,
Freeze
isn't
dry
there-
it, coat
there's
it
that-
gold leaf.
That blonde bit that sells her farts in a jar.
Hey?
Yeah. She made a
Yeah.
fucking
No.
fortune from
Did
it.
Gary
Yeah.
hear
No.
about that?
Yeah. Straight up.
I live a sheltered life, obviously.
30,000 quid in a couple of weeks, wasn't it? Or something stupid
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah. I think she's done about 75 grand altogether.
Yeah,
Conceptual art.
she was selling bath water as well, wasn't she?
I don't know if that was
Somebody
her.
was.
Somebody was.
I'm clearly failing at business opportunities here.
Yeah. I've just been blowing all my money away.
No, conceptual art is a law unto itself.
Apparently, India and Japan is her biggest markets. There you go.
I've said
dear.
before, I've got a friend of a friend who
We'll have
sells
to read the
used,
reviews.
used knickers. I've said that. I've told you that.
Use
before.
knickers, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she puts up these videos showing her what she's going to be eating that day. You know, all high fibre this and
Yeah,
so-
didn't she end up in hospital or something? No, she
Yeah,
only
yeah,
did it.
she overdone it.
Yeah.
I think she was saving up for a Tesla and fucking shit herself.
So creating loads of methane.
Yeah,
and
she was
The
u-
dark
using
turn.
to get
This
a
is the
greener
dark
car.
turn.
she was using the vibrator and shot the cat.
Oh, fuck.
On that bombshell. No.
Oh dear.
Oh, bollocks. Well, I'll let Ty go first, but then I'm going to bugger off as well.
No,
so.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Ty called it. I
I'm
said
gonna go.
No, I'm going.
Oh, hang on a minute. This is
I've only
a
just
new one.
arrived.
Oh,
Robert
tension.
just turned around and went, "I'm going to go." This is
Yeah, we've got
Tension.
Mexican standoff.
Robert's always in there to the end. You can't go, Robert.
Well,
That's-
about
You can't
midnight,
go.
we're all fucking
You can't
off.
go.
That's
I'm
not
not going to
allowed.
bed.
He will. He'll do it. He'll do it.
Good. Oh, we did.
He'll be back. And he's back. Oh, brilliant.
Right, you lovely lot. I'm going. I will
All right, darling.
see you all
Good to
soon.
see you, Matt.
Thank you
Look
for
after yourself,
gonna go
Matt.
and-
Have a
and
good
try
I
one.
will
stay
do.
alive
Thank you,
as well.
Ty. Take
Take care,
all.
bud.
See you
See you
later.
later.
Easy,
Bye,
mate.
everyone.
See you
Bye,
later.
mate.
Cheers.
So,
Bye. I generally am thinking that I might need to go to eBay to get a steer and go.
No, there isn't one.
It's so not. Have you looked?
Yeah. So that's not going to be your Christmas present either. Because I was going, oh fuck me, if they got one, I'll just get it.
Oh, don't you fucking dare!
Secretly wrap it up.
Don't you fucking dare!
Is this you
didn't
going
have-
back to your
didn't have one.
childhood?
Say
Yeah.
again?
Is this you going back to your childhood?
Yeah, this is just. This is just.
Well, I've done it this week with the EPS trip down memory lane.
Yeah, I kind of done that far too many times.
Yeah, I've done it.
Aye,
too
me
many
too.
times
And
as
then
well.
rose tinted spectacles. You get it and
Yeah.
go, oh my god, I used to love this. You switch
I
it on
got
and go,
given
oh,
a
why did I get-
CR78 last week.
what?
what did the owner have? It's stuck inside a CR68 or inside an A-stone?
No, it's broke. And he goes, "Oh, do you want it? Do you want it for parts?" I went, "Yeah, okay then." And I plugged it in, and
The
half
fuse
of
had
it
gone.
works. It's just half of it doesn't. It's almost definitely those RAM chips. It's always those RAM chips, and I think I've got
So
them in
only you
stock.
need someone that could fix it.
Yeah, if only. Yeah. So, but I got given a Pro Soloist a couple of months ago as well, but I just didn't want to bother taking it back.
I'll take that. I'll take a Pro Soloist.
It needs a lot of work.
I'm fully aware that they all need a lot of work because of how terrible they are. and
Because it's a Pro Soloist.
it could be worse. It could be a Soloist.
Yeah. But it's like those 3 Profit 5s. I must get them all together and get them flogged. There's people asking 10k for a 3.3.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
But at this particular point, don't care.
I mean, true, but because buy a 4 and be happy about it.
Yeah, mate. It's like just people buying OBXAs and stuff like that for top money. You go, there's really no need to do it, really.
Yeah, I know, but it's a different mindset.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen that stuff that's being sold in Switzerland at the moment. Some guy wants 100,000 Swiss chuffs for a CMI 2X.
That's 30 quid.
How much is 100,000?
It's not far off.
About 80 to 90,000.
Yeah.
For what?
Wow.
For 2X?
For 2X.
Fucking hell.
And they also want 150,000 for a DX1. And 75,000 for a Voyetra.
Is that for the DX1 that was on Vimeo?
Well, Robbie, let's hope they
I know the
sell it.
CMI, well, yeah, the CMI was the one that was bought on Vimeo about 6 months ago. The one that you were interested
You're joking?
in. No, he sold it. He bought it for what, 12? Was it? Did it go?
Yeah,
to,
12.
Yeah,
Yeah,
12. And then
And
he
he's put up for
alleges
98.
to have sold it to this Swiss broker
Yeah.
for 55. And now this Swiss broker is trying to sell it for 100,000.
Okay, so can I just
There's
say...
a distinct whiff of bullshit about the whole fucking thing.
But if it isn't bullshit, the guy that bought it for 12 and sold it on for 50 odd, wanker. The fucking guy that
Actually,
bought it on
it does kind of ring
just as big a
true.
wanker.
Because
I mean, just-
these high end ones, they're all owned by, they're not owned by musicians anymore,
No.
and they're not being sold by musicians. They're doctors, dentists, investment bankers, and hedge fund managers, and fucking what have you.
I have to say personally, this is a very personal opinion, and it really is very personal, and I'm not expecting anyone to agree with it. But with this kind of stuff, if you buy it solely for the reason to just buy it and then sell it
Flip
on,
it, yeah.
just to make money, you're a wanker.
Yeah,
It's
And
just
well, not my
well
favourite
with-
kind of customer either. I'll be honest with you.
So it was brought up on the Fairlight was brought up on one of the Fairlight Facebook groups, and there was a bit of a pile-on, and I must admit I just sort of expressed my opinion without using curse words, and just basically said, look, ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And his argument was, well, if I can sell it for that and somebody's prepared to buy it for that.
But it's very obvious that he's done it. He has not bought this. He's bought this for solely that reason. He's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, we know what we saw, before he ended up getting it. What kind of fucking tosser he is. So, all I can say is I'm glad I got him up from 6 to 12. That's all I can say. That's my one only small.
He was
input.
also. Let's say this Swiss company are also selling a LM1 purportedly Giorgio Moroder's.
All right.
And they do seem to like to name drop a lot on their stuff. It could very well be genuine, and they could very well be, capable of selling at those prices. But
Why would it be in Switzerland, Giorgio's? I mean, he hasn't left the States since the early 80s.
Well, that CMI was in London.
Well, they get about.
Or
They do get
in the
about.
UK. But no, it's just. I mean, when we sell. I mean, honestly, well, Ty will know. We don't sell. I say we. Peter does the selling. We don't sell for that much. And these are. I mean, well, again, as Ty will know, the prices that are being asked recently were nowhere near as much as that. But even then, it still doesn't sell. And people were sort of going into this thing, and he came up with this. Oh, you guys, you're trying to keep the prices down because you all want Fairlights. And I was like, hang on a minute. Most of the people in this group have got Fairlights. That's why they're in this group.
Yeah.
And I don't know anyone that's ever paid anything more than 15,000 for one in the last 10 years. Certainly no, So I think Boris Blank's one went for about 15 grand.
But that's because it's Boris
Because it was
Blank.
Boris Blank's and it was signed by Boris and had some of his sounds on it. But yeah, it's just. But again, it's a free market, and if he wants, or this company wants to sell for 100,000, and somebody wants to pay 100,000, that's what it'll be worth.
They won't.
That's the thing.
No, it won't. I know that.
Won't happen.
That DX1 has been there for God knows how long.
Yeah. No, it won't happen. It's like
I
the
just-
80
I
that's
just-
downstairs in the front room. The guy's saying, do you reckon I can get 30 for it? I said, well, yeah, probably. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take before you find that person. But if you're going to put it up for 50 or 60, forget it. It's not going anywhere.
Mm.
Oh, Wagyu, do you know this bloke? Sorry, I haven't been following the.
He knows
chat.
of him,
Is
yeah.
Wagyu-
Well, I mean, Wagyu is in Switzerland. So,
I think. Well, I'll let Wagyu say how he may or may not. No, I don't know what I'm able to say. See, I've learned my lesson. See, I'm doing all right now.
Yeah,
I'm
you're doing all right.
Engaging brain before opening
Well
mouth.
done, Robbie. Well done.
Yeah.
well, that's overrated.
Teach
We always
me how it's done. I'll do
Yeah,
I'll
and
mention one.
I'm not that good. Yeah, I'm still working on
You and me both, mate.
it. Yeah.
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 I just don't get the whole. I mean, it's flipping the whole flipper thing doesn't sit well with me. And it's the same when the Korg 2600s came out. Did you see how much they started going for? Literally,
What,
Sort
twice to 10
literally, yeah, twice within, Well, that's So he's not a total wanker.
Yeah. Does anybody want to buy an E1?
I do.
You can have this one then.
Yeah, but I just haven't got the money for it. That's the problem. That's the one obstacle.
But not only for me, what it's also with space, it's the size of a fridge.
It must be. Mind you, what is it up for at the moment?
Last I saw 3.3.
3.3.
Do you know what? Do you know what's
Thing.
funny? I saw. What did I see the other day? It was a really. Has anyone seen any of the Guy Garvey Vaults programs? and
Yes,
stuff?
I've watched a couple of them. They're really good, actually.
Well,
seen a
I
couple of
don't know
them.
if you've seen. I think Series 4 they did one that was about electronica, and so
No.
there was some. So basically, if you don't know the concept of it, it's all like kind of like local TV shows from whatever that don't really get seen a lot, and so a lot of this stuff has either never been seen or hasn't been seen for years and all this kind of thing. And they did one about electronica. I think it was only an hour, but they showed some early Depeche, some Eurythmics, some bit of craft work that hadn't been seen for ages. And anyway, it's worth checking out Series 4 on Sky. But yeah, and this Depeche Mode, it was around which track was it? It was People Are People, and I'm sure it was an E1 rather than an E2 in the rack. Fuck me, how high is the E1? It's like really. What's it height? It's just the height of it. My God, it's big. Yeah, it is. It's basically like this big fuck off thing with a DX7 above it. It was
It's larger than an organ.
yeah, it was huge. So,
3.3. Yeah.
I think.
The guy must be desperate to flog it, especially if I turn around to Rich and say I'm charging fucking storage now, which is £10 a day.
3.3 for a 1.
Yeah. It's expanded to 8 voice though, and has the Gotek whatnot reader. Oh, except it's not a Gotek one, is it? It's whatever it is. I can't even pronounce that, but it's one of those SD floppy emulators.
What's the Latarag?
Yes, thank you. That's one of them.
And it works because I've tested it.
Yeah. Well, she's rebushed. She's got the original 5.5s. Is it 5.2s or whatever they are?
525s, yeah.
525s. Yeah, it's got all the original discs as well. Nice big library actually. There's about 2 big boxes.
Have you not like used it to play the Vangelis sounds on it?
Nope.
Like with drum loop and just pretend you're in the bar in Blade Runner.
Nope. It's too fucking heavy. And I resprayed that as well. I've done a really good job on it. Even if I say so
And bless me, he
myself.
took it all the way up to there to let me play with it.
Yeah. I still had one testicle sticking out at a very funny angle after I got it up here. I reckon make him an offer, mate.
Honestly, I just don't have right now with everything else that's going on. And I was hoping that the new gig with Gear News would top up my synth pocket money.
Has that
But-
materialised yet?
Yeah.
I mean, not for money, but
No, I'm being paid. And everything.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. eh?
But no, unfortunately, the money's having to go to pay for things like fucking injectors for my wife's VW.
Oh yeah.
And other things. So, but no, it's
Yeah.
maybe next year I'll be able to. This month's been a good month, so I'll start declaring and everything.
Mind
now.
you, if I backdate the storage fees, you can have it for nothing, can't you? It's been here fucking over a year.
True.
What, 18 months, I suppose.
Mhm. Then I'll sell it and get a 2 because that's the one I really want.
Oh, that's the one you really want.
That's the one I really. I mean, I'm not fussy to be honest, but
I don't know.
Well,
I
I
don't
went
know.
in.
Is
I
the
went
2
in that
still
room
here?
I went in
What
that
do I?
room again yesterday.
oh yeah, because yeah.
Because he had a 1, a 2, and a 3 here.
Blimey.
I wonder if the 2's still here. I'll have a look tomorrow.
But the reason I went in that room was mainly because that's also where the Model D is.
Planning to sell yours for
I'm not planning on
6.5.
selling anything, am I? No, it wasn't that. It was just when you start seeing things, and you suddenly start going, oh, I've got one of those. Oh, I'll just go and have a play with it.
Yeah.
And I went into that room, and I shouldn't go in that room because it's really depressing when I go in that room because I just feel a total dickhead. But yeah, it was in that room. But I did get the D out and actually switched it on again. And
I should get my D out, actually, thinking about it.
I said D, not Dick.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me, I've got Dick somewhere. I must have get that out and never play with it as well. It's been a while. I still got your Mirage, by the way.
You've still blessed. Good.
Still,
That's good.
still in the cupboard here.
Excellent. That's what I like to. I will actually get to. Do you realise I haven't actually been down to see you since pre-lockdown?
Yeah, it's got to be over 2 years now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do need to get down to you. But I need to
Come
get
around
down
for
to
the for the EMOM next summer.
No, the trouble is, if you come down, you bring a fucking wagon load of bloody stuff with you.
That is true. Sorry.
Yeah, so maybe hold that off. Hold
that
off
will
that
happen.
that thought for
Okay.
now.
Well, the thing
Well,
is, the plan
Christmas
was,
presents.
Yeah.
The plan was, if you remember, you were going to try and clear the decks more so that I could come down and just fill the decks again.
Mm. Yeah, that's true enough.
Yeah. And there's some bits and bobs you still need to get, like some of those light diode things for the Kawai, the SX240, the bulbs and things that we need to sort out.
Mm.
And you still got that DSS1 that Sass brought down.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
I still sit here, just so you know, I still keep trying
That's
to get
in
hold of Sass.
storeroom 2. That one.
Okay. I keep, just so people know, I am there still saying, Sass, can you send me your details through, please, so I can give you some money?
Mm.
And still don't hear anything back.
Mm.
So But there we go.
Yeah.
Hey, Kent, did you hear the Mylar Melodies podcast with Daniel Miller?
No.
They were talking about the EMS vocoder. He goes,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I got one, but it's broken and all that stuff. And then if you go to his Wikipedia page on Daniel Miller, there's a picture of it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. It's funny actually because there was some article floating around on Facebook about it by some synth magazine or whatever it was anyway, and they're talking in great detail about how he bought it from Florian through eBay, blah blah blah, and paid 12.5 for it, blah blah blah,
Yeah.
this, blah 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 that.
Is it totally hopeless or is it getting better?
I haven't been near it lately.
You said it's a shit service manual, right?
Oh, the service manual was wonderful for it.
What was the service manual?
yeah, it's called Ether manual.
Are the parts really esoteric or just bizarre custom things?
Oh,
or-
there's all sorts of weird crap in there.
Yeah.
It's 54 series in there, for Christ's sake.
Yikes.
Which
Well,
makes
it-
late 60s.
It's whatever you found in a test lab in the late 60s, early 70s
Yeah.
in West Germany.
Yeah. But it's these tiny, tiny, thin little brown wires that he's contact adhesive together. That's your wiring loop. So when you got to try and pick out a trace on it, it's like, oh, for Christ's sake.
Oh, man.
I mean, we're talking that really, really fine, hard, solid wire. Not braided wire, it's actually solid. So if you move wires around, you go, dink! Oh, fuck, that's broken. Where does that go to?
Well, that reminds me of the Don Lewis talking about his Leo thing. And when they had to move it around, it was in storage for a long time and started to just degrade.
Yeah.
And they had to go back and retrace everything and do all kinds of fixing and rewiring and stuff. It sounds like a total nightmare.
Yeah, the hardest thing was finding, because it needed 2 more VU meters. And they're the vertical ones.
Oh.
And, oh my God, I found this old Elizabethan reel-to-reel unit that had the same VU meters in it. So I bought that.
I mean, they were really common in Germany at the time.
At the
So-
time, yeah, I
so,
missed it by about 50 years, that's the only problem.
No, like if again surplus stores in Germany, you probably would be more like, but again, that would most likely require to be there in person to like
Yeah. Mind
pick
you,
up some gunk that has it.
My German's not too good. I'll end up buying fucking washing machine motor or something. Oh no, not another washing machine motor.
Well, when you start in the business of repairing tape recorders, then at least you have the motors for them.
Yeah. No, I'm not going that way. I'm not going down that rabbit hole for sure. I know a chap who fixes tape machines for a living, and he looks very ill all the time. I don't think I'll be going down that road. Mind you, the workshop's almost empty enough now that the CNC and the 3D printers can all go in now, and it become a proper R&D shop. And then some shit gonna happen, man.
Man, you could put a GS1 in there.
No. There's been talk, and it's
Yes.
Mm.
What have I just said yes to?
Finance.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Your last ever. Yeah. Your last ever Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Because you won't have any money left, probably.
Do you know what I did? That I did that thing that I shouldn't do. Every now and again, I look at all
the ones that didn't come through.
The Kickstarters
Yeah.
and the Indiegogos. That I'm sitting there going, hang on a minute,
Whatever happened to that?
what happened to that? And then going in to try and find all the shit that I've never ever received.
Did you say something about an air conditioning unit? That was Kickstarter.
Pure air purifier.
Oh right, okay.
Really beautiful air purifier.
I mean, I've never used Kickstarter. What happens then if it doesn't hit,
Nothing.
if it doesn't turn up? Nothing. You just lose your money.
Nothing. You basically lose your
No
money.
guarantee. They tell you right up front.
Yeah,
Wow.
they basically say it's completely at your risk, and
That's
if it-
mad.
yeah.
Yes.
And
But
even
out of
you
10,
go
I've
to-
only been burned once so far, so that's pretty good.
you go into the details, and some of them, don't get me wrong, some of them, when they've for whatever reason failed, whatever, they've sent you money or some of the money back, but some of them nothing. You get absolutely nothing.
So I could literally start a Kickstarter tomorrow for my ostrich masseur.
Yeah, and if someone's stupid enough to go
Well,
with
there
it,
seems to be people who do that. I mean, they bought wooden dolls, for fuck's sake.
Yes, but those wooden dolls were immediately available to be shipped.
Yeah, but they didn't have smaller wooden dolls inside them, did they?
No.
Oh, is that gonna be your version?
They're not Petrushka dolls.
No.
Were there actually pointing at anything? Was there some sort of theme connected to these at all? Because I know very little about them.
Honestly, you
They're
should.
all different.
I'm not Ken.
Well, the
you should
characters
go-
match the theme music, right?
You should
Yeah,
go
they're
and
from,
check
they're all
them
from
out.
different countries, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, the
You
Asian
should
one
go
was
and-
pretty rough. It was really racist looking.
You should go and check them out. They are absolutely worth checking out, and they're cool things. They're just,
Yeah.
Check out the Heimbach video.
Yeah, I need to watch that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check this out. It's interesting.
I enjoyed Nick's video on the Koto synthesizer, the Japanese. I can't remember what it's called. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it yet.
I played it. I played that at Synthfest.
I thought it was fantastic, and I want
Yeah.
one. They're only-
It's a really cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, where I'd put it, I don't know, but you know, 200 or 300 quid, aren't they? If you can get one.
I think
Yeah,
that's
how
the
much
thing.
they
If
were
you can
asking.
get one.
So it was on the Sangas table.
But the Soundgas one was really, really expensive, and
Talking about Soundgas.
yeah, Nick was saying the one they just bought it off eBay, and it was like it was about 300 quid, I think. So not necessarily his, but they were certainly today they were going on eBay for about that, you know. But the Soundgas one was like 700 quid, something like
Yeah, it
that.
wasn't cheap.
Yeah, but that is Soundgas to some extent, isn't it?
Very much so.
Like, is it Wednesday or Thursday this week? I've got an appointment with oh Christ, I can't even remember the name. That's going to be good, isn't it? Vortera. The Vortera. Vortera. Yeah, the Vortera.
Voyetra?
No, not Vortera. Vortera, which is a all-in-one PCB manufacturing machine, SMT. And I got an appointment with them because I need to discuss I have many questions, and it's going to be quite an investment now because of Brexit. Thank you, wankers, and a few other things. So it's going to be about 5k. So I want to make sure it's exactly the machine I'm going to need, and that's going to be fun. So if I do get that. I'll be broke, but if I do get that and get that into the workshop as well, and me and Dom are ready to rock and roll.
Well, you guys need to charge a bit more for your data repairs. Like,
Mate,
five grand.
I already have. The restoration that Ty had on his 80 that I did for him is about only 33% of what I charge now. A lot of that does go on the parts, I must admit, because the parts have just gone absolutely mental. But, yeah, no, it's had to go up.
Is it cheaper when you get a prawn with it, or is that charged extra?
No, prawns when you don't pay. You get the frozen prawns under the power supply.
There's no prawn in mine, I can tell you that.
No. You paid up dutifully, didn't you, darling? Mind you, you paid Richard, didn't you?
I did pay Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of that was vaporware,
Mm.
I suppose.
Oh. Why is Kent so big?
I don't know why am I so important all of a sudden?
Yeah.
I think that Robbie may have something to do with it.
Yeah, Robbie is messing around. Let's do that.
What are you doing, Robbie?
Oh,
He's got his mic's.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're still
That's
muted.
yeah.
You're still muted. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. Oh, you're frozen as well. Oh, no, you're back again.
Still
what
muted
the fuck
though.
are you doing, Robbie?
There we are.
I forgot that I thought I keep meaning to reposition my Stream Deck because it's set up to use a StreamYard. And I keep forgetting that it's also set up on any StreamYard.
What's that a metaphor of?
So when I press said buttons, it does said things. You see.
He's better set up in my stream than I am.
Yeah.
Well, that's because he's doing a show.
Hang on.
Show.
Robert? What
Yeah,
do you
this is a show.
This is a show.
Not
It's
a
not a
show.
show. It's a show.
It's an important distinction.
Yeah. What?
Hi, Grace. Grace is in the chat.
Hey,
Oh,
Grace.
hi, Grace. Hey.
What a wanker.
That button still works then.
That still works. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
apparently
wake
after
everyone
my
up.
one.
Oh, that's not
Rather
in
loud,
any way
that, Rob.
annoying.
Yeah.
Well, hello.
I love the street pretzels in New York City.
Where'd that come from?
I'm just talking.
And on that bombshell,
If you read the chat,
Exactly.
because
For a
Grace
minute, I
is in
just
New
thought
York.
I'd
and
fall
then-
into one of those 10-second comas.
Yeah, Paul Artola said about except street vendors hot dogs. Well, I don't do hot dogs, but you know. You gotta stay with the
I like squirrels on a Wednesday when they're basically use.
Yeah. Squirrel. Yeah.
we just pick up a squirrel with a screwdriver and then roast it over the open gas cooker.
Go for it.
Who was that?
That was me.
That was
Sorry.
you.
Oh, it's about your new piece.
It's not. It's the fact that I'm trying to. Have you seen this?
Not one of your musical farts again, is it?
Yeah. Basically. Teletone. Teletone audio. Does anyone know Teletone?
No.
This is
They do
related
some
to
nice-
Teletubbies.
No, they do. No, they do some really nice libraries. They do. They just do some really nice libraries. One of them's a piano where they basically kind of downsample it and then just fuck around with it. And they do really sound designy kind of stuff. Anyway, they make really nice libraries. But they've done one called Timpo, and I've just realised as I was going through that I'd bought it. I'd never downloaded it. So
It's not like you, Ty.
it's not like me. I can honestly turn around and say, when we say that's not like me, that's like me at least 50% of the time. But I just realised that, so I've just downloaded it because it looked really cool. And I thought, while I'm listening to you, what I might do is mute myself and actually.
What was it called?
Timpo by Teletone Audio. It's a drum. It's like a drum machine kind of thing, but it's
Well,
got lots of-
it's not a timpani machine.
No, it's not a timpani machine, but they've called it Timpo. Don't be facetious, you lazy and harsh wanker.
I mean, that does mean drum in some languages.
Does it? What?
Timpo Toys.
Completely different.
Timpo Digital. Oh, it's not. No, it's not Timpo Digital either, is it?
No.
TYAMPO.
TYM.
Oh, TY.
Oh,
Yeah.
all
T-
right.
how was that, Rob? I just enjoyed
TYM,
watching you.
Yeah.
I
know.
Where was it?
Didn't know you went to a
Information we could
Steiner
have done
school.
with. 129 bloody quid.
Yeah, but it's just all.
Well, I
all
bought
their
it, but I haven't
languages
downloaded it yet.
Shut up. Twat.
Aye.
Oh God, where is it?
Oh, you got
Got a
contact
got a
player.
walkthrough by Frankie Boyle. So, what's the trailer?
Yes. Yeah. Let's connect.
Things
I don't think
wank,
so.
you know. Right, there we go.
I've got to find where it is.
How to make a beat. Oh, right, okay. Simple stepping.
Fat,
Cool.
dead, and vintage drums.
I thought it just sounded like me. Fat, dead, and vintage.
Perfect
I'm trying to
match.
find where it's. I'm trying to
I've
find
got
where
a
it's gone,
fucked Lynn
actually.
that might be able to cover that.
God, I've got to search for it because I can't find.
Oh, it's got a bendable beat. That's what everybody needs. We all need a bendable beat, don't we?
Mine is,
can
and they're
see
still
why
trying to
it's
get it fixed.
Not
See
in
why it's
Qatar at the
interesting.
moment.
That's
Where is it?
interesting.
What?
Oh, yeah, still don't
It's
get any
in
audio.
documents.
You haven't completely downloaded it then.
No, I have. It's all been downloaded, and it's downloaded itself. It's a Pulse downloader, which normally goes to my Pulse folder, but for some reason, it's downloaded everything
Yeah.
to documents.
Well, that's just silly.
Fuck. Okay, sorry. I just need to do some domestic bollocks. Look amongst yourselves, listeners.
What shape of domestic bollocks, anyway?
Pulse. Why would it do that?
It was 25% off Black Friday. Have you just bought it, Ty, or did you buy it ages ago?
I bought it ages ago.
All right, you missed 25%.
But it's an introductory whatever. So, can we in the Pulse now? Oh, refresh. There we go. Okay.
There's one called Scarborough. What's that all about then?
Honestly, they're great sounds. There's not. Oh, hello. Okay. That wasn't what I was expecting. That's not good. Wow, this is. I hope people are enjoying tuning into this.
Far more exciting than our biochemistry discussions.
But it's
That
not as
what you want
exciting as
for
when
it,
you were talking about the metal work on mixing desks.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Oh, you
Is
interesting.
that, is that riveting?
No.
Riveting.
You have to go back. They went by everybody, that didn't it?
That did actually. That, to be fair, that actually. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's actually bolted.
I need
Oh, hang on a minute.
to.
Yeah, let's do it.
I need to go back and watch that, do I?
Yeah. Launch
bet that
Pulse
goes into
application,
junk.
done all that.
That's where Ty started to lie down. I remember that.
That's the one, yeah. Done all
Doing a
that.
sexy pose.
Yeah.
Because my dulcet voice made him fall asleep.
Once it's been selected down in the download.
Or maybe it was just for teenage engineering doll up the arse.
Never.
Or was it a Volker? Or was it the teenage? Was it the mixer?
You can't feel the mixer. It's too small.
Yeah, I'm on my fourth.
I'd love to see the X-ray.
Okay. Oh my god. Can I just point out? I'm not saying they don't make things easy, but so basically, normally it just says, when you get your library, download it or this kind of thing. There's 13 steps to follow. I kid you not. I'm on step 13 on how to install this library. I mean, most of it's just standard fodder, but even so, 13 steps. Okay, I'm gonna go.
What's
now.
this? Tempo?
Yeah, Tempo. It's just.
We'll just download the.
Yeah, I know.
Pulse
I've done that.
downloader.
I've done other Pulse stuff. It's gone into. I might do it all again. Fuck me.
Oh, will it register at your native access?
It is part of Native Access, yes.
So
but
it might turn up in there, wouldn't it?
No, you have to download it via Pulse first.
Yeah, it has to know.
And then activate it.
Okay. Would be
But
lovely if
even
this thing
so,
fired up.
I don't. I just tried to open it and it just. Ooh. Can is anyone else having a problem with native access at the moment?
Don't
Well,
use
let's
it.
have a look.
I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Native access. Here we go. Native access.
I mean, it is a terrible piece of software. Oh, it needs to update again, of course.
Yeah, I've got
Activating product.
I've got searching for the latest update, and then
At
it
0%.
says. But then it says, download failed.
Oh.
Does anyone else have that?
At the moment, I've got activating products release 270 and spinny.
I have download failed.
There we go. Okay, so
I've
it's
got
not just me.
installing dependencies release 301.
Oh, that's
You're-
why.
you're a bit out of date.
Robbie's using the server. We have to wait. One at a time, people. One at a time.
Oh no, after retried, it seems to.
Oh, does it? I've tried it now 3 times and it keeps doing the same.
No, I'm not getting. I'm getting fuck all here. Spinny.
I just got download failed. Oh dear.
Keep smashing that button as if it's a like button on a
I'm
YouTube
smashing
video.
it, I'm smashing it.
Or a bell on YouTube, or a subscribe button, or all those
I'm
shit you're
smashing
supposed to
my
smash.
Yeah. Hey, it's open!
Again.
I had to step away. What did I miss? What is everyone downloading?
Oh, nothing. It's just I'm just trying to get into. Okay, now let's see. What am I?
Pulse?
Oh, I've got to
Oh, no, access.
add serial.
That's me at the moment.
There's a more modern version of native access than I'm using.
Ah, now I can. Oh, we've got that.
Maybe that has something to do with it, because my native access says version 1.14.1 release 156.
God.
What's the name of this thing called? Not installed.
Let's just open the Native Instrument Service Center. I haven't used that for years.
Add
God.
library.
Does it work? Oh, I already had Pulse, you prat. Already got it on here. That's what I got Bohemian Violin and Spaghetti Western with. Add a product.
Sorry, I started all this off. I'm really sorry that I've just kind of.
Yeah, you just made me spend another $129, you fucker.
What? All I said, I haven't even fucking tried it yet.
I'm
All I
adding it
said...
to your bill.
What? Hang on a minute. How have I made
what?
you? How have I made you buy it?
Breathing.
All I said was.
Yeah, I know. That's all
I
it
said
takes, and you
was-
fucking know it. Is that? Ooh, I don't know. Is that confirmed even?
Oh, do you know what? I tell you, Native Access isn't happy at the moment. It's just saying that it's installing.
There's a lot of things here that are not happy at the moment.
It's just frozen.
And it's still frozen at the opening page saying 0%.
Activation failed. Activation to network error has occurred.
Oh dear, doesn't sound good.
I think something's going on at NI at the moment.
Clearly we're too busy merging all the things together.
Maybe Musk has bought it.
Oh, don't. What's that fucking wanker up to, man?
Yeah, it's bad enough with serials. It's terrible when this goddamn cloud computing stuff. So you have to rely on it all the time.
Oh, here we go. Redemption serial key.
Oh well, I won't be trying that tonight then. Forget that.
Now stick it at 8. Right, copy from there to there. Oh, where's that gone? Oh no, it's not that, is it? Put that into there. Redeem. No, put it on there.
Are you doing okay with yours?
I'm just downloading it now.
Right. Well, as fascinating as this
Oh,
all
I know.
is,
I do know what. I
Yeah.
have to turn around and I just want to apologise for the last fucking 20 minutes of anybody's life.
I need to
that's
go to
watching
sleep.
this shit. I need to go
Can we
to.
go back to the metal desk again? What's the?
I'm really sorry, everybody, for inducing this shit.
No, that's cool.
Sorry.
Well, have a lovely rest of the evening.
I'm going as well.
I'm going to.
Look out for some interesting things tomorrow. And
Oh, do you? What's that?
I
Like
can't
what?
tell you, but
No,
just look out.
obviously there's Cherry Audio CS80. Obviously, what else is there?
I can't say.
No, apart from
Don't
the
tell me
Cherry
that.
Audio
I've just spent all this
CS80,
money
what
on
else
this other CS80. I don't.
But apart from the Cherry Audio CS80, what else is there?
There's some interesting stuff.
But you're not going to say anything at all.
No.
The Behringer BS80.
There's nobody watching, Rob. You're all right. You can say what you like.
No, I can't.
It
No,
isn't
I didn't think that the
2030
last
already,
time.
is it?
Sorry, what?
It isn't 2030 already, is it? Talking about the Behringer CS80.
No, the Osmos. Or the Rode Seaboard too.
Well, it's
Have
there.
you haven't heard anything else about the Osmos, have you?
All I know is that there will be news in a few weeks' time.
Soon.
There'll be
Oh,
news
mate,
about the
that-
upcoming Osmos in a few weeks.
Yeah, there'll be more news.
To say it's going to be upcoming.
Yes.
Right, I think that's in.
And on that note, au revoir. Take care.
Be good.
See you all.
Bye,
Cheers, Rob.
everybody.
Bye.
Yeah.
Au revoir.
But when you say it's in, do you mean native access wise it's in?
No, it's downloaded and set up.
Yeah,
apparently.
okay, now go to native access.
All right,
And
native
mine
access.
really is just playing silly fuckers.
No, I'm in.
Oh.
Right,
You
I'm
see,
going
I
to go.
have this-
Good night, guys.
Yeah, cheers in.
See you later, babe.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Now
I
what
just-
do I
I just have this really horrid feeling
available?
that
Evolve.
I've had this with NI with when you put in the code and it accepts the code, and then if there's an error in the network or something, the code just seems to disappear. It basically says you haven't put the code in. Oh, fucking hell!
Oh, okay. All right, let's have a look. Add
What are you
serial.
getting?
Add oh, it won't let me paste it in. Oh, for fuck's sake, you wank. I've got to type this in myself. Hang on. All right, put it on the other monitor.
I
There we go.
can't be asked with this. I'm going to leave
Right,
it till
hang on, let me
tomorrow.
put this in.
Neil's just said native are doing some system maintenance. Oh, is that a fact, or you just thought you think, Neil?
Well, I've got in. My native access is fired up. Oh, mate. Oh, they like their ease, don't they? Okay. Enter. Success. Voila. What's it doing?
What are you trying to load from the Native Instruments, Kent?
Yeah, now I've got a spinny.
What product? It's
This is, what's it called, Ty? Timpo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's in. Oh, the monitor's doing its fucking around now.
what's the main focus on it?
It's basically it's a kind of drum machine using very raw, very flat acoustic sounds, but they're doing some fancy stuff with the sequencing side of things, where it's doing lots of sound shaping and variation, and but it's kind of like you actually play it. It's like a performance.
So it's performative stuff too, like
Yeah, it's very performance based. Yeah, you don't just press and hold.
Let's see
It's
if
all
this
about
goes in. Get rid of pigments.
they had like natural rolls and flams too, so it doesn't sound so robotic.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking it is. I love their stuff anyway, and I didn't watch. I watched a fair amount of the walkthrough, but you know, it's like when you watch a walkthrough and you only need to watch the first 5 minutes, and you suddenly go, yeah, okay, that's my kind of.
But it's a tool, not a compact library.
No, it's a compact. No, it is a contact library.
Oh, it is, okay. Right.
But
Yeah.
it's all kind of integrated. But it just, I think a lot of it is the fact that I love the rest of their libraries, and they're not the kind of, like one of those companies who just, that whatever they're going to do is going to be good.
Sure. I got a bunch of those on my Machina Plus. I love the contact libraries.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of companies. But I have a feeling that something is going on at NI because I've just rebooted the machine and.
Right now,
I mean, clearly, once Ty is done with native access, maybe there's some capacity again.
I just got download failed again.
Contact 7.
Native access 2.
Going on with this button. Okay, right, contact 7. Here we go.
Hey, Todd, do you use custom percussion controllers for your stuff, or do you choose keys?
Oh, what's he doing over there?
Both, to be fair.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think that the problem is, I did it for so many years with keys that every time I kind of almost have to relearn. I've got loads of percussion stuff, but I've got so used to just doing it on keys that it's almost like keys is like kind of is the easiest option for me, really.
Right.
I kind of have to kind of relearn it if I start going back to.
I got used to keys for a while too. It's the key travel that kind of messes you up. The pads are so much more immediate.
Yeah, they are. Oh, sorry, older version replace.
Oh, great. Okay, it's not listed in contact 7.
Oh, I just have a feeling this is just not
Do I
feeling
have
good.
to add it myself?
Yeah, but I was an NPC. I've said this loads of times. I was an NPC. Years and years. Well,
the old 60.
Yeah, I had a 60.
Yeah.
So I had my first one in 88.
Wow.
That's when I had my first NPC, and I've had one ever since, of some sort. At some point, I've had more than one, but yeah, I've always had an NPC since.
You mean you never got a beat thing?
The what? Oh God, the beat thing.
They're actually pretty cool, but they just didn't finish it.
Is that the thing with the blue LED?
Yeah, it has pitch bend mod wheels on the sides,
Yeah,
and
that's the one. Yeah.
they copied the ASRX pads.
Yeah, to say that didn't appeal was putting it mildly.
It's actually cool as a portable standalone thing, but it's heavy because it has a big battery in it.
Yeah. I just never really.
But it's solid. I mean, you have to torture to break it, basically.
Okay.
Oh, there it
No.
is, right.
I think the biggest mistake I made is that the best NPC was the 3000. That was kind of when they kind of peaked, really.
Okay, add to content location.
Tilted screen. It was kind of red. Is that the red one?
No, it's the white one. It's the
White one. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, Rock Linux made the 3000 OS also, or implemented most of that for the 16.
Yeah, most the
Subsequently.
3000 was still had Roger Lynn actually doing stuff on it, and was the last before the 2000.
Well, I mean, the 2000 he was technically somewhat involved in, but they ceased to pay him, which is why he left.
Yeah, but they changed the entire operating system for the 2000. And it's all just like, whoa, because everything. So the 60 and then the
62.
And the 62 and then the 3000, they all basically had the same layout and structure and blah blah blah, and then they changed it all for the 2000, and yeah, it just kind of lost quite a lot. And then they started to get it back for the 4000, and then my 4000 had I don't know what the fuck went on with my 4000. It just decided to lose some shit, and apparently it's a part that went. And apparently it's well known that this particular part, whatever it was, goes on them. But once it goes, that's it. You're fucked. You can't get them. So my 4000 literally went overnight, turned into a
doorstop.
But now I've got the X, which is it's nice. It's not a 3000, but it's nice. But in the meantime, I had 2000 XLs and
That's cool.
all of that. But
yeah, so Roger at Synthplex, he was just kind of in this little tiny room with a bunch of vendors, just bored out of his mind, just with his instruments and getting no attention.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult because again, instruments one of those things that it's just never really grabbed me. But it's an old, it's really it's an old instrument.
The path is invalid.
But I like the Tempest as well. I'm one of the few. I'm not one of the
Well, yeah,
few
I mean, it's
people
a
that like Tempest.
Evolver lineage. I gotta love the Tempest.
Yeah.
I love the Evolver.
Yeah, I
Poly
had a mono
Evolver
evolve.
stuff.
I had a mono evolver, and I got rid of that.
You don't have a poly?
The last things. Yeah, I've got a poly evolver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get the pod upgrade boards?
I bought it with the
With an encoder.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
With the SE encoders. Yeah,
We have the extra ports, but are not terrible.
they were.
Oh, it's amazing.
but
I mean, it was
that's
easy to
why-
replace too. It was cheap and easy to replace. So
Yeah, that's what I had on the mono evolver. It had the old pots, and they were dreadful. But the poly evolver that's a beautiful instrument. It really is a beautiful instrument.
The only thing with it is it's only 4 voices. That's from 461
Well,
notes, and
but
it's
they're
a bit
busy voices. You can do a lot with them.
Yeah, they are. I went through a stage of going. I've still got it every now and again. I still get it on eBay of searching for another poly evolver because I was going to get another one just to turn it into 8 voice. But
the racks are impossible to get.
Yeah. But the prices now have just gone so ridiculous on them. You're kind of thinking all I'm paying for is another 4 voices, and the reality is that I've got so many other things that I don't think there's a lot that could do.
Sure.
That those extra 4 voices would really benefit from. I wouldn't be able to get on other stuff, but
yeah,
it's a great synth.
Yeah, when I finally got a Fismo the same week, a rack showed up, and I can't afford both. Right? It's like, oh man, so I missed my chance.
The funny part about the Fismo is one of those that I kind of still want, but I don't want it enough to be paying because I still.
They're crazy now, yeah.
Yeah, when they started selling off the Fismos, when they basically came to end of life, and they were. I remember at Turnkey over here, they were selling them. It was fucking something like ridiculous, like $4.99 or something.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, I can't remember why, but I didn't jump. And I've got the other ones of that ilk. I've got a K5000S, and I've got a Morpheus, and I've got a.
Well, TS10, you can load your own transwaves. You're not stuck with the Fismo ones.
Yeah, yeah.
But the Fismo has knobs.
It's cool, and actually, you can get the Fismo transwaves on the ZR ROM for the command stations in the Proteus.
Yeah.
Some of them, anyway.
It's just one of those instruments that I kind of wish that I had, but every time I've looked at one, the nearest I got was, I can't remember where it was. There was one that was up, but it was just in shit condition.
Yeah.
And it's
they need the power supply fix and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
but if anything over $1,800 these days is just pretty typical. But that's about as high as I would ever go for it.
Oh fuck! All the ones I've seen have been well into.
I know they're way
well
over there
into-
now.
Yeah, way over that. So, hang on a minute. So, I've got it now. Let me just see if can get my.
One of the
What did I
tricks,
say?
though, if you haven't tried this, since you can poly chain the Evolver desktops, you can add your voices that way to the poly. That's what I've done. So
Say that again. Sorry, I was completing another.
poly
Say that
chain
again.
Evolver desktops, which are fairly cheap still.
Yes.
To
yeah,
build
yeah.
up your polyphony
But
on the poly.
You say that they're cheap. Even those, they're not that cheap now.
Well, I got them used around $400. So
Wow.
yeah,
Fuck. Okay. That's good. That's really good.
yeah. So you can get a whole bunch of those, and then you build your polyphony if you need it, and then you can pull them off and use them as monos if you want. So it's win-win. So
Yeah.
it's just not as sleek as a rack.
No. Oh, you bastards. You see, Tempo's installed. Oh. And I now know for a fact I'm going to put in that code again. And it's going to say, your code is used.
That's
Bastard.
It technically was used, just got stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
At what
It has
point are
been
you
used
now,
by me.
Si?
I've now completely reinstalled Native Access.
Uh-huh.
And it's basically saying it's coming up with Tempo is installed, but it's saying that the code is still on demo.
Oh.
And I'm now going to put in the code again, and it's going to turn around and go, this code has already been used. Yeah, by me about 10 minutes ago.
And you should be able to use the same code multiple times, because if you're installing it on different machines, that's what you would be doing. Putting the same serial number in.
Oh God, yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, yeah. I don't say you're not
I
normal.
mean, you get what? You get 4 installations per number? Is that what it is?
No, you get unlimited to use, but you're only allowed to use one at the same time, but you get
okay.
unlimited installations.
Okay, let's
So some things only let you do so many per
Well,
purchase.
I think it might have been 3, but back I think with Complete 5 it might have been 3, but most external libraries, the license agreement only allows one simultaneous use.
Yeah.
Okay. Add serial.
Go in or not?
Registering. Registering my product.
Are you in or not? Installed. Yeah, see, now it doesn't show it as installed.
You know, and you just think, fuck, this is just meant to be so easy.
Yeah, I work in IT. This stuff is never easy, even if you're a professional.
Oh, why did I buy something that began with T? For fuck's sake. Got 350 fucking instruments in here. It's like fucking right down the bottom. And it's not there anymore. It's no, surely not. Yeah, it's still saying
Okay,
locate.
it's still just going.
says
How long did
locate.
it take? You know, when you did your registering,
Yeah.
how long did it take for you to? Because it's still just registering.
The registering didn't take long. The
Oh,
locating
mine's-
did.
Okay.
And then it come up with that folder doesn't exist. Seriously? It took you
Mine's
10
just
minutes to
registering
figure that
and
out?
Still registering, and I think this is all.
Fuck it.
So it's
Right.
fascinating.
So I'm looking for the folder containing the NICNT file.
Oh, can I? Has anyone tried, by the way, the Spitfire Audio, the Abbey Road 2? Have you seen these? The low drums. You know what series?
The new Abbey Road range.
Yeah.
We're now doing.
Yeah. So they're now basically redoing everything. They're doing the full orchestra again,
It's in
but they're
demo
doing it all
mode.
Abbey Road, and they're going into ridiculous amounts of detail. And so they started off with the low drums.
I'm looking forward to when in 10 years' time or 15 years' time we're doing it in the air again.
Yeah, well, that's what will happen. Okay, hang on a minute. Enable personalization.
Apparently, it's
Because nothing wrong with Abbey Road, because personally I prefer the sound of Air, so I'm quite happy with what I have so far, even if it's a lot more limited than what that new range offers.
It's more. I'd tell you what the thing is. The level of detail that they've gone into. I mean, obviously, it's only the low drums so far that I can comment on, but the level of detail it really is amazing.
Is it like on the level of orchestral tools?
Oh, it's better than orchestral tools. Yeah, I've got all the orchestral tool stuff. It's better than orchestral tools, mainly to do with kind of the amount of variation in the beaters, the techniques, the mics, and also just literally very basic level, the amount of velocity layers, and when you're doing the crossfades on the rolls and things, it's just amazing. It's really, really, really good.
Well, I hope I keep up with it when I get to the brass, because I'm somebody.
Exactly it.
I'm somebody who likes mutes, and that is something that most sample libraries have not been good at.
The orchestral tools are the only ones that have kind of got anywhere close, really. Fuck, something's going on with this because it's still just registering, and it came up with the number again, and I clicked it again.
I got it going. It's in Cubase. It's fired up, and I'm not hearing anything, and it's still in demo mode.
Oh, what the fuck's happening?
But it don't seem to. It's very quiet. In fact, it's ridiculously quiet.
Yeah, something's gone on or going on or whatever. Bugger. Oh well. I'm going to give up. I'm going to bed. I'll wait for this to stop.
That works. Okay. So why is the volume?
That's an interesting drummer's library.
Yeah, I'm just testing volumes. Look.
Try doing something to Mod Wheel. No.
It's full blast, but it's coming out quiet. So I did not know what is the matter with it.
Oh, hang on a minute. To know what everyone's completely ignoring, Wagyu. Really sorry, Wagyu. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So for the
Why are you shouting like that?
Wait a few out, because I get the feeling that he may have said it previously, and I'm just literally ignoring him. Sorry if you have done that, Wagyu. I'm really sorry. I haven't been looking at all.
Wagyu, if you just want to shout at Ty, you can come in, do it in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but more than welcome. Please do anytime.
Oh Christ! Where have I got to enter this bloody serial again?
Native Access won't even do a basic update of itself here. Yeah, Wagyu, that's exactly what I found. So,
I'll fuck it, do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm doing it tomorrow.
Or the day after.
Yeah,
or the day after that.
I'm
getting shut down now.
So have we DDoSed Native Instruments by us four here trying to access it?
Yeah,
we broke the server.
Brought the server down.
Yeah, we broke it, mate. Oh, not 4 people at the same time. No, that's pushing it.
Yeah, I know, Neil. You did say it earlier. I know, but I know. I'm sorry.
We had to find out.
Yeah, before I go, I'm apologising to Neil. I'm apologising to Wagyu. I'm sorry. I should have looked at the screen and taken notice of you.
God, he went through all that and it's still demo.
All that, and forget it. I'll look at it tomorrow.
I've got 25 updates as well. Fuck that. I'm not going to bother. Ozone 10 has got another update. Fuck's sake, man.
Oh,
Right,
by the way, did you see that Lumina has got a new update? Have you got Lumina, Kent?
Have I got Lumina?
Yeah.
No, I think I stopped at Symphonia 2.
2, okay.
Well, it's Lumina not big enough. Lumina's a nice, smaller sound.
Isn't it more atmospheric though? more,
Luminous, it's a strange
you know,
library. but
flowers in the hair kind of.
It's
library.
not a million miles away, but there's one patch in Lumina which is just fucking amazing, just for one patch, and it's a kind of no, it's kind of tremolo strings, and then as you pull up the mod wheel, there's and a choir with very low ooze, and then when you pull up the mod wheel, it turns into this huge and the brass come in, and it's just it's an instant wash orchestral watch. So my trick is I do all the normal stuff.
Yeah.
I make it sound, and then I put one take of just playing the chords with that, and it just makes everything sound fucking huge.
Yeah.
So I know this sounds awful, but I use Lumina for that one patch. But they've done it looks like they've done lots of interesting things. But I got an email about the update today. So
okay.
Anyway, I'm going.
Yes.
Have a lovely evening.
Well, as
everyone.
you know, I'm working like a dog every day to clear the decks. So
well, have a lovely working like a dog day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I will.
I say like a dog. They were on the settee just watching me work. So.
Like a lazy dog. Well, all I can say to anyone that actually gives a flying fuck is that today we'll see the end of the project that has been haunting me for the last however long. It finishes tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a good day.
Because it would be nice for us to have a phone call in the morning. And I go, so how's the project going? And you go, oh, for fuck's fucking
No, you know what's going to happen, don't you? I'm going
Yeah.
to boot everything up tomorrow morning, and it's just going to say, no, native access won't let you use any of your libraries at
Native
all."
access is down.
Exactly, it's down, and you can't do anything.
Yeah.
So.
Congratulations, you are now owned by Elon Musk.
So so tomorrow's going to be a good day. So excellent, and it's another day close to Christmas.
Yep.
Yay! So,
How terrible.
Feckin' lootly.
Commiserations.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh. Bar humbug.
Okay. Bye all. See you later.
Okay, everybody, have fun and enjoy oneselves.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
And what a wanker.